Maybe it's okay. I don't really know. I had a whole Wi-Fi thing happen before I started my live stream. I switched some stuff up. Very obnoxious. Very disappointing. It was promising, and then it was disappointing. From promising to disappointing. Seconds flat. The hell? There we go. Hold me now. Okay. We get into here. The RTX 2060 and 2026. RTX card still worth it? 14 hours. Quick answer, yes, if you don't have a graphics card. Why wouldn't you? It's just, it's a 6 gigabyte graphics card, so you don't want it in this year. Turn all this off. Especially the stuff that's got music. Fucking random. Oh, no voice boost. No vocal boost. A great loss for me. Because it's these guys' microphone. I know Jay's microphone's up to snuff. And Mike, but I don't know about Boniface's. Let me just get my chat going. And then we're starting the debate. Now I know that the main debate goes for 2 hours, or I mean an hour and a half, and then it goes to Q&A at the hour and a half mark or so. I'm gonna give myself a free like. Woohoo! All right. And then let me pop out chat. There we go. Okay. Let's see if we can get this going properly.
And nominalism, Protestantism versus Orthodoxy. So the only reason I'm
fine
saying
with
that is...
Okay, let's see. Sounds like... Okay, here we go. Whoops. Don't want any music on the stream because that's that dude's band.
All right.
Perfect. Okay. All right. I'll try and adjust the audio properly since there's no vocal boost available for this video yet, or they just didn't enable it. I don't know why you wouldn't enable that. It's such a good feature. Maybe the video has to process further.
Guys, welcome back to Modern Day Debates. I'm your host, Big Mike, and we got Jay Dyer here and Trent from the Boniface group. We are starting on time, and today it's going to be obviously Eastern Orthodox versus Protestant. The prompt that we got here that these gentlemen both agreed to is the Protestant doctrine of justification mere nominalism? So, without further ado, I just want to... go ahead.
That's a little bit different. So the prompt that I sent was...
Right at the beginning, the prompt is different than what Jay agreed to. This is interesting.
Nominalism. So, without further ado, I just want to... go ahead.
That's a little bit different. So the prompt that I sent was justification and nominalism, Protestantism versus Orthodoxy. So the only reason I'm saying that is
that's totally fair. Yeah.
The only reason I'm saying that's just because I wouldn't say that his position is mere nominalism, and I don't think he would say that either. So I just didn't want it to be unclear that I'm attributing to him a position that he may not.
Sure, I'm just taking that down. You said justification and nominalism. I'll get the title changed.
I mean, I'm flexible. We can work it however we want. But my idea
that framing is perfectly acceptable to me. What he just said. Oh.
Justification and nominalism, and then a colon, Protestantism versus Orthodoxy.
All right. Yeah, that makes it a little bit more back and forth for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so we'll get started. Jay, I'm not sure if you saw my email in regards to your typical request for the format being the same as we normally do it, opening statements.
I don't care how we do it.
But just wanted to make sure if you were cool with us adding the 5-minute rebuttals, 2 to 5 minute rebuttals after the openings.
Sure.
Cool. All right. So then we'll get started. Any of you gentlemen want to take the lead on
I like
this?
the rebuttals.
I will.
Okay. Well, we'll start your 5-minute. You can go 5-10. You don't need the whole 10, obviously. But that's the normal thing, 5-10, and then I'll start it when you start talking.
All right. Sounds good. Let's see. Yeah, it's an honor to be on. I'm new to the online debate format. It's a little bit out of my day-to-day work and hobbies, but it was an opportunity that I thought would be worthwhile. A little surprised to see a larger account show up in my mentions. I work for a small Lutheran missionary society based in Idaho, and I think I have like 800 followers. So when I saw Jay show up in my mentions in response to a post of mine regarding recent interview on Tucker, congratulations for that. I thought, well, this would probably be a worthwhile conversation. So just to use that kind of simple framing that this originated with, I, like many of our guys, enjoyed seeing Jay on Tucker Carlson's program. And I immediately, though, took some issue with some of the assertions made regarding justification and what is putatively the Protestant on justification. Now, I have to qualify things somewhat. Protestants' choice for their representative tonight. I am an old Lutheran. I'm not, I can't claim to speak for mere Protestantism, nor for everything that flies under the banner of Protestantism. Lutheranism can certainly claim to be historically magisterial in a sense, ever since the Diet of Speyer, regarding having claim to the name Protestant, but I don't want to go too far down that garden path. So I'll just get right down to what I found to be dubious and in fact incorrect regarding the assertions regarding Luther, his personal theology.
Get to it. You sound terrified.
And then also how that in fact formed a Protestant doctrine and confession of justification. It began, and I'll just quote briefly from the transcript, with the assertion on Jay's part that nominalism is the idea that there are only names to things and not essences. There's no human nature, there's no dog nature. When we talk about natures or classes or sets of things, we're not thinking ontological or metaphysical status under nominalism, and we're just simply classing things together linguistically in a set. And predicates that Occam also goes up against this idea of universals. He says that there's no such thing as a universal class or essence of a thing. So my first contention is a relatively minor one, because I don't think it's actually entirely germane to the question, because I'd rather actually accept Jay's definition of nominalism. But for the record, it should be noted that that isn't really what nominalism is. That's what Richard Weaver and Brad Gregory say nominalism is, but that's not really the difference between nominalism and realism. The difference is not that realism affirms that universals have extra-mental existence, and nominalism denies this. If that were so, like Aquinas would count as a nominalist. It would actually kind of be unclear if there's ever been a realist by that standard, because really what you have in the nominalist versus realist debate is it's actually not a nominalist versus realist debate. It's a family fight among conceptualists. But the reason why I don't think this is particularly germane to the question of Protestantism is that even if we were to accept the popular conception of nominalism advanced by Weaver and others, that it's just a merely sort of random linguistic classing of things together, which actually have no ontological identity with one another. Even if we were to do that and use what I would claim is not a correct definition of nominalism, that does not describe what Luther believed as the arch theologian of the Reformation regarding what justification is. Nor does I think the mere, the mere declaration of God based on nothing, in fact, being the thing by which man is reckoned righteous. Well, I'm not sure that actually describes anything any Protestant actually believes. So possibly two problems that
this debate's gonna this debate hinge heavily on him being asked about Luther. I know it. So I hope he's got a good defense, because if he brought him up, he's fucked.
But and again, I can't defend absolutely everything that every Protestant says, and perhaps that would be pointed to as evidence of an inherent disunity, a fractured nature of maybe so. I represent obviously my own tradition and think that much of what other Protestants believe is implicit in it. But it would bear mentioning that there's not a monolithic perspective on this, even in the East, contrary to the way it's presented in a lot of contemporary settings these days. So my challenge is simply, a minor challenge, which I don't think is most pertinent to the real question, namely that of what the essence of Reformation theology is. But is that's not really what nominalism is. But secondly, that Luther wasn't really a nominalist. And the reason there is that Luther wasn't really a philosopher. And that doesn't to say that Luther didn't understand philosophy, didn't learn philosophy, didn't learn from nominalist via moderna scholars at the University of Erfurt, as he did. But Luther was not a philosopher because he did not proceed intellectually from metaphysics as his principium or the articulation of his theology. He proceeded from Scripture. It doesn't mean that a coherent metaphysics has no bearing or is not implicit in what he has to say and what he predicates, but it does mean that in this sense he's actually very patristic. When you look at the church fathers and the medieval teachers of the church on their better days, you're not dealing with men who view necessarily because some of them did, a fully developed system of philosophy as being prior to all biblical theology and all truly Christian theology. You're looking at men who understood reason to be something that served in a ministerial role, not a magisterial one, in the discernment of these applied to the principium of the Scriptures. Themselves understood their work in this way. They didn't see themselves as the arbiter of the grand interpretive tradition, without which Scripture closed book and meant nothing. They be witnesses to the manifest clear Scriptures in their testimony in grammatical predication, in ordinary human speech and language regarding.
This is one of the worst openings I've ever heard. I don't think this guy knows. It's so bad. I mean, I'm not hating on the guy. This is just a terrible, objectively terrible opening. It's just rambling.
Righteousness of God is, and on what basis God regards us as righteous and reckons us his children. So, I don't know if I need to summarize that. I'll probably just run out of time if I try. But Occam, not really a nominalist in the sense that it was defined. He's a conceptualist via moderna, via antiqua, not really a massive sea change, kind of a family fight, not really even relevant to the question, the origins of what Luther's invention, not a novelty by any means. So I see the.
All right. That was
the last 28 seconds. You see it? Okay, great.
Ready,
Thanks,
we'll turn it over to you.
And what is it a 10-minute opening
It's
or what?
5 to 10, whatever you need.
I'll probably do 10 because I have quite a few bits of information here. So
okay.
Appreciate that. Some of that I agreed with. I certainly understand that Martin Luther was not first and foremost coming at this from some metaphysical assumption or position. However, I think it's inescapable that Luther's teaching, upbringing, and his influences were nominalists in their ethos, and those do affect how he came to this theology as much as Luther would, I'm sure, try to think, or Lutherans or Protestants would like to think, that this is a patristic and biblical idea. Now, first point, he said that I didn't define nominalism correctly. You can look at the Stanford University or Stanford.edu classic online philosophical reference, and the way they begin the definition is exactly the way that I described it. It's a denial of universals. It's a denial of the existence of such some abstract conceptual way. They could be purely conceptual and thus not actually real. So it's a universal question, a question of universals and essences, whether they have an ontological status or not. And then also the second definition listed is nominalism is also about abstract entities. So it's both of those things. You could also look at the Oxford Dictionary of Philosophy. It defines nominalism exactly as I said, the view that things are denominated by the same term, share nothing except that fact. All chairs have in common that they are chairs. This is usually associated with the thought that everything that exists is a particular, and thus there are no universals. Our common classifications are merely a breath of the voice. Nominalism was suggested by Boethius.
I don't know. Are you talking about the Protestant guy who just went for nearly 10 minutes, or Jay's opening? I assume you're talking about the Protestant guy because he kind of just rambled. It was just kind of all over the place. I didn't really know what the point of what his opening was. This is probably why he wasn't at debate con. Not good enough to be on the stage. Jay's success. Both? Okay, well, let's see. Keep going.
Course was developed by William of Ockham. So I don't think anything that I said was incorrect, just in terms of basic ideas of what nominalism is. Now, in terms of Luther, it's interesting because modern Protestant scholars, be they Heiko Oberman of the Lutheran tradition or Alistair McGrath of the, I think he's Anglican tradition, particularly what influenced Luther, as my opponent referenced, was a time period when he was at Erfurt, but particularly Gabriel Bile's idea of the pact. Now, Luther will eventually reject this view, but what's interesting is that the reason that he rejects Gabriel Bile's idea that God has a pact with himself that he then binds himself to have this relationship of dispositional change in terms of righteousness. This is described on page 66 of Alistair McGrath's book. This is the influence of the new meaning of righteousness here. And this is why this is really important, because it's particularly where Martin Luther will depart from all of the consensus prior to that. So whether it's the patristic period or whether it's the medieval Augustinian synthesis, the medieval doctrine of justification is absolutely, as McGrath notes, dominated by the Augustinian notion of infused righteousness. Luther aspects of Bile's understanding of the righteousness of God to be divine equity, which looks solely to man's merits, determining the reward within this framework established by the covenant. The covenant here means God's pact with himself. As Luther's theology progresses, there are certain things that he does later on shed. He thinks eventually that the Via Moderna, the Occam types, the Gabriel Bile types, they were too Pelagian. They had taints of Pelagian and semi-Pelagianism, and so he wanted to go further into an Augustinian position. But I want to note that another element that I think is perhaps present is the idea of theological voluntarism, or the result of confusing and collapsing the two modes of the way that Lutherans and perhaps even other scholastics speak of God's relationship to the created order and God's relationship within himself. So when you collapse these two modes in this schema, what you end up getting is, on the one hand, I'll read what it says. You have the potentia absoluta, which is the absolute power of God subject to only the law of non-contradiction. This leaves the actually chosen order out of consideration. This is set against the potentia de ordinata, that is the ordained power of God, established by God in relation to ad extra, the created order. However, in this tradition, there is absolutely no real distinction between the ordained power and the absolute power. So because of absolute divine simplicity,
so low
another
on
position that Martin Luther carries over
I guess.
from the Augustinian and Latin papal tradition, you have a multitude of problems here, one of which is not just William of Occam's ultimately Thomistic sort of, William of Occam's absolute divine simplicity position that you can collapse, add extra attributes of God into the divine essence, and thus we don't know what the divine attributes actually are. That's an Occamist position. And if Luther has that same presupposition about theological voluntarism, which is why, for example, I'm going from memory here, I haven't looked at Luther in many years, but Luther will say things like, well, the entire body and soul of Christ descended into Hades. And the question at that, and that's in the Lutheran Book of Concord, the question is, well, how would he take his body into Hades? It would have to be was in the tomb. And Luther said, well, these attributes that are divine attributes, for example, omnipresence. You'll recall that Luther argued similarly about consubstantiation, that perhaps it's possible that omnipresence, and that's how consubstantiation, or the idea that his human nature is also everywhere present. So these are some oddities, but what makes Luther able to make that move? Well, it's the Occamist idea of theological voluntarism. We've probably heard of the idea that you could have in the Middle Ages these obscure debates about how many angels could dance on the pin of a head.
4 minutes.
The head of a pin, excuse me. So what?
4 minutes.
Okay. That debate isn't completely worthless, but it's actually intended to show that could God contradict certain things, like the order that he set up for the natural world? Could he, for example, damn all of the saints once they've been saved, right? That's a classic Occamist style debate that was had in the Middle Ages. But none of those things really make sense unless we understand Luther's assumption of theological voluntarism that appears to be coming from this nominalist tradition. Luther, towards the end of his life, retain an overall view of nominalism. In fact, in the Gabriel Bile assessment, in the Heiko Obermann assessment of the Lutheran tradition, particularly to Luther, there's a direct connect between Bile to Brassican to Melanchthon, and there's a direct connect between Jean Gerson and Bile to Martin Luther. So we've got multiple schools and trends that influence Martin Luther, and in fact, there's an entire chapter at the end of the book that it's not doubted that Luther was heavily influenced by nominalism. Doesn't mean he accepted every position, but rather that Luther was actually a mystic, very influenced by Jean Gerson, who included and combined nominalism with mysticism into one. Now, as McGrath notes in his treatise, very famous treatise on justification, there was nobody prior to Martin Luther that had the notion of a purely forensic dispositional change in God's attitude solely on the basis of justification by faith alone or penal substitutionary atonement. In fact, Luther places claimed that the real basis for this transaction was because the Father damned Christ in Christ dying on the cross. So you have this transactional model of damnation, that Christ actually underwent full damnation, and that also occurred somehow in his body going into Hades, according to Luther, which is insane. But later Lutherans actually didn't accept that position, ironically. So later Lutherans actually rejected quite a bit of what Luther himself taught, double predestination, etc. I would also note that if we get into the scriptures, not only is righteousness and justification are merely legal states, if this nominalist idea of something being called what it's not didn't exist in the ancient and medieval world, it's impossible that the New Testament or the Old Testament or the Church Fathers actually taught this. For example, in Psalm 17:3, we read that David says he was righteous and did not have sin in his heart. In Psalm 18, he notes that he is righteous before God and had not done anything wrong. Now, that doesn't mean he's never sinned, but there are times when David could genuinely say, I have been righteous and I've not done anything wrong. Even in the Abrahamic covenant, we read in Genesis 17 that circumcision is necessary as part of the obedience to that covenant. In Genesis 18, we read something very similar. Genesis 26 says to Isaac, Abraham kept all of my statutes. So there was also obedience that was part of the covenantal structure, even of the supposed covenant of grace. I know that he's not a Calvinist, but even Lutherans would like to use the Abrahamic covenant as a model of it being one-sided at certain cases, particularly in Luther himself in his commentary on Galatians. You'll notice in Luke 1:6, it says, Zechariah and Elizabeth were righteous before God, blameless, having kept the law. John 1:47, Jesus says, "Behold, Nathanael, an Israelite in whom there is no guile." So how is it the case that we have Luther on the other hand saying that the will of man is it's enslaved to God or the devil, whoever is writing it? This radical view of the denial of free will in his work, Bondage of the Will. Read that as well. We have, for example, obedience is better than sacrifice, 1 Samuel 15:22. So in other words, it's possible to actually obey. And even in the Old Testament, the ceremonial laws were not as important as obedience to the moral commands. And this is why we read in Galatians 5 that the only faith, according to Paul, Galatians 5:6, that counts is faith working by love. That's what reconciles Paul and James. So not only is there no basis for a purely imputational legal alien righteousness that his tradition is founded upon, that is the unique idea of Luther, according to both of the Lutheran and Protestant scholars I have with me here today, it's actually nowhere in the New Testament, because when God speaks, it is efficacious. In John 5, Jesus says that when God speaks, all the dead will rise. We read elsewhere that when God spoke at the beginning, the world was created. If God declares a person righteous, they cannot still be filthy menstrual rags in their interior disposition. They have to actually be righteous because God's word is efficacious. And he believes about those
11:15. I'll let you go a little over since he ceded his time. If you want
I'll
another
just end
30,
it there.
45 seconds.
Okay, yeah. So let me finish with this last point then, since he's here that time. We know that, for example, again, the church fathers are consistent with not just baptismal regeneration, which I'm sure as a Lutheran he probably agrees with, but also the idea that there were no nominalists amongst the church fathers amongst the patristic period. And what that means is that there's no possibility of a framework or structure, ideologically or theologically, where you could have a person being called righteous and yet actually in reality being wicked. This makes God into a liar. And the only way to resolve that is for a kind of a position where Luther says something like, well, God can simply change the natures of things by declaring them to be what they are not. So if God says you are righteous, and it's a dispositional change in God based on what he wills to be the case, that's the theological voluntarism based on absolute divine simplicity, then it just simply is the case. But of course, this leads to a host of other problems, namely that we can't actually, persons in the triad are collapsed into the nature. It leads us to the modal collapse problems, the modal collapse argument. And we don't know God other than the created effects that come to us. And of course, also the tradition
We'll have to
that he's in
there.
is a created grace tradition.
All right. Trent, appreciate you letting him have that little bit there. But I'll give you guys the option to go straight into open dialogue, or if you would like uninterrupted rebuttals, we'll just keep it to 5 minutes. Trent, you're going to be next, so
I don't. He can pick whatever he wants.
Okay, I'll talk for 5 minutes. Okay. Yeah, no, this is good. This is a fruitful opportunity. A couple of things come to mind. Luther, obviously a very prolific figure, one of the most prolific writers in the West. I mean, and honestly, he's in very good company in that respect. And I'll just say right now, I'm not one. I don't disown Martin Luther, and so in my saying this, this is not me attempting to distance myself from comments that he makes, which remains accountable for the things he says. A little trouble there is that sometimes, especially with for example the Tischreden of Luther, the so-called table talk, some of these things are known to be spurious. But I'm not saying this as a way of just finding something embarrassing that Luther may have said and saying, well, that's irrelevant. It may be. But what's most important, and again, I have to speak on behalf of my own tradition here, and I think that will be at least analogous to what other Protestants are gonna confess, is it Luther when he is spitballing, or Luther when he is opining or kind of riffing on a passage of Isaiah, or engaged in polemic in the diatribe of Erasmus, also not a work I distance myself from. That's one thing. And Luther as the doctor of the church, certainly we would believe that. I understand you wouldn't. Actually propounding public doctrine in a careful way. One interprets the other. I mean, just it has to, and most notably because at least our tradition, our church, we subscribe to the Lutheran confessions, and if there's ever sort of doubt for what norms what. It is the Lutheran confessions, norm the rest of the statements and are the heuristic for which those through which those must be read. So if you are, for example, and I realize I'm probably getting close to the end of my time, the Lutheran Book of Concord. Okay, thank you. The Lutheran Book of Concord is the symbol of the touchstone, as it were, the summary, the delineation, although it doesn't exhaust the Lutheran doctrinal position. And so, Luther's not, he's not the author of everything in there, notably, not a one-man show, but he is the author of some things, like small catechism, large catechism. These are confessional documents for Lutherans, and also the small called articles, 1537, in preparation for the council that ends up not happening till later, different location, Trento, Italy. But the small called articles, he gives, a full-throated articulation of what we believe and what we believe on the basis of the scriptures, how one is justified before God of good works. And before I read it, and I may, I will stump for thebookofconcord.org. If people have questions, want to look up things that I assert casually, there's actually a nice single-page format for the Control F bros. And but anyway, the small called articles, Article 13, Part 3, Article 13, how one is justified before God and of good works. I'm just going to read it. What I have hitherto and constantly taught concerning this, I know not how to change in the least, namely that by faith, as St. Peter says in Acts 5:15, actually, pardon me, not Acts, whatever. As St. Peter says, we acquire a new and clean heart, and God will and does account us entirely righteous and holy for the sake of Christ, our mediator. And although sin in the flesh has not yet been altogether removed or become dead, he will not punish or remember it. Punish in the ultimate sense, he of course chastens our sins. And such faith, renewal, and forgiveness of sins is followed by good works. And what there is still sinful or imperfect also in them shall not be accounted as sin or defect, even, and that too, for Christ's sake. But the entire man, both as to his person and his works, is to be called and to be righteous and holy from pure grace and mercy, shed upon us and spread over us in Christ. Therefore we cannot boast of many merits and works, if they are viewed apart from grace and mercy, but as it is written, 1 Corinthians 1, he that glorieth, let him glory in the Lord, namely that he has a gracious God, for thus all is well. And lastly, we say, besides, that if good works do not follow faith, faith is false and not true. And in speaking of this, I mean, this is a very Pauline statement, ultimately. This is simply a rephrasing of Romans 4. And Jay mentioned Romans 4, the Abrahamic covenant. Yeah, certainly this is basic to just a proper understanding of just basic biblical soteriology. What must I do to be saved stuff,
Okay, that's 5 minutes. Jay, if you want to give him another 30 seconds
and I'm done.
Or so. Okay, cool. Well, then it's Jay's turn for his rebuttal. And then we'll get into the open dialogue. You guys can ask each other questions and go down different rabbit holes. Let's go when you're ready, Jay.
Yeah, to kind of flesh out a couple points I didn't get to. And I appreciate his statement because it really shows kind of what I wanted to hit on, which was the idea of alien righteousness. So in his position, the new idea really that I think Luther stumbles upon that doesn't exist prior is the idea that the righteousness that makes us right before God is due to God's decision to sort of bind himself to accepting what he's done in a transactional way with his son. So there's a relationship between Father and the Son. This is sort of transactional view. Luther says, for example, in many places, and I've got all of these sort of cited here, and I'll give just a couple examples. There's many of these, but Luther says, so then gaze at the heavenly picture of Christ who descended into hell, and for your sakes was forsaken by God the Father as one eternally damned when he spoke, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me? That's Luther's Works, volume 42, page 105. Luther says elsewhere in volume 42, pages 95 to 15, that Christ is the heavenly image, the one who was forsaken by God as damned. Luther says in Lectures on Romans, this is page 263 of the John Knox Press edition, Christ suffered damnation and underwent damnation for us. Now, in classical Trinitarian models, whether you're Orthodox or Roman Catholic, if you're Latin or whatever, even if it's the Orthodox or the Roman Catholic model that as Orthodox we disagree with, there's no sense in which the Son of God, as a divine hypostasis, could undergo damnation. This would mean that the Trinity is divided. It would mean that the Son is cut off from the communion of the Father and the Holy Spirit. It would mean that there's a division in the essence of the Godhead if one person turns his will against the other. Furthermore, in other words, that would be blasphemous. The other route is to go in a Nestorian or Arian direction, where what's damned, or the person that is damned, is a human subject, and that would be dual subject Christology. That would be Nestorian. And so Christ is a mere man who's damned. Now you're just straight up Arian. So there's no way really to make that transactional model work in terms of what's happening at the cross, and it's all based on Luther's idea that the beginning of the Ordo Salutis, or the Ordo of Theology even, is salvation. Luther gives priority to the divine decree and the doctrine of salvation prior to the and Christology. But if you look at the history of the church, it flows from Trinity, and that's what the first 7 councils are dealing with, those topics. Ecclesiology, all those other doctrines flow from Trinity and Christology. So when you have a theology that begins with soteriology first, stuff that's kicked down the road ends up becoming heterodox, and you end up in this bizarre, ridiculous position that one person in the Trinity ends up damned. That's precisely the way that the mystical contradictory elements that Luther doesn't have a problem adopting. And I'm not a Lutheran expert, but I did have a period when I read about 6 or 7 Luther's works when I was in my 20s.
2 minutes.
And I noticed there is this acceptance of kind of contradictory ideas that, well, Jesus and God, they could damn each other. But I'll just close with this. It's not just anti-Trinitarian to say that one of the persons undergoes damnation or removal from the Trinity. It's also anti-Trinitarian to think that there's a transaction that occurs between 2 persons in the triad that doesn't include the third. And so the Holy Spirit is left out of this. It's another easy way to understand that it's anti-Trinitarian.
Okay. Appreciate the rebuttals, gentlemen. We'll get into the open dialogue. We used a little bit of the time for the rebuttals, but if it goes into the full 50 minutes, I don't mind. But I'll start that timer now. Guys in the chat, if y'all could like the video, that would help both of these gentlemen get seen by more, pushing us out into the algorithm, reach some new audience members, hopefully. And check out DebateCon 9 in Orlando. I believe tickets may have already dropped, and they are linked in the comments and the description. Jay is headlining that one. You can see the little placard right here to my right. He's going against Mr. Wood. So we'll have fun there. And I'm going to start the timer for the open dialogue as soon as you guys are starting to talk.
Brent, feel free to ask whatever you want, or bring it whatever you want.
All right. Yeah. Thank you. Yeah. Well, a couple of fruitful avenues possibly here. Yeah. Luther's concept. I mean, it wouldn't be impossible to, find things that, have a similarity. You're talking about, classing things together based on their attributes between, Luther and things that nominalist theologians say. I mean, because on the margins, of course, it's kind of like, the newspapers don't report people having a great day and buying their groceries. History, like the news, is going to focus on controversies, and there's, legitimate reasons for that. But as far as the broad overlap is concerned, I think the reason why Luther's going to sound like a lot of nominalists on that is because he's reading the same book, and his concept of alien righteousness, the term, especially as it is later employed by academic theologians who are doing their work of academic theology and cataloging for good or for ill. Alien righteousness. It is a word that Luther uses, but it's the term. But the concept is simply in Philippians 3, and I quote: "Yea, doubtless I count all things but of the knowledge of Christ Jesus my Lord, for whom I have suffered the loss of all things, and do count them but dung, that I may win Christ and be found in him, not having mine own righteousness, which is of the law, but that which is through the faith of Christ, the righteousness which is of God by faith." So whatever consonance, incidentally, that may have with certain statements of the nominalists, perhaps even ones that are put into service of some dubious ideas, many of which Luther critiqued, and you did mention that, which I appreciate. But Gabriel Biel, yeah, he is an influence on Luther, unquestionably. Luther went to University of Erfurt, and I'll just make this is moderate PII, I suppose, but I went to Hillsdale College, notorious school for the Straussian political philosophy. I'm not a Straussian. I like to think of it's about as far away you can get from that. My opinions were certainly formed in engagement with, a philosophical bent that I disagreed with in many certain ways. Didn't really affect me that much. I was a history major. But the point is, St. Paul is a student of Gamaliel, that doesn't determine his trajectory. And I know you weren't necessarily saying that, but again, the springs of Luther's conception of the righteousness of Christ, the alien righteousness of Christ, are really the simple predicates of the apostle here. I said earlier that this was in many ways, what Luther's, as a scholar says, rediscovery of the gospel, like the framing or not, is simply, it is in some ways a debate about whether what Paul is outlining in Romans 4, to pick the sort of topical one, is that screwed?
Right.
Is that something we can understand?
Okay, let me ask
does this actually inform our knowledge? Go ahead.
Yeah. So, do you agree that, just as an example, I'm not trying to get off of scripture because I want to stay on this Philippians passage. Do you agree that St. Augustine, for example, was familiar with these passages, and when he would see this discussion, do you agree that he taught infused righteousness, and he probably thought and believed that these passages teach an infused righteousness?
Terminologically, yes. As far as the full development of the sort of dogmatic topic of what all is meant by the infused righteousness, that's not like identical.
I'm not talking about later Tridentine.
Yeah,
I'm not saying later Tridentine disputes. I'm just saying.
Yes, yeah.
If I read, in free will, if I read, on grace, nature and grace, if I read on the grace of Christ and original sin, it's pretty clear, and I've read all the anti-Pelagian works of Augustine. It's very clear to me, and I don't think it's doubted. You have McGrath saying that the medieval period is dominated by the Augustinian idea of an infused righteousness. So, do you think that? Do you think that in St. Augustine's mind, when he's reading those passages, say Philippians, the passage you cited, do you think he sees that as confirmation of infused righteousness?
He may, but you said earlier that Lutherans, are in the created grace tradition, and we're really not. We do not conceive of grace that way. Early Luther is still going to be speaking in these. He remains an Augustinian, unquestionably. And early Luther is going to speak. He will even speak of infusion of righteousness. In fact, in one of his sermons in 1519, potentially, and there's a formal development of this thought. Yeah,
I'm just using him as an example of.
I concede that absolutely.
As a person that you, Luther, myself, we would look back to them as, a notable church father. And we don't agree as Orthodox with everything that Augustine taught. We don't believe that the created grace.
We don't agree as Lutherans with everything that Augustine taught.
Sure. But I'm saying this shows us that it's not necessarily self-evident in the passage that it's an alien legal status righteousness. Because Augustine reads the passage.
No. And by itself, and I totally grant that.
Okay.
This alone can't really establish everything. But just that alone, it doesn't prove alien righteousness in the sense of legal status. Yes. I think that's probably a fair statement.
Okay.
On its own, as and that is a fair criticism. That on its own, this does not. I suppose dealing with the simple concept of an alien righteousness that is extra nos, that is not generated by an act of the will or by moral striving apart from grace. You're right. This could at best put you in a domain potentially for a fight between Augustinians that isn't
Right.
of particular
Yeah.
interest to the East.
So in
Yeah.
other words, just one passage, and I'm not saying you were only thinking of one passage to prove the case. I'm just saying that the paradigm that we come from is how we're going to read these passages and what Paul means by justification or the righteousness of God, etc. But I'm curious because you mentioned created grace there. You said that we aren't in that tradition. I mean, Augustine teaches created grace, so I'm confused how you're not in that tradition.
Well, fair. Yeah. So what I mean is that, I mean, Lutherans are Augustinian, but that's kind of a big tent. What I mean by that is that our concept of grace is not going to is ultimately going to be rooted in the favor of God, favor Dei. It's not. We don't consider, grace to be. I'm choosing my words carefully here. A substance that is infused into man, with which he then, renders the great obedience of meritorious works, and then thus becoming sanctified enough to be rendered righteous.
Okay, but when God speaks, isn't it efficacious? Like, doesn't he speaks, he creates?
It is.
It
Amen. Yes. Yeah.
Okay, so how is it that he?
Yeah, but what occurs, right?
How is it that he declares a person righteous, but they're not actually so?
He declares them righteous because they have. I don't think I would accept that framing. The basis for his declaration is that we are in Christ, is that we have the spirit of sonship that cries out, Abba, Father, that we have been regenerated. I mean, there's not. We don't believe that God's declaration of not guilty, that just regenerates on contact.
But are you still filthy? Are you still filthy rags after that?
Oh, we would say that that the old Adam persists, that the flesh persists, but it's not of men's essence. That obviously we're going to differ wildly on our understanding of original sin, but can we stand before God on the basis of our own righteousness or worthiness or purity or holiness at any point prior to the consummation of our baptism and the resurrection of our flesh? No.
Why couldn't I take the Augustinian position and say that the righteousness that I possess is righteousness by grace, and that the good works that I do are by grace? So I really do have an inherent reality of righteousness, which is the actual divinity and power of God inside of me. Paul says, for example, in Thessalonians, that is the dunamis, the power, the energy of God that's at work in him. He says to Corinthians in 1 Corinthians that the Holy Spirit apportions his energies as he wills. So do you believe that it's an actual divine energy present in the person, or is it a created reality, a clean heart, right? New heart?
Well, we don't believe it. We don't believe that grace is a created substance separate from God. We believe that God himself, that there is a mystical union between.
I can put on something more exciting if you're bored, because we're 47 minutes into this, and I'll just come back to this. If you want something different, just let me know.
Holy Trinity and the believer, that that the Holy Trinity dwells in our hearts by faith. So we don't see that as and perhaps that's a tertium quid with respect to that debate. We don't deny that there is an incipient righteousness, that we grow in grace, and that we are conformed into the image of the Son, and that we are built up, and that we built up to a full man, even the stature of Christ.
Real quick, Trent, I don't mean to interrupt.
Yeah.
I'm just getting a lot of comments asking if you could turn down about 10%, and Jay, if you could turn up about 5%. Just so it's a little bit more level. I can't control your level, unfortunately, but
I could probably just try to not be so loud, but
turn down 10%, turn up 5%.
You gotta bring it, man. Don't hold back on Jay.
No, can you hear me now? I don't like yelling.
Yeah, Jay, you could probably go up just a little bit more.
Practice not yelling.
I've got mine all the way up.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I can't go up anymore.
Maybe it's a filter or just get it a little closer. Either way, Trent going down to solve it. But if he can't get...
Test.
Oh, that's loud.
Test. I mean, I'm quieter just because now I'm self-conscious because you mentioned that.
I mean, it's not a problem. It's just I'm seeing a lot of comments.
I'm not super familiar with Zoom right now, so let me see if I can.
His speakers
I think it would be
appropriately.
just over on the audio settings. I'll pause the time here, so don't worry about that eating into it. Hopefully you can pick it back up where you dropped it. I was just holding out for the last 3 to 5 minutes, trying not to interrupt. You guys are on a good one.
Play the Jeopardy music or something while I figure this out.
I got the Cisco waiting music. Might have just removed it from the assets. Never mind. L.
All right.
Okay, hold on. I think I can do it from my computer settings. Just give me 1 second here.
It's not mean that Jay was too far from the mic. Don't say that.
Man, I'm pretty close to it.
No. Talking smack.
Input.
Loud
is
mic
this better?
Yeah, I mean, it sounds a little bit more equal to what Jay's got now.
Okay, I don't think that I'm tempering it personally. I turned it down on the computer settings, so maybe the chat can verify that for us.
Okay, well, don't want to derail too much. Wasn't sure what kind of audio setup you had, so I don't want to cause you any trouble there.
Okay. Yeah. Well,
okay.
We'll just go
to go back to this discussion of infused righteousness and the New Testament term that's used many times in the Greek is energeia. It's used sometimes in the Septuagint as well, which is the operating power of God Himself at work in us, and that is multiple times over distinguished from the persons of the Trinity. So I'm just trying to understand, when you say the grace that's in us is the effectual working, according to Paul, you're saying that is just the life of the Holy Spirit or the Trinity within us. It is not the power of God. Are the persons and the power identical?
Well, no, but I just don't think that this discussion really hinges on that. But
because you said that what's in us as infused is the Trinity itself.
Yeah, I mean I may not be using that term in a theologically technical way,
okay.
But that God dwells within us. I mean this in the sense that babes and little children who inherit the kingdom of heaven understand when we say that that God is present, with His word, and that he last chapter of Revelation or toward the end of Revelation, that God dwells in our hearts by faith. And the distinction what I offered regarding what in the Lutheran tradition we're going to speak of as the mystical union. And I don't know, there are aspects I think that are probably copacetic to the way you regard some theological topics in the East. There are things we can say on the basis of Scripture, regarding the nature of that mystical union. But there are we can't predicate, and we don't find to be
actually suck.
I guess ultimately the sticking point on that question.
Okay, so in the case of, say, the idea of God's uncreated glory, in John 17, Jesus says that He came that He might give His disciples a share in the glory that He had with the Father before the foundation of the world. And I would assume that you accept the common Reformation teaching that there's a strict distinction between justification, sanctification, glorification.
Yeah, we would accept that basic tripartite distinction.
In 2 Corinthians 3, why does Paul say that in this life we are already presently moving from glory to glory?
Because it's true. I don't disagree with that.
So glorification,
there are certainly.
It's not the eschaton; it's in the here and the now.
There's an incipient participation. There's a foretaste of the marriage supper of the Lamb. We do receive the benefits of Christ here in this life, and as an earnest of the adoption that will be consummated.
Glorification in this life.
Not in a not in a terminal sense, but we not in the terminal sense, not in the sense of final glorification, but yeah, our sanctification.
So you don't accept the strict distinction between glorification being only in the eschaton that most Reformation theology does?
Well, I think I'm satisfied with the way I've put it, which is that our sanctification, in which we do believe, which we do believe is synergistic after a fashion. After all, St. Paul says in 2 Corinthians 6,
no, I'm not asking
workers together with him.
I'm asking about the distinction between sanctification.
But I'm talking about it because it's relevant. So our sanctification, because our sanctification does entail working with God. You're at this point, you're not dealing with dead men. You're dealing with men who have been made alive in Christ, who have. So
you don't accept the classical Reformation idea that glorification is in the eschaton?
Look, this is like asking somebody if the three solas define, exhaust their theology.
No, it's not. I mean, these things are. Why is it unfair to ask you that? It's your tradition. Why is that unfair?
Okay, so repeat the question. I'm pretty sure I've already answered it, but I'll take another swing.
Yeah, so glorification, participation in, I would argue, uncreated glory, unless you think God's glory is a creature, is usually
certainly do not
postponed to the eschaton. So I'm trying to figure out if in 2 Corinthians 3, Paul says that from glory to glory, that would mean that glorification is happening concurrent with sanctification. So you don't accept the classical Reformation Ordo Salutis?
I accept the doctrine that is stipulated explicitly in the Book of Concord, and I don't really traffic in, vagaries like the Reformation division, especially when it's in a way which is equivocal.
Okay,
when St. Paul says that we move from glory to glory.
Okay, so you do believe then that sanctification and glorification are essentially interchangeable?
No. What I said is that that there is a foretaste of the consummation of our redemption, of our final.
So is it a foretaste of glorification?
Sure. Yeah.
So we are being glorified in this life.
Sure.
Okay. Yeah. Is it uncreated glory?
I don't believe that God's glory is a creature. No.
Okay. So in this life, we're partaking of uncreated glory and grace. Okay.
Is this okay? Tell me something. Maybe this is a controversial thing in discussions between.
I've never heard of a Lutheran theologian or teacher that believes in the essence energy distinction and an uncreated grace. So I'm trying to figure out.
Okay, I can't necessarily sign to everything that is maybe behind the dichotomy that you're putting forward. But I will say. The essence energy distinction. So what I'm saying is that many of the debates, but not all, essence? I am talking, many of the having are debates which are intramural, particularly with Roman Catholicism, specifically 1563,
so
1563 Roman Catholicism. That's what I've been doing. I mean,
I'm asking.
There are going to be.
Can you just answer the questions or not?
Yeah, and I'll repeat myself. Like I said, I have 8 kids. I'm used to doing that. The sanctification entails. So
you can insult me and act like I'm a kid. I'm not one of your kids. So repeating yourself isn't going to work.
It was good natured, and I did not mean to offend.
I'm not offended. I'm trying to get to a clear answer. So the foretaste, are we partaking of uncreated glory now?
We are partaking of God's glory, His benefits, His grace right now. Yes.
Is that glory uncreated?
I believe I have said very clearly that God's glory, not something that we.
Do you think that we partake of God's essence? Do you think we partake of His essence?
Well, that's not really a frame that we use. I mean, the thing is, there are certain theological categories which are denoted here. There's a lot in back of this. So do we partake of his essence? Well, we believe that, we are what you would call Alexandrian in our Christology. Lutheran Christology is especially informed by Cyril of Alexandria. And we believe that the fullness of the Godhead dwells bodily in Christ, as it says in Colossians. And
so you're Monophysite? You think that you partake of the divine essence?
No, we're not Monophysite. No, we don't we don't believe that. Yeah.
So you don't partake of the divine essence?
I don't know what you think this.
I mean, you reference
what the relevance
Cyril,
of this.
Cyril teaches in the two letters to Sixth Census the essence energy distinction very clearly. He says in the two letters to Sixth Census that we do not partake, for example, in the Eucharist of the divine essence. We partake of his uncreated grace. So that's the essence energy distinction. So I'm just trying to get you to flesh out what you're partaking of, because for me, that's going to define what the infused inherent righteousness is. I'm just using infused because that's analogy. I don't think that it's a substance.
No, you see, this is already kind of going in a direction that is not really relevant to the question.
Of course it is. The debate is about whether it's a nominal justification or a real justification. So what are you talking about? It's not relevant. It's the heart of what we believe. Of course it's relevant.
No, it's not, because ultimately you are the pattern of words that you are hewing to here. We've simply discussed.
Well, Jay, let's give him a chance to explain himself, and then you can respond to that.
We've been going, back and forth specifically on Philippians 3.
You can't tell me what you partake of.
I partake of the body and blood of Christ.
Oh, the divine essence. Is it yay or nay? I can answer you clearly. We don't.
We participate in partakers of the divine nature, as St. Peter says.
Okay, is that the divine essence? The physis?
I'm not.
No,
I mean, we very clearly reject monophysitism.
Okay, so then you can't.
Monophysitism.
So you disagree with Cyril, because Cyril says we don't partake of the divine essence in the two letters to Sixth Census.
No, I mean, here's the thing. We don't find. No, well, I'll concede.
If you don't know, you can say I don't
know. I don't. Look,
this guy sounds like he's losing his mind.
This is not a frame of discourse that I'm used to discussing. And I probably.
I see why this debate ended by the 30-minute, because we're an hour and 2 minutes in, and this guy just had like a Kevin Spacey psychotic laugh where he snapped.
I should probably read more of kind of how this informs the concept of justification in the East. That I will grant. And so,
okay.
Yeah. And when I say that, Cyril is influential on us, is that he's a notable theologian, for our church. I'm not making an argument necessarily for, the whole of his theology, but let's get back to.
Well, the line of questioning was simply to get you to admit that there is a righteousness that's in us, and for us, it's the actual power, presence, and uncreated energy of God that's in us, and that's because when He declares us that, it's that declarative speech is efficacious, right? So it's actually in us because He's in us, right? So there is a real righteousness in that. Paul says that He worketh together as a co-worker with Christ, right? So we think there's a synergy. I'm just pointing out that there's not any way that I could see that justification is somehow some unique term that is the gospel hinge, that all of the gospel hinges on that, because you said, and I don't know if you agree or disagree with the comment, you said the quote rediscovery of the gospel. Do you think that Luther did rediscover it or no?
I mentioned that I use that term because this is the popular conception of Luther. While I do believe that he was notable, no, I mean, to understate the matter, as a teacher of the church and his articulation of the gospel, I don't believe in some, trough theory or whatever they call it of history, where everything is just a writhing darkness between, pick your point in time in the first 1,000 years, and then Luther strolling onto the scene in 1517. So I don't. I guess I was making a nod to the fact that this is a meme.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, it's a meme that I think Protestants, in fairness, sometimes lean into in an errant fashion. But no, I don't think that's. I see that proposition is largely irrelevant to his work as a reformer.
Okay. Could you give an example of a person that you believe taught a purely legal penal substitutionary type of justification prior to Luther?
I mean,
not.
I don't know why.
I know you think the New Testament.
Sure.
It, but
yeah. Well, I could. I mean, I suppose I could do that, but
why
purely, hold on. Could you describe what you want presented once again?
Yeah, Luther's doctrine of justification. Who taught that before Luther? Because it's not Augustine.
Yeah. Well, what? No, I was just wanting you to repeat, specifically, purely forensic.
The idea that what justifies the believer is the alien imputational righteousness of Christ and a dispositional change that God has towards you on the basis of that legal change.
That is not really an accurate definition of justification from a Lutheran perspective.
Okay, where is that wrong? Because the Lutheran sources I have define it that way, so feel free to correct me.
Yeah. Justification, God's verdict of righteousness is, this is not an abstract declaration. The basis of his being reconciled to mankind is the propitiation of that is offered by Christ on the cross, and on the basis of the atonement, God is propitious, and the gospel, the news, the proclamation that God is in fact propitious toward us, that he remembers our sins no more, that he has vindicated the Son in his resurrection. We could talk about, Luther doesn't believe that Jesus is damned, or that the Son, suffers damnation in the sense of being removed from the Godhead.
Well, what does it mean to be forsaken by
very
God and damned? I mean, he says that.
Yeah.
I gave you the sources.
Again, I mean, what is normative?
When I was reading Luther, I would use this argument all the time. And by the way, I said penal substitutionary atonement, so I'm not sure I didn't mention Christus Victor. I know you guys believe that, but I'm saying, where though, what am I saying that's incorrect? I'm not trying to misattribute the positions to you. Luther says, quote, "Gaze upon the heavenly picture of Christ, who descended into Hades or hell. For your sake, he was forsaken by God as one eternally damned." And then later on he says, one who was forsaken by God as damned. That's Luther's Works, volume 42. Is that not part of the transaction?
This is
that not the transaction?
I mean, look, if you will accept that, when the fathers speak in this way, of course they do.
No, they don't. No fathers teach that the Son was damned.
No, Luther doesn't teach that the Son was damned in the sense of being eternally separate. This is silly.
No, I didn't say eternal. On the cross, he suffered the equivalence of damnation. I'll give you another quote. Christ suffered damnation.
Yeah.
Lectures on Romans.
Yeah, I mean, as a what Christ says, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Yeah, that he was stricken, smitten by God, and afflicted, and
Okay,
that he was.
Is he suffering the equivalent of eternal damnation?
No, I
Well,
mean, what is the equivalent of eternal damnation? Well, probably rhetorical. Probably like yeah.
It's right here in the lectures on Romans.
What you're doing is you're fixating on. This is exactly what I said in my opening statement.
You understand? It's not just Luther. This is also other Reformation theologians too. John Calvin teaches this. John Packard.
And maybe. Okay. Yeah.
So it's not just me picking a couple things out of Luther. I used to hinge my TSA arguments on this when I was Protestant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So you're saying he doesn't teach this?
Let's pause this. Okay. I'm going to read you a few statements from Chrysostom.
From
and
what?
then you're going to, and then from Homilies on Colossians.
Okay.
Okay. He himself, though suffering punishment, did away with both the sin and punishment. He was punished.
Does that say damnation
on the cross?
You know what he says the punishment is? Same as what St. John Damascus says?
I mean, we have more. Okay.
Do you know what they say the punishment is? Because I've read them at length. They say the punishment is the severing of the human soul from the human body. It's death. It's not spiritual death. It's death in the body. That's John Damascus, book 3.
Well, then what does the forsakenness mean, if not simply what he says? My God, why hast thou forsaken?
It's by appropriation.
I agree with that. I agree with that.
No, you don't. Because appropriation means that he was not damned. Appropriation means that it was as if he was one. He was treated as if, or seen as if he was one damned from human beings.
And you don't think that he received divine wrath, that he suffered God's wrath.
He is a divine hypostasis. It's not possible.
The wrath he appeased by his death, and hath made us meet for the Father's love.
You're just assuming that the wrath is the punishment of death. It's not from the Father to the Son. He willingly assumed human nature to undergo death.
And yes, and receive the penalty due to sin,
which is physical death, severance of human soul.
Then why does Chrysostom explicitly stipulate the wrath of God?
Yeah, but how does that tell you whether it's just death or whether it's damnation? You're assuming that it means spiritual death and damnation, just like Luther.
All I need is, I just want to have a constant talk about wrath and that because Luther is not.
Doesn't tell you whether it's spiritual damnation or physical death. You're just assuming that.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you why it can't be that.
No, here's what.
It's a Trinitarian possibility.
Okay. Well, luckily for us, what is truly normative for churches which are confessionally Lutheran are the Lutheran confessions, and there are certain statements of Luther that are cited explicitly in support of certain doctrinal positions. Mm-hmm. And so there is an article in the Formula of Concord, which entitled On the Descent into Hell. Mm-hmm. And it cites, one of Luther's sermons on the topic from 1537. Okay. So a logomachy regarding, sort of different definitions of these terms, I don't think is getting us any nearer, to the question of whether Luther's doctrine, I guess this is maybe still the principal question, of whether it is a novelty, nowhere seen. Okay.
Where do you see
the question?
Where do you see the damnation? Can you find me a church father that specifies that it's a damnation on the part of the Father to the Son? Because that's what Luther's arguing.
I'm at the very end of Act 4 of Grim Dawn, and I'm fighting the voice of Chthon. It's or the will of Chthon. It's basically a giant flesh wall with a mouth, and I was kicking its ass, but I just died to it. Anyways, I'm gonna beat that.
No, that's what. I don't have what you have in front of you, and so I'm not, doing a close reading on a certain statement.
Okay, but as Luther, I mean, do you think that the exchange between God and man in terms of divine justice required that the Son, to propitiate the Father's wrath, undergo the equivalence.
The equivalence. Well, you see, that's that God, that the Son, the punishment that brought us peace was upon him. I mean, this is.
Or we do
these
damnation.
are not.
We're due damnation.
What's that?
Right? We were due. Damnation is our due, right?
The wages of sin is death.
And
the
is that
gift of God is
spiritual
eternal life?
death in
Yes.
your view?
Yes.
And physical
Ultimately.
Okay, so
Yes.
So in your
Separation
view,
from God,
that's
yeah.
what was due in the transaction. For Christ to fulfill it, he had to undergo the punishment, right? Which is damnation.
Yes. And okay.
So he
you know,
was. So 20 minutes to get.
No,
you
he
saved,
wasn't.
damn?
No. Because but here's the thing.
Oh, no,
because
he wasn't. Which one was
Christ is Christ. Well, death because he is Christ, because he is not a mere man, because death cannot hold him.
But you said a minute ago when you were arguing from Chrysostom that you think that he's arguing that he was damned. So which one is it?
Well,
Holy shit!
I think a helpful reframe, potentially.
That was like a 40-second
Would
pause. What a dead stop! Holy cow, man! Hey, I thought the stream was paused or buffering. I looked over and the guy just started. Man, brutal.
To go back to Philippians.
That's a stump.
Real quick, I just want to let you guys know we got about 10 to 12 minutes left in the open dialogue, and then we'll go ahead and get into the super chats.
Are we doing closing statements or no?
Yeah, we can do the closings
like a
first.
5 minute,
Yeah.
4 or 5 minute close. Okay, Philippians what now?
Yeah. Well.
Yes, got him! Slay the Logron, voice of Cthon! Woo!
Christ, being perfect God and perfect man, the Son of God, begotten of his Father before all worlds, and also the Son of Mary, born in the fullness of time, made in fashion as a man. He can do what we ourselves cannot. So there is perhaps a figure.
Holy cow! I beat it. All right, I think I can start the expansion for Grim Dawn now. One of 3. I beat that fucker. Yes. 122 hours. I love this game.
Speech to describe what Christ experiences in literally a temporal manner, because he dies on Friday and was raised from the dead. What he makes there is certainly a mystery here. How Christ, being both God and man, can experience what man would experience eternally in a temporal and finite way. But this is, of course, why he did what we cannot do, and what the mercy of God consists in.
Right. That's Luther's position.
That Christ
is that
intercedes. Yeah.
In that time on the cross, and then in the death, in that compacted time, he underwent.
In a mysterious way, yes.
Yeah,
yes. But not that he is.
But I don't care whether
damned.
Well, whether it's eternal or whether it's compacted into.
Well, it's not, because he's in heaven now, so it's clearly not eternal.
I'm saying that the argument that I make, it doesn't matter however you frame it, because he's a divine person, and you can never split the Trinity. And to say that one of the persons undergoes damnation means that the Father turns away from a person that he indwells. You familiar with perichoresis, which is the divine indwelling? Mm-hmm. Did the Father cease to indwell the Son?
Philippians 2, yeah. Pardon, what was the question?
Did the Father cease to indwell the Son when he turned against him and underwent this compacted damnation?
Compacted damnation. We don't believe that the Father suffered on the cross.
No. Did he turn from the Son and cease to indwell the Son?
I cease to indwell the Son. What do you mean, indwell the Son?
If the Son is damned, then perichoresis ends. The Father no longer indwells him.
Okay, so what do you mean by what do you mean by the Father indwelling the Son?
Perichoresis is the doctrine that each of the persons fully indwell the other persons.
Okay, yeah.
So is perichoresis no longer true when the Son is being damned? Does the Spirit no longer indwell the Son?
Jay, what I've already said is that how
it's a different
Christ, right? It is a different argument, but no, the relevance is still here, or rather, the irrelevance.
How is it? This is propitiation.
What I have said
how is it irrelevant?
is that what I have said is that it is a great mystery how Christ experiences what is clearly predicated of him.
No,
yes, okay. Well, the predication itself is clear that he was forsaken on the cross.
Yeah, but what does that mean? You're assuming that it means a form of spiritual damnation, and that's what I'm calling into question.
No, I'm not. This is what you keep bringing in.
You said it is a form of damnation.
No, you. If I said it was a form, no, I don't think I said it was a form of damnation.
Yes,
what I said.
What are you talking? You said in a mysterious way he's able to undergo that because he's a hypostatic union, unique subject.
For Christ to experience the wrath of God against sin, it is not, and which is something we do assert, it is not necessary to assert that he was damned. And you keep alluding to the statement.
So Luther's wrong in that, right? So first of all, Luther's wrong.
Okay, you keep alluding to this statement of Luther.
3 statements of Luther, not a statement. Three, not one.
Right. Okay. But an imprecise and rhetorical use of terms is not really the basis on which our confession is built.
Okay, but so it's not an equivalence. So God's justice doesn't mete out what's the equivalence. So even though we are due eternal damnation, Christ underwent, quote, wrath, which means what? Not spiritual punishment? Is there spiritual punishment on Christ? And what does that mean?
I mean, that's what it means is that the punishment which is due to sin, separation from God, the destruction of communion, right? That the way in which Christ is able to. Well, what is damnation?
Separation from God.
Separation from God. Yeah, I mean.
Okay, so now it is
in a certain
person being. So he's no longer in the Trinity. Is the Holy Spirit from the Son too?
No. Does the Holy Spirit turn from? I'm not answering that question. I'm trying to get at what you're saying.
It's the same argument with the person of the Father. I mean, it's Trinitarian. So if the Father rejects the Son, does the Holy Spirit reject the Son? Do you see why this leads to so many absurdities, this stupid doctrine? I'm not being mean to you. I'm saying the doctrine of Reformation is retarded.
No, I don't, because you're not actually presenting, you're not presenting.
I'm questioning you on your position.
The argument in
what do you mean?
No.
You've returned. Is it finished then? So our great moment of triumph is soured with tragedy. The cults defeated the necropolis marks humanity's first major victory in this conflict, proving that we are not going to simply lie down and let ourselves be wiped out by fiends and spirits.
And Muslims.
Word of this victory will spread and give people hope that someday this nightmare will truly be over. Yet we cannot forget those who sacrificed their lives to bring us here. Brave men and women of the Black Legion who took up arms in the defense of Uralai, a nation that scorned them as criminals, outcasts, and even traitors. In death, they were none of those things. They died as heroes. But I refuse to count Ulgrim among the dead just yet. I owe him that much. I could use your help. Are you with me?
Journal of Inquisitor Creed, 9th entry. This is a big deal. Lore bonus 2000. Okay, so man, I just beat Grim Dawn, the base game. Now the game can start with all the DLC. Woo! Epic.
To hew closely to the statements made by the apostles, and to affirm that Christ suffered the wrath of God in making a propitiation for our sins, and that those whose hearts are regenerated unto faith in this promised redemption and in the forgiveness of sins are blessed, is perhaps the most simple way to put it. Your question regarding what exactly the wrath of God consists in and how it is that Christ experiences the wrath of God against sin is not ultimately answerable. That he does is what we confess.
Okay. I mean, Luther answers that it's not answerable because it causes a problem for the Trinity, and that's why I think you went with that line of argumentation. So I'll leave it there.
Well,
we can do that.
It's certainly legitimate to, pull on this line of inquiry and, not having. It's legitimate to raise these questions. Not having the same works in front of me, knowing how he's contextualizing his own use of these terms, and and again, the norm for the understanding of Luther's personal theology is ultimately his confessional theology. Where he is, I guess, making sure not to speak with imprecision, not speaking in any figures of speech. One thing he says in a particular sermon on this topic, on the topic of Christ's descent into hell, is the importance of not straying into speculation regarding how all of this is accomplished, because there are apparent problems for us from our vantage point. But he says, thus also one finds it often painted on the walls, how Christ descended with a choir cape and with a banner in his hand. He comes before hell and strikes and slays the devil with the banner. He storms hell and brings out his own. This is how they depict it when they put on a drama for the children at Christmas Eve or Easter Eve. It pleases me greatly when they depict Christ's descent in this way for the simple, when they play or sing or recite. We should let it remain just this simple and not trouble ourselves so much with high and lofty thoughts about how it might have taken place, since indeed it did not happen bodily, as Christ surely remained in the grave for the 3 days. Now, it's interesting because not all Lutheran theologians share the opinion that it was some are going to propound a further mystery of, how Christ descended into hell, but not to suffer. There's no tradition within Lutheranism about Christ's suffering continuing in hell. It's entirely as a declaration of his victory, and really a proclamation of the defeat of death and the forgiveness of sins. So it's not, all that is to say, I can't, and I'm not, interested in doing like, textual criticism of Luther's passing comments on this, although they're interesting topics. In those statements, which are not themselves, normative for my tradition as a Lutheran, or really necessarily, Protestantism in general, even though they are not necessarily, normed by any of Luther's theology, confessional or otherwise, in the same manner that mine is. So I don't.
I can't type on this real quickly, so I'm just gonna use my voice. Grim Dawn, what is the DLC playlist? Play order, I mean. What is the Grim Dawn DLC play order? I think it's Ashes of Malmouth. Base games, Acts 1 through 4, Ashes of Malmouth. Okay. Starts immediately after the base game ends. Okay, so I would just start that up later on. Okay. Just double checking.
See that as, I don't see that as a grave problem. Maybe yeah, and it isn't. I don't think it has the import that you are asserting regarding it. But go ahead. I don't know if we're still connected.
Yeah, I'm here.
Right.
What are we gonna do?
Cool.
Closing
Yeah, I
statement?
was gonna say, Jay, he opened first. So if you want to respond to his statement, and then I'll let him start his closing statement. 2 to 5 minutes max, and then we'll let you end it.
Yeah, so I want to point out that, again, the reason I went to this doctrine is that it's not a speculative doctrine. It's pretty clearly stated by not just Lutherans, but many people in the Reformation tradition, many people that I used to belong to, not just older Lutherans or Calvinists. For example, John Piper has recently said, Christ was damned in our place. This is his Desiring God blog. I can give you these links if you want them. We have, for example, Lorraine Bettner pointing out that the Son underwent separation from God. His suffering was the equivalent of all of his people suffering in hell for all of eternity. John MacArthur says that the essence of this punishment was the outpouring of God's wrath against sinners poured out upon the Son. That's Murder of Jesus, page 219. We have statements, for example, from, again, I want to read Luther's again because they're brief. The curse and the damnation is very clear here. He says, quote, for even Christ suffered a damnation and dereliction to a degree greater than all of the saints. His sufferings were not, as some imagine, easy, for he really and truly offered himself for us to eternal damnation to God the Father. Luther says that he is the image of the grace of God against sin, which he assumed and overcame by his perfect obedience. He is the heavenly image, the one that was forsaken by God as damned. That is spiritual damnation. That is a very explicit terminology. When Luther explains, Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani, my God, why have you forsaken me? He says, for your sake, he was forsaken by God as one damned. So these are statements from Luther himself. I can give you 10 more from John Calvin, John Wycliffe. It's a very well-known John Owen. Many of the Reformation divines across the classical magisterial Reformation tradition affirm this doctrine, and it is an anti-Trinitarian, ridiculous doctrine, and it's really the hinge of penal substitutionary atonement in any of the traditions. So I would say that alone is a kill shot for this position, and I would hope that there would be a poll for this debate as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it up the moment that we enter the Q&A.
Okay.
But go ahead, Trent, if you want to respond to that and kind of work it into maybe a closing statement. It's okay if it's not right up to 5 minutes. You can just respond and also quick statement if you want to do that. Totally up to you. And then Jay will give his very last.
Yeah, it was an hour and 30 minutes.
Wow. Oh, I thought that was the final statement, but
whatever. Okay. Little misunderstanding. That's fine.
I'll end it there. That could be my final statement.
Cool. Trent, then we'll give you the final word.
Sure. There is certainly in the citation of various Reformed and Protestant theologians generally that Jay just read, there are certainly statements that I don't agree with or that were uncareful in the way they formulate this. Luther perhaps was uncareful. I don't have it in front of me. But not so much necessarily uncareful as there's a certain reality of an equivocation in terms in the use of simile and certain rhetorical devices when articulating theology. It's a peril, of course, for a man's sermons to be recorded, often by stenography, and which is why the more sure guide for theology, for any of man's clear theological positions, is to be found in the more careful formulations of, for example, the Book of Concord, which, even if Luther is not the author of all the documents in there, and he certainly is not, it is representative of the doctrine that he taught, both those documents that he wrote and those which are authored by others. When describing the mystery of our salvation and the manner in which Christ was forsaken, we are dealing with an ineffable mystery, but we should be wise not to be led away from the core of the matter, which is not how, but that Christ suffered the wrath of the Father in our place, which is itself not a novel proposition. And when it is in fact explored further in the statements of the early fathers, notably Chrysostom, the Cappadocians, Augustine, Ambrose, and others, you do find the doctrine of you do find Luther's doctrine, if we would call it that, because it isn't Luther's doctrine. It is simply a misrepresentation to say that no one had ever taught regarding the sufficiency of the salvation, the justification is by grace alone, through faith alone. Again, with whether the phrase or simply the grammar of that sense is in mind there, that this is a novelty nowhere before seen until Luther. Certainly, what Luther asserts is that even if it were the case that the articulation of this did not match his, that the scriptures themselves are clear, and that they are indeed fully sufficient for the proclamation of this truth, and that the statements of our Lord, the statements of the apostles, do in fact, under examination and with the witness of the fathers, affirm that salvation is by grace through faith, and certainly the various definitions of these terms given to much wrangling, and we weren't able to map all of that here. Would love to maybe come on again for another discussion, since certainly any number of rabbit trails suggested themselves as we were talking. And ultimately, I have nothing to add to that.
Okay, well, I appreciate you for giving your closing statement. Jay, you as well. If you gentlemen would like to take a quick bathroom break before the Q&As, you're welcome to do that. Get some coffee, and then I'll start reading those here in just a second. Just want to do a quick shout out to Farm Easy Bank. These guys are sponsoring a bunch of our live online stream debates. They're big fans, and they would like to let you know that you can get your prescriptions, whatever they might be, in the categories that they provide, which is pretty wide, such as ivermectin, fenbendazole, Fildina, and tons of different weight loss products even, like semaglutide is one that they specifically provide. And they use fast, secure shipping directly to your doorstep, and James can vouch for them, as he would like me to say, because he does get any of his medications that he needs, when he's sick, antibiotics, whatever they provide that he has the need for.
You are going to put a poll up?
I am, straight to his door. And you can get discounts right on the QR code there. So appreciate y'all letting me read that real quick. And for the Farm Easy Bank for supporting the channel. We are going to get into the Q&A as soon as Jay comes back. Get your super chats in. We got a lot to read here. The poll is going up soon as I get this browser open. 1 second. All right. Chat, get off my back. It's up. It's up. Poll maxing? That's funny.
By the way, I didn't mean to cut you off. I just had to pee really bad. I apologize.
That's all good. The chat's saying you're poll maxing.
Is that what happens when I whip it out to go to the bathroom? the poll is maxing.
That's a poll fallacy, Jay. All right. Yeah, as soon as he comes back, we'll read the first one here. I got them mostly organized by amount so we can hit those big ones first. They paid for your time, so get those knocked out. Then we'll hit the 10s. We'll hit the 5s. You guys who sent the 2s, gotta do better. Gotta do better. You know these are busy men. Guy has 8 kids. I didn't bring that up. He did. But good for him, honestly. Now, I super don't blame him for not knowing how Zoom works, knowing that it's a lot. I got 1, and she's a handful. All right, guys. I know what you want. And it's up, so stop asking.
I got to vote in the poll. I saw
Let me
that.
see if one of these is aimed directly at... Oh, quit sending the unk alerts, guys. That takes up like my whole screen. Do they do that? Do they send you those unk alerts on your channel, Jay? I imagine 10 times more.
Probably.
Okay. That's not Trent.
What the fuck?
This is the first time that's ever happened.
It's muted. Some new guy just came and
But,
sat down.
This one isn't to anyone specifically, so I mean, if he wants to answer it too, but I don't even think it's a question, so I'll just go ahead and read it.
Who is this fucking guy who just
Francis
sat down?
Dasa sent 20, and he says, Thomistic simplicity, ADS, leads to Scotism, or Scotism. Then Occam's voluntaristic nominalism, leading to Protestant autonomous epistemic humanism, Enlightenment deism, pantheism, and as St. Palamas warned, Jean Melcier's antheism, or atheism. Look like an N. I'll zoom in on this. I think this guy's trying to educate me on how to say these words.
He's muted. Who the fuck is this guy who just appeared?
But yeah, that didn't necessarily call for a response. So thank you for the 20. Francois Dassa. You're muted, Trent. Stand in. I didn't mute you, but it's internal on his computer or microphone.
Is this guy embarrassing? Why would he get on? No, we can't hear you. Backup second
Is
debater?
everything all right with Trent? Can you give me a nod?
I think this dude showed up and killed him and took his place.
All right. Well, I hope that's not the case.
So this psycho showed up and killed him and took his place.
Who the fuck is this guy?
Doesn't know how to work a microphone.
Chat's saying it's a very orthodox beard, though. I mean,
What the fuck? Is this
I don't
why
know
the
how his
stream went
setup
first?
works, so I'm not sure what to press for you. I can't unmute you on my end. It's not in the Zoom.
This guy definitely
so I would
wants
imagine
to try
it's,
and debate Jay
system
more. But
panels. Yeah, someone get Mike some hydroxychloroquine. Thank you, Steve. 2520.
that's funny. Who the hell?
All right. Not a
is that
Mossad
guy?
agent for 20 says,
Not a
Jay,
Mossad-
thank you. As a new catechumen, you have helped me unlearn false assumptions and grow in faith. MDD, thank you for debates like this as they have played a part in my journey into the fullness of the body of Christ. JJ.
Awesome. Yeah, many years.
All right. So this next 20 is for Trent. So hope he's okay.
I mean, he's brought another
This is-
Lutheran debater in, which is like not
wait,
the policy of how we do.
Yeah,
shit
this
here.
is totally
Right.
Yeah, that's
insane. And this
typically-
guy
If I
is
bring in
still
other
here.
Orthodox people to debate for me,
Can you hear me or can you not?
N-
Because
Oh
Now
yeah,
we
now
can.
we can
audio
hear
is working
you.
on
What are
my
you
end.
Yeah,
doing here?
this is the
Okay,
first
yeah,
time
that's-
we've been able to hear
We
you.
were having a fight between a pair of AirPods and a pair of JBL. So, tech is what it is.
Oh, that's so
Okay.
funny.
What
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 are
I
you doing
said
here?
before I realized I was muted is, may I purchase, as it were, 2 minutes from the chair just to make an important point here?
Oh God, you're
If that is fine
pathetic.
with
I
the
don't
other
think that's
debater.
how it works, unfortunately.
Nope,
No,
you
I'm
weren't
not here to
invited to
debate.
debate.
Well, that's fine
Fuck
with the other
off.
debater.
I'm not
I'm
interested
asking.
in interacting
Yeah,
with you.
yeah.
So, no.
We would need Trent back because these super chats are directed at him.
Trent's just taking a brief break. He actually undersold himself. He has 9 children.
Wow, this
Because
guy
we do
is a
count
fucking
pregnancies as
bastard.
children in Christianity. We don't consider them not to be persons. And so he actually has 9. And so he is dealing with his wife because she is dealing with the children. So he's trying to help. So I've subbed in for him.
Understood.
I am a little
No,
bit
he
well,
said
but
he
yeah.
tagged him in.
I wouldn't.
Yeah,
I wouldn't.
I
Yeah, I wouldn't be able to allow that.
I'm not interacting with
Sorry,
this guy.
brother.
He acts like a fed, so I'm not doing it.
Fed.
I appreciate.
Well, I
literally.
think that counts as
This is the guy who
slander,
calls
actually, at
for.
this
He
point.
calls
What
for
are you
the
doing in my
death.
chair?
He calls
I got
for
him
the
back. If you'd
unaliving
like
of
Trent back,
Orthodox.
he's done
done
dealing
it
Yeah,
like
he's
6
back
times, so-
because it was
Yes,
rebuffed.
Mr. Trent, if you could rejoin us.
You
fucking failed.
Apologies.
I-
It doesn't
Give
work
us
that
1
way,
minute, I gotta
man.
get his headphones working.
Yeah.
He's
The
gonna-
fucking Bonnie Face group brought the whole group. This is pathetic. Fucking bastard. Literally brought a backup debater to make an endpoint. What a loser.
Somebody to leave because I'm only debating one dude today.
Yeah, fuck this guy. This is insane. This is so inappropriate.
This is the guy who
Slander,
calls
actually, at
for.
this
He
point.
calls
What
for
are you
the
doing in my
death.
chair?
He calls
I got
for
him
the
back. If you'd
unaliving
like
of
Trent back,
Orthodox.
he's done
done it
dealing
like
with
6
the
times.
children.
So
Yes, Mr. Trent, if you could rejoin us.
I
Apologies.
brought him.
Apologies. It doesn't
Give
work
us
that
1
way,
minute, I gotta
man.
get his headphones working.
He's
Yeah.
dealing
he's
with
gonna
his
need
wife,
his
but he's
buddy
got
to
a
leave
drink
'cause
and
I'm only
cigarettes.
debating one dude today.
All right. I do have chats for
At this
Trent
point,
whenever
the
you're
other
ready,
debater
Trent.
is acting in an anti-Christian manner, and so now I would like to have 2 minutes to respond.
You're
No!
the one that
Because
calls
at
for
this
our
point, he is acting
man,
in a way
not
that is
interacting.
I gotta-
unbecoming of a
that
Christian.
yeah,
calls
no,
for the
I-
death of Orthodox
I
people,
gotta
you fed.
ask you to just hold it, man. I gotta finish this up
Unbelievable.
with Trent per the agreement I have personally. I don't want to have to end this debate before I get to read these chats for Trent specifically. These people did pay to interact with him, not you.
Yeah, so get off the
That's
screen,
Well,
motherfucker.
actually, you may be surprised if you check your chats with whom they wanted to interact. That
Sir,
aside,
get the
I
fuck
will
off
get
the
Trent
screen.
back with his
or get
audio
closed.
working, as long as the record
Motherfucker.
reflects that Jay Dyer has now run away from a debate he offered 3 times.
This is just already an agreed upon time slot, man.
There you go.
Nobody cares about you and your Fed speak. You call for the death of Orthodox people like 6 times in a row. Get out of here, you fat Fed.
And you're muted again. This guy is so
Go back
fucking
to the lemon
incompetent.
meringue in the kitchen. Get out of here.
Fucking piece of shit. Get the fuck out. What the fuck was that? That's bullshit. Can't believe that. That's so embarrassing for that guy. And he tagged him in. Suddenly he's just back with a drink, getting a smoke out.
Firestorm in the chats, aren't I? Yes, I am. Okay, great. That's funny. But
What a piece
as
of
soon as
shit.
Trent's back on, I just asked him to unmute.
And your faggot friend's still in the background. I
Man,
can see his
smokes in the
elbow.
house.
All right, sorry. Had to take a break, use the bathroom.
Understood.
You
I
suck.
probably could have been a little bit more clear on maybe like a good time to try to keep it to, but I appreciate your family, man. Just next time, I can't really have anyone else pop in here unaccounted for or unagreed upon. So
Deeply
sorry for that.
inappropriate.
Understood.
Now, if there is a question directed at you and you want to field the question just for a quick, tell you, but then not him tell us, I mean, I can't control who's in your room, man. So that's on you. But we do want to hear from you specifically. These chats are directed at you. And now that you're back, I'm going to read this one
What
for
a
you.
loser.
we'll get this
Unbelievable. I
train
can't
back on
believe
the
that
tracks.
just happened.
Jmar 268520 Boniface, what is your justification for determining who gets to decide what books go in the Bible?
My justification for that is that it's often made out to be a much more ornate process for forming the canon than in reality it actually was. One thing that I like the fact that Jay mentioned in his interview with Tucker is that the liturgical use of these books really from the sub-apostolic age, or the apostolic age itself, of course, the continuous use, the actual firsthand knowledge that these were, from the hand of the apostles, that these were apostolic, that they had the sanction not just of the teachers of the church, but of the entire the believing congregation, the disciples as they grew in number. This was known. This was not a secret matter. It wasn't a cryptic matter. So what was the continuous use and attestation by ordinary human standards? Of this text. Every church, every congregation has had a copy of this. Since before the Apostle John. The test of apostolicity is not, again, it's not esoteric. It doesn't require extra verification for the fact that the church, represented through its bishops, convening together and reaffirming, which is what it was, and confessing, bearing witness to the fact that these are indeed the apostolic books. And of course, historically, we can't get away from there is the Homolegumena, about which there was never any question. Well, never any question among whom? Not just the bishops, but certainly the bishops as they represented all of the believers in Christ who hear and know the voice of their shepherd and of his apostles. The witness of the councils is not does not add something or that was lacking. It affirms, it reinforces, what has been known, what was known and accepted in perpetuity from the beginning by the churches of God.
All right, Jay, you want to give a quick response to that?
Yeah, I think that you can just simply look at the canon that was accepted universally in the apostolic canons in the 4th century in the East, and the Council of Rome under Pope Damasus in the West in the 4th century. And both of those canonical normative lists included the deuterocanonical texts as normative part of Scripture. It's a secondary canon, but it is useful for instruction and for theology. And that would undercut the Lutheran argumentation that they shouldn't be included because, according to Luther, they don't, quote, preach the word of God. So as you see, you're following a sectarian and not the traditional first 1,500 years of the church.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because Luther actually, the Lutherans did retain the Deuterocanon. Not absolutely everything in the Deuterocanon. But I would say similarly to how the Anti-Legomena were received. And in fact, you do have Lutheran theologians such as Chemnitz who explicitly, he makes that distinction. He says that, in the same way that the prophets and the law and the prophets, and together, which, he includes the Psalms and the wisdom literature as well as being inspired, as being words of prophecy, that those, even the term the Deuterocanon, attests its, a secondary status, not in the sense that it is not, I don't even know if they would say it is not scripture. And for example, Luther himself preaches on the Apocrypha, on the Deuterocanon.
Okay, but Luther says
it is
that
received
when
as
it
edifying.
teaches the necessity of good works or prayers for the dead, Luther does not accept those.
The necessity of good works, he absolutely accepts that. As far as the necessity of prayers
he
for the dead.
specifically rejects passages in Sirach and other places that require works for salvation, and he rejects things like,
depending on what you mean, the necessity of good works is certainly something we affirm.
Bible? Did he include the Deuterocanon in his?
Yes.
And you're saying he believes in prayers for the dead?
The topic of prayers for the dead, it's interesting because in the Apology of the Augsburg Confession, probably the most exhaustive statement in the Lutheran Book of Concord, the topic is mentioned very briefly, and it's only to say which we do not forbid. And so there's a cognizance of the piety which animates intercession for loved ones who have died. I don't think you see the same the repetitious prayers for the dead. So even well into the 19th century, you see something in like Stark's prayer book.
But isn't it the case that Luther said they were not useful for theology, right? For doctrine.
I mean, he may have said that. I mean, they continue to have use within the Lutheran churches for quite a long time. I mean, we use them as our churches use them. They read them.
Could they be used to prove prayers for the dead?
Prove what about prayers for the dead?
That it's an acceptable practice to pray for the dead.
I think so. And again, like that's not actually a major. I mean, sort of simply put, that's not a major contention. That this is, and this actually would incur for us the accusation that we're not Protestant enough. I mean, this is sometimes something that Lutherans get. Catholics don't like us because we started the whole thing, and some of the other Protestants don't like us because they don't think we finished. But that's not a major bone of contention. In the details of what exactly those prayers accomplish, why they're offered, whether as simple commendation of the dying or of the dead. In fact, these are prayers that we pray. Probably not, and they don't occupy the same place in our piety. But it's not the bone of contention that it is made out to be, I would say.
All right, Jay, one more response if you like. I did want to give a little bit more time to those $20 super chats. So as we get into the tens, maybe we'll take half the time on these next
ones. What's interesting is that, and we've seen this in the debate, Luther changed his positions over time, and many individual church fathers changed their positions over time. Augustine changed his positions over time. So I think that the idea that we'll start a church around a guy and that he's the guy that kind of reforms the church back to what it's supposed to be itself, I think is kind of preposterous, because, I mean, do I go with early Luther, which was still very Roman Catholic, or the more mature Martin Luther that was less papal, we could say? That's the thing, is like, if we're hinging it on one dude, it's really not that different than papism. Papism is hinged on one guy in Rome. This is hinged on one guy, supposedly, but it really depends on which era you want to choose. And then actually, by the time of the later Lutheran confessions, they reject several things that Luther himself taught. So we're in an ongoing, evolving tradition, and it's not the tradition of the first 1,000 years.
Yeah, if I could respond to that just a little bit. I mean, it is true to look at the full arc of a theologian, and it would be a mistake. And fairly, it's one that I think some Lutherans and some Protestants do commit, to see Luther as so central, or even what you said, that he started a church in this. Certainly, he didn't understand his own work that way.
I mean, isn't your church named after the dude?
Yeah. I mean, he didn't like that, of course, but you don't get to pick these things.
But
early on, they were
it's kind of a
evangelization. Yeah.
I mean, sectarians can't avoid it. So there you go.
Yeah. I mean, if you probably didn't choose the name Eastern Orthodoxy, right? The preferred term is we are the Orthodox Church, and
it's Orthodox,
and of course, yeah, sure. So
we're not named
as far as
dude, so.
Yeah. No, and it kind of is what it is as far as that goes. The description of the name is what it is. But you
sorry
said
to interrupt, Trent.
early Luther,
we do got to move on. We went from justification for determining books in the Bible to wherever we're at now. So my job is just to keep it going here, so we can get as many of these read as possible.
All right, so thanks. Yeah, not used to this format, so thanks for holding me out.
Yeah, I just got to kind of do it when I do it. But so those were 20, so I allotted a little more time. In these 10s, probably like a third of that time, since we're kind of breaking into it. And then when we get to the 5s, definitely more like 2-minute tops. So we can get through all of them, because people are still sending them with very relevant things to what we were just talking about. All right, so Hoffnung755 sends 10. He says, what's the ultimate authority for your church, and how do you know that? I'll let you both answer this, whoever wants to go first.
Yeah, the ultimate authority for the Orthodox Church is Christ himself, obviously. but also we would say that Christ himself appointed apostles and their successors. So when Christ said, "He who hears you hears me," and then we look at the letters to Timothy, Paul ordains successors. He lays hands on Timothy. He says, don't hastily lay hands on anyone after you, because through the laying on of hands is the transfer of the gift of the Holy Spirit. So for us, that's apostolic succession. And one example, it mirrors Numbers 11, for example, in the Old Testament, of laying on of hands, and that's a historical reality. And so churches that lack that sever themselves in significant ways, like Calvinists or Lutherans, they no longer have the four marks of the church. And the four marks of the church are one, Holy, Catholic, Apostolic, and they have to be understood in the same way that was understood at the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed's creation at Constantinople I. So for us, those are the authorities, the ecumenical councils, the apostolic teaching, and Christ himself.
All right, go ahead, Trent.
Yeah, we affirm that Christ is the church's head, and he is the Lord of the church. He is the church's head. Where we would differ certainly is the place of Scripture. This is not something that is particularly the sufficiency of Scripture to serve in this manner, and its transparency, its clarity, as the living and active Word of God, which makes one wise into salvation, is very clearly affirmed in the early fathers. I take, for example, St. Athanasius: "The holy and inspired Scriptures are fully sufficient for the proclamation of truth." St. Gregory of Nyssa: "We are not entitled to such license, namely, of affirming whatever we please, for we make sacred Scripture the rule and norm of every doctrine. Upon that we are obliged to fix our eyes, and we approve only whatever can be brought into harmony with the intent of these writings." And this is something that St. Paul himself is going to affirm when he exhorts Christians to test spirits. Test them against what? Against what can be certainly affirmed to be the words of the apostles. You can't have two principal norms. There can only be one. Highlander was right about that. But the idea that apostolic succession entails the sort of necessary second interpretive tradition without which Scripture is a dead letter, cannot be known, cannot make one wise into salvation, leaves one blind and in the dark. Certainly we believe that there are, in a certain sense, successors of the apostles. The ministry continues, the ordination of teachers and bishops in the New Testament sense of that term, as those who oversee the flock of Christ and preach the gospel in season and out. We would see that as not being a separate and elevated, distinct office that's different from a presbyter. But when you speak of apostolic succession, we don't believe that what is sort of fully propounded under that term in later generations of the church, especially in Eastern Orthodoxy and Roman Catholicism, is what you really find in the Fathers when they talk about the necessity of tradition and what its role is in relation to Scripture. Rather, you find again these very clear statements of the full sufficiency of Scripture as the norm and touchstone for doctrine.
Can we have like a time limit?
In fact,
we can't have sermons for every question.
Please interrupt me. I'm sorry. If you need to interrupt me, then do so.
Just super chats, man. You gotta make it quick.
On the $10 ones, I was going to allot for a max of 3 minutes, which included a back and forth, but we didn't get there. We were at 2:45, 2:30ish. So we'll call it there. If Jay wants to respond, he can. Otherwise, we'll just hit the next 10.
I'll just say that, in a lot of the statements where the church fathers are speaking of sufficiency or proficiency, etc., or the necessity of using the Scriptures, the same church fathers also have similar statements about tradition, oral tradition, etc. So it's not a proof of sola Scriptura or something like that. We also agree that the Scriptures are absolutely necessary.
Okay. Thank you, Hoffnung, for that. Gnostic Academy since 10. He says, English-speaking Orthodox mainly read from the KJV, a Protestant translated Bible. If Prots don't have apostolic authority, then why do Orthos read from a Prot translation? Okay, I'm assuming that's going towards you first, Jay. Go ahead.
Because the King James Version used the received text, the Textus Receptus, which is the patriarchal Orthodox text.
Okay, you want
to? Yeah, I actually don't. There's not a great deal of disagreement there. I mean, we're also. I mean, I don't want to talk, take too much of a I won't make myself a spokesman too much. I myself Luther preferred the received text, and I don't necessarily see that as a mark against orthodoxy myself.
Okay. Next super chat is from FPV Flight 74214 for 10. He says, when did ancient church have its lampstand removed? If Luther taught a different gospel than the early patristics, isn't that a system level defeated? In Galatians 1:6-9 is the very last thing he put in parentheses.
I don't believe that the ancient church as a whole had its lampstand removed, so I wouldn't accept that frame.
Do you have any idea?
I mean, I don't know if he's done or not, but I would say that I think that is a strong argument, because if they didn't teach what is the gospel according to Martin Luther, then the church lost the gospel.
Yeah, well, what's the format? Do I?
You can go back and forth. If it goes on too long, or you're not kind of answering a little.
So Luther doesn't believe that the church is ever, without the gospel, in the sense that the word of, because he believes that in the liturgy of the church and the scriptures themselves, however much they are accessible, and that varies, of course, over the centuries, that the people still are hearing the gospel and the words of Scripture. That there is, in fact, and this is a term of art that's especially used in Lutheranism, but that there is, in every generation of the church, even now, a felicitous inconsistency, which is to say, in the formal expressions of doctrine, people may err through a certain simplicity of mind, but that is not in itself an indication that they do not trust that Jesus Christ has made atonement for their sins, that he is their Savior. They very likely, many people do not have that fully worked out as to exactly how that is, but that it is something that they believe. Faith being a gift and something worked in them.
There's 1 hour left on this, and I'm just wondering if this guy's going to actually try and bring that dude back. Just fast forwarding. I'm just curious if that guy comes back on. No. Okay. I had that was the most exciting thing.
As little children.
So was there a church father or a person in the first 1500 years that believed in something equivalent to the Lutheran view of justification by faith alone?
I spent a lot of time debating that. This is where I'm going to say yes. Okay. And the as far as the at length demonstration, that's certainly something I'm very interested in doing. It's part of my work.
Okay, well, we could do a separate debate. I mean, who are a couple of people that you think taught that, and where?
Yeah, well, you see, I'm not going to claim that in all of its formal articulation.
Okay, who comes close?
No, Ambrose, Augustine, Chrysostom, Basil, Gregory, and the other Gregory.
Which work of Augustine comes close to Luther's justification by faith alone?
Grace and Free Will, against Pelagius. I mean, quite a lot. I mean, you don't really want to sit here and read full quotes.
I've read those. Those all teach infused righteousness. So how is that anywhere?
Yeah, I mean, that's going to be qualified quite a bit.
Well, that's how Rome rejects the Lutheran view, by saying we reject Luther's view because we affirm infused righteousness. So that's a key point of departure.
Yeah, right. And
so
you said truly that
last point here.
Yeah. So there is not a ultimately, Luther's going to affirm, and correctly, that what is clearly taught in the scriptures is often clearly witnessed to by the fathers. A lot of what they've said, is going to depend on the exact nature of the controversy that they're engaged in at the time.
You name two works that
so
infuse righteousness, though. So that's not Lutheran at all.
It depends on what you mean by it. I mean, this is qualified endlessly on both sides of the debate.
No, there's nobody that doubts
some of
that Augustine teaches infused righteousness. There's literally no one doubts that. I
yeah,
got the
right.
Lutheran.
Well, sure, but what I'm saying is that the term itself does not actually have an entirely stable definition. As Augustine,
we're gonna have to leave it right there, or else we are gonna run out of time, gentlemen. Nick at Night sends $10 and says, "Atheists are more coherent than Protestants." Very quick pithy response from you both, if you would.
Sometimes.
No.
All right, moving on.
Actually, I agree. Sometimes, and the same can be said of the Orthodox and the Roman Catholics.
Being fair to all of them.
He's getting mad.
We got Green Emperor 3022 for 10.
Very
says,
passive aggressive
are
dude.
you aware of the last 10 to 5 years of scholarship that has gone against forensic justification, like Jason Staples, Paul and the Resurrection of Israel, and John Barclay, Paul and the Gift?
Yes, I disagree with it.
Well, that was to you specifically, Jay. If you want to just say, yeah, I know about that
I
stuff.
don't have any comment.
All right, Alchemist since 10, and he says, without tone policing by calling them a psycho or making fun of their sweater, is there any reason you won't debate men like Corey Mahler, James White, or Peter Diamond on topic defending EO positions?
Yeah, I've stated many times, number one, James White didn't offer a actual debate. What he said was, I'll debate you on a separate topic from what I originally offered years earlier. And he would only do it if I was in a driving distance of his RV. So it wasn't actually a debate, it was a separate debate if I was in driving distance. I don't even know where he lives, nor do I care. Corey Mahler explicitly has said about 5 or 6 times that Orthodox people should be put to death. I'm not going to interact with people like that. And I think the Diamond Brothers are a cult, and they make legal threats all the time when people debate them. So no, these are people that are not going to ever interact with me.
You did not mention the sweater, thank you. Eider Bolus sends 10, and he says, Jay is...
Real quick, I'm just going to go ahead and add this. I have to use the bathroom real quickly. God. I'll be right back. Okay. Alrighty. Just try to take my dogs out, and they just didn't give a damn at all. They didn't want. I'll try again in an hour. Where were we? Rewinding. 30 seconds. Here we go.
Separate debate if I was in driving distance. I don't even know where he lives, nor do I care. Corey Mahler explicitly has said about 5 or 6 times that Orthodox people should be put to death. I'm not going to interact with people like that. And I think the Diamond Brothers are a cult, and they make legal threats all the time when people debate them. So, no, these are people that are not going to ever interact with me.
You did not mention the sweater. Thank you. Eider Bolus sends 10, and he says, Jay is way too hung up on the word damned. He's playing semantics.
I'm using Luther's terminology, and we saw that when we asked what the equivalence for propitiation was and what was due to us, he agreed initially that what was due to us was damnation, and that's a spiritual damnation. And that is not what Chrysostom nor any of the church fathers teach you. Look at John of Damascus' On the Orthodox Faith, book 3. Go down to chapter 15, and he begins to explain what happens at the death of Christ. That's the normative position of all the church fathers across the board. It's the severing of the human soul from the human body. No church fathers teach that Jesus was damned by the Father, because it obviously results in anti-Trinitarian nonsense.
Yeah, that's a topic that I think would take more time to flesh out fully. It's one in which there are different senses of words being employed in different contexts, and that can lead to misunderstanding, especially if in an alien context. Legitimately, that's the topic on the table, which is why, from a confessional Lutheran Protestant standpoint, I would say that in those events where there is clarity lacking in that sense, we assiduously are going to insist on our written confessions being the norm, through which those things are interpreted.
All righty, thank you. This next super chat from Jim Burns Jr. for 10 is kind of related to that one. He said, Jesus was not damned. The word damned means to be dammed up from receiving the water of life, the truth. When one is blinded by desire, he is removed from seeking the rest of the truth. Damned.
That is not what the word damned means. It does not mean to be dammed up from receiving the water of life. That's retarded word concept fallacy.
Jay is entirely correct.
So they're not talking about beavers. Got it. All right. We have a couple more 10s that came in and 120. And we'll start with this 10 because it doesn't require any response. Square is best for 10 says, what a plot twist. I think we all know what that was referencing.
I missed something.
I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably your stupid friend.
Tigooch, that is how you say it. For 10 says, why is Corey at your house while you debate Jay? Is he sitting in the corner chair now?
No.
Okay.
Well, why is he? Because he was visiting. He's a friend.
He's a friend,
and I can't
part
do
of the
this,
Boniface group.
I do want to read the chat.
Yeah, it's so weird that he's part of a group. They just happen to be together when they're on a live stream.
Nikas, I think it says. Yeah, Nikas 4931 said for $100. Thank you for that. He said give Corey 2 minutes. It does not work that way, unfortunately.
Thanks for the
sorry
cash.
If you're disappointed with your purchase, I'm not in charge of the.
I mean, we had a similar
handling of
situation with a Muslim guy wanted to do a debate on Sneako's channel. We were going to set that up, and then it turns out this is a guy who regularly doxes people. So, no, I do have lines that I draw with who I interact with.
And that's totally fair. I mean, you don't go on to a channel to agree to debate one person and then kind of get ambushed by another one without any plan. Which, I mean, if it was totally different context, I would have no control over that,
I do want. We just did a 1-on-5 for MDD, so yeah.
Yeah. So sorry, Nick, or Niche, however you pronounce it. But I do appreciate that if you don't ask for a refund. Nathaniel Lowe, 1215 for 20 says, Trent, did Corey make a special trip up to your house for that little ploy only for him to fumble the trade-off and embarrass himself? Also, what is Corey doing now? Eating cookies and fuming?
No and no.
Oh my goodness.
Fair.
I didn't see any cookies.
I'm not going to press you on seeing fumes, though, so leave it at that.
I don't see any fumes.
You did light a cigarette right afterwards, though, so we got those fumes. All right, so we just finished the 10s, 20s, and that 100. Appreciate all you guys going big. And we're going to bust through these $5 real quick. So, Trent, appreciate you kind of being flexible with how it changes up a little bit according to the amount here. So these guys, just real
how
quick.
much? How, it's like a minute or
max, and that's like if we're going back and forth. Just because, we can't waste the rest of the time we got on one $5 super chat. But if we get through all of them and you guys have a little bit to say, like I'll let you cook. I don't have anything going on right now. This is what I do. All right. 1313 Maryland says for 5, you both serve an idol worshiping death cult and Jesus would be appalled. Got the copy paste on that one. Thank you, Maryland.
Maryland is an insane person who thinks that everyone is God. So,
sounds like Jay has him sized up. I don't know who he is.
She's a regular.
It's a wine mom.
She's a regular. Appreciate the super chat, Maryland. Nick at Night for 5. He says the Protestant dilemma is refusing to take a hard stance on anything.
I mean, our hard stances are our written confessions. And again, I for good or for ill, annoyingly or not, I can't claim to represent all of Protestantism. I don't know if Jay would claim to be representing the Orthodox consensus. I think he probably would. There is these. I think it's much less monolithic than it has certainly been made out to be. There are certainly divisions within those who claim to be exponents of Eastern Orthodoxy, as we've recently seen. There's huge divisions within Roman Catholicism. I don't think they would disagree from their various sides of that division, but I think it's certainly something that the Orthodox and the Protestants would both aver regarding Rome. But
all right, Jay, if you want to do a quick response.
No, I don't have any comment.
All right, moving on, busting through these. Daughters Galatians 84 sends 5 and says Jay would be a better apologist if he wasn't such a pig of a man to others.
A pig? I don't know how I was a pig. I mean, aggressive debating is what every normal dude does when they debate. So there you go. Pigging out, baby.
There. Jamari, I will read your 10. I'm pretty sure I got it. Let me see. After this one, I'll find it while they're responding. Okay, so we just got through Daughters Galatians. Oh, Marilyn sent another one and said, to require anyone to show loyalty to one over another is basic control and manipulation, witchcraft. If you sound like God, you won't argue with God.
Yeah, but isn't Marilyn wanting us to be loyal to what she's arguing? So she's doing the very thing that she says is witchcraft.
yeah.
Don't be a hypocrite, Marilyn. Come on. Nick at Night for 5 says TBG will be Orthodox by the end of this debate.
Guess we have some time left, but
there's a bit of time. Orthodox for Nieces for 5 says Boniface is Jay's doppelganger. Boniface, be Gome Orthodox.
Tough to say that's not very nice. But I've been told to have a great face for radio. But I think I know what's meant by that.
I saw someone say there's a poly market for you narrating audiobooks by 2027.
I don't know. I have a black queen face. I wouldn't know what it's like to be unattractive. I'm a e-diva. So.
E-diva.
Let's see. Trans debation. Okay, we got another 10 from Justin Smith, 6766. Jay, how exactly does the essence energies
Yeah, that's a
distinction,
funny
considering the argument against created grace, reconcile the quote, "My soul doth magnify the Lord"? What kind of grace was Theotokos full of? And this one I will give up to 2 minutes.
The only type of grace that we as Orthodox believe in is uncreated grace. There's no such thing as created grace unless you, in a loose sense, think that everything that God created was done so from a kind of grace. In that sense, there's a grace behind every creature. But when we mean grace in the Orthodox conception, it's always the uncreated operations, energies, power, dunamis in the New Testament that Paul uses of God that we participate in. So absolutely, when the Holy Spirit overshadowed the Theotokos and for the rest of her life, we believe that she was full of uncreated grace.
All right. You want to respond at all, Trent, to that?
No.
Okay. Thank you, Justin, for that super chat. Taguch sent another 10, and he said, do you share the beliefs of your friend to off-Orthodox? Are they traitors?
Two off Orthodox?
That's,
I don't know.
that's the Trent. That's the
As a
Trent.
verb.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
What Corey says in the mode of his Twitter rhetoric and positing the existence of certain status crimes under hypothetical conditions, and the carrying out of those things in the interest of a Christian realm under a Christian prince, very often are designed to be abrasive and to get people to think of the way in which the church has in fact operated, and I won't say brutally, but at least perhaps draconianly in certain circumstances. And I won't claim to know the full development of what he believes by that. He doesn't want to kill Jay Dyer. He doesn't want to round up the Orthodox off the streets and be a vigilante. And okay, so do I believe in the existence of status crimes that let's just say hypothetically that the Christian prince has a duty to go to the utmost to suppress blasphemy and false doctrine in the land, as did Josiah, as did Hezekiah, as did David and Solomon at times when they were walking righteously. I do believe that is the prerogative of a Christian prince.
Okay. Yeah,
Guys,
the
you gotta wrap
comments
it up.
called for the unaliving of the Orthodox due to, quote, treason and other crimes of state, which you don't have any evidence that Orthodox people are treasonous unless you're just going to go with the standard Zioslop news, which says that Putin runs everything in America. Putin got Trump elected, which is ironically something it's irony if you do that because you guys, I don't think, believe the mainstream media unless it happens to be advantageous to say that Orthodox are somehow a bunch of Putin stooges, and that was the context, at least in one or two of his unaliving comments. So, yeah, feel free to present the evidence that you have that we're Russian agents.
Yeah, I can't comment on that specific claim, nor do I would say just in general believe that, especially since plenty of Orthodox aren't actually submitted to the Russian Patriarch anyway. As far as what is arguable regarding crimes in the temporal realm and what the measure of treason is, I could say that it's arguable. I'm not making the argument, nor do I know the argument in its details. I'm happy to find out and hear it. It certainly wouldn't be historically unprecedented, for again the Christian prince to take such actions in the extirpation of heresy, according to his lights.
This guy is horrible at talking.
Okay,
but that is
so now treason is a religion.
He's got like one of the most obnoxious talking paces. It just shut the fuck up.
No, I don't think it would be a religious crime. No.
Okay. All right, we got to wrap it up there. Glad we cleared that up. This one is 10 from Jamari that I missed a second ago. This is for Trent. Can you or do you admit you are wrong or mistaken or uninformed about your own doctrine? Humility goes a long way. Otherwise, props for stepping into the ring with the BIPOC queen. Thank you, Jamari.
Am I capable of erring, even in respect to articulating the theological tradition that I'm part of? Certainly. Did I speak erroneously in representing specifically what Lutherans believe? No, I don't think I did. I may have faltered in areas where I wasn't certain about my how I would articulate something in the moment. The exhortation to humility is well taken. God resisteth the proud and gives grace to the humble, and that is without humbleness, without humility before one's Maker and before one's fellow Christians. I don't believe that the love of God would be in a man, and so pray for me that I would more readily manifest that fruit of the Spirit.
All right, thank you. I think that's all the 10s for now, so we'll get back to the 5s, blast through these. Last one we read was the Become Orthodox. So Nick at Night sent another 5. Nick, thank you for the generous super chatting tonight. He said, this is the tipping point for the Protestant. That's optimistic. Optimistic, positive comment there, opposed to the rest of accusations that I'm not going to read every one of these $2 ones, guys. So don't send $2 to just insult either debater, please. Noetics, keep it substantive. Noetic Samurai for 5 says, Bonnie, can you explain the difference between PSA and satisfactory atonement? Jay, do you find both models incompatible with ortho recapitulation?
How long do I have to answer that?
As quick as you can would be ideal.
Can you please read it again? Read
Yeah.
the question again.
Explain the difference between PSA and satisfactory atonement.
I don't know that I can right now. I mean, as concepts, they're certainly going to be related. It is more within the Lutheran modus loquendi way of speaking to discuss Christ's vicarious satisfaction, referring not only to his suffering of God's wrath on the cross, but also to his entire life of obedience to the utmost, submitting even to death on a cross. But so I would say that the concept of the vicarious satisfaction of Christ as our substitute is broader, certainly, than penal substitutionary atonement, but it would entail things that come under that heading.
Okay, and then real quick, Jay, do you find both models incompatible with ortho recapitulation?
Well, I mean, even aside from the doctrine of recapitulation, I mean, it might relate to that indirectly. They're just not compatible with Orthodox Trinitarian theology or soteriology. So, Anselm's satisfaction theory, just for example, as I referenced earlier in the debate, only makes reference to 2 persons in the Trinity. The satisfaction of the infinitely offended holiness, the dignity of the Father is satisfied by the infinity of the merits of the Son to the Father. And we would say that that's not even Trinitarian because it leaves out the Holy Spirit. You can't have anything in the triad that's 2 and not all 3 of the persons in some common action or operation. So, and then PSA is literally comes out of the Reformation. And no, of course, the Reformation soteriology is incompatible with Orthodoxy.
Thank you. Got to move it on here. PSA. I actually do have to give a PSA shout out to PS2 Chirper 112 who sent in some gift memberships. I appreciate you, dude. You always drop in and do that for people. That helps out a lot, especially when Jay and other people go and do these in-person debates. You can watch those live first, weeks and weeks in advance if you have a membership. So if you don't have one, get one. All right, next one's from an honest doubter for 5. For Jay, you have a burden to actually produce your claimed impossibility of the contrary of every other private and public worldview for tag. When?
Yeah, I've addressed this many times. The reason that that's easy to do is that every worldview boils down to some fundamental either or types of questions. So, for example, either there is an external world with objective meaning or there's not. Either there is objective morality that is not subject to change or there's not. So if you boil it down to some of those basic metaphysical, ontological, epistemic questions, you find out that there's not actually an infinite number of worldviews, because by necessity, all possible worldviews would have to begin with some basic either or questions that would force them into entailments.
Thank you. Trent, would you like to respond real quick?
No.
All right. It could be that easy sometimes. We'll just go right on. So there's quite a bit to get through. And we're making good time for the most part. Captain Swish for 10. He says, Jay, Trent, great debate. Thanks, MDD, for hosting and keeping proper etiquette. Trent, would you consider attending a liturgy?
I have. I was at one time, I want to say 17 years ago, I was an Orthodox inquirer. So I have attended and appreciate many things about it. There's certainly some overlap between the older Lutheran liturgical tradition and the Eastern Rite. And like I said, I do appreciate a lot about it.
Thank you. All right. Another 20 came in from Nathaniel Lowe, 1215. He says, Trent's Christian prince Mahler exercised his princely authority over Trent and unilaterally stole the debate seat from Trent without his permission. Now Corey is raiding Trent's fridge. Trent, take back your home.
Just comments about this guy eating this guy's food.
Some good fan fiction there.
I don't know about infused righteousness, but I guarantee he's in there infusing some of that lemon meringue into his tummy.
That's a good pie.
It is.
Pretty good.
All right. Christopher Scott for 10 says, Mahler calls EO wolves who should be unalive. Sounds pretty explicit to me. I don't know anything about this personally, so I'm just getting through these. All right. That was all the new big ones. We're caught up. We're going back real quick for Nick at Night, who has been killing it. He says, TBG is questioning his entire worldview. This might be the most effective internal critique Jay has ever done.
He's just asserting that to annoy him.
It's been profitable. It's been a profitable engagement. It's given direction to what certainly my studies will be informed by. Yeah, I mean, we all have much to learn from the holy and inspired words of the apostles of our Lord, and it is something that is ongoing and never complete. And I can say for my part that it certainly has been profitable.
He talks too much.
Yeah, I enjoyed it. I would like to comment and say exactly what your BFF there, buddy, said in his tweets. If Orthodox were just a weird group in the corner with rights and bad aesthetics, they could be ignored. In reality, they're a cancer, a predatory corruption. They must be exterminated. I accept that you are an enemy that must be destroyed. You are insufferable. I will not regret for a second that you might be treated as enemies. You must be eradicated like vermin. I will purge all of you as demons. You're just like the Jews that fund you. So there's your pious buddy claiming that he's got Christian conduct that I don't have. This is ridiculous, dude. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, it sounds like a heated argument.
It's not a heated argument. It's not a heated argument. Could you imagine if I said this stuff? Like, how do you think the internet would treat me if I said that stuff? Would you guys just say, hey, man, it's rhetoric, heated argument? If I make a fat joke, I'm not Christ-like. But if I call for unaliving, oh, it's just rhetoric and heated argument. That's why it's just ridiculous, man. It's just ridiculous.
Well, I would, refer back to my earlier comment. Both that was a heated engagement, and I don't witness all of these things. I'm more of a casual X user, which is why I was
I mean, these
rather
are
surprised
engagements with
you
multiple
found my.
people. There's more. These are just random multiple engagements. So
I believe you. Yeah. And again, I would say that this again would not be historically unprecedented, really, from either side of the aisle. And if you're to separate the tone from the substance, the contention is, I mean, certainly strongly articulated that there does exist
All right, see ya.
that an alien confession can subvert the faith and morals of a people within the bounds of their habitation, and that the prince, for his office, has a duty to go to the utmost, whatever that may entail, to keep his realm free of such influences. Obviously, we're going to disagree regarding who is what in that situation, but that it has occurred, even within the pages of sacred history itself. Again, I don't view the actions of Israel's kings, Judah's righteous kings, as unrighteous or unchristian in what they did. But certainly, I mean, the entire disagreement is, over who truly represents the Christian faith and what is.
Yeah, let me ask you this, because historically Lutherans and Calvinists killed each other over minor theological differences. Would you also affirm that it's still a princely duty to kill Calvinists or Baptists?
When you posit hypotheticals, there is certainly a greater affinity. Lutherans are probably going to disown me over this. There's a greater affinity between Lutherans and Protestants and I want to say just the simple propositions that we would aver to be the core of the Christian faith.
Okay, but Orthodox should die, but not Baptists, even though historically Lutherans also killed Baptists.
The circumstances under which an action in extremis, literally and legally, would be undertaken, I would say would need to very, 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 extremely, very widely. I mean, outside of the realm of hypothetical. I mean, you're referring to real historical circumstances that I'm familiar with in the confessional states and the wars that followed. 30 Years' War comes to mind, but there the Protestants were largely aligned with one another. As far as my own
straight answers, like, can you ever just say yeah, just on a live one? It's just yapping around it. Like, just answer straight, dude.
I don't think I'm doing that, but
okay. Well, 90% of the audience thinks that you are doing that, so you can think that, but you didn't convince the audience that you're not doing that.
Oh, well, I guess I failed on that. But I don't believe that in freedom of religion, ultimately, that pluralism is godly. And I believe that when Orthodox magistrates, Roman Catholic magistrates, undertook what they were constrained by their consciences to do on behalf of their people, I disagree strongly. I think they were wrong. But I don't doubt that they had the full conviction of Christian zeal in doing what they did. But
you're calling the Baptist Christians and these other Christians. Are you only referring to Lutherans, or are the Baptists also subverters?
Well, I mean, as far as the public, doctrinal position of certain things of the Orthodox versus the Baptist. I mean, a magistrate certainly is going to differentiate between what is the more credible and real threat to peace and orthodoxy in his realm.
Okay,
all
so
right,
you're
Jay,
the Prince.
Jay,
Trent.
This got to be the
Prince Trent going to kill the Baptist.
Last question here, and then we're going to move on.
Is Prince Trent going to kill the Baptist or just the Orthodox?
Prince Trent must deliberate the matter at length in his mind and seek the wisdom of many counselors who would not undertake such a decision lightly.
All right, thank you for that exchange. I think that was fruitful. I let it go on a little too long, but I appreciate where it's coming from. Adam Jefford, 84.30 or 84.89 cents, 13.99. He says, Boniface, the Protestant tradition is only founded in its opposition to Romanism. How strange is it for Orthodoxy to be so prominent in your theological discernment? Jay may be a sultry black stud. Derailed that comment with the last sentence.
I don't believe that Protestantism per se is formed. I mean, historically, what is named as the Protestant Reformation, the protest, which incidentally is not just a generic protest against the Pope. If you look at the origin of that term, it's not merely formed in opposition to Roman Catholicism. Part of what is misunderstood, even by, I would submit, many Lutherans, is the nature of our own faith. Is not the content of it is not exhausted by the Lutheran confessions. They don't articulate, regarding everything that a Christian ought to believe on the basis of the scriptures. It's limited to controverted articles, in that sense. So in those controversies, it is formed in opposition to the errors of that day, but that does not exhaust the content of our faith, of our position.
All right, I won't make you comment on the last sentence of that super chat. Jay,
he looks white to me, so I'm on the outside of an inside joke, but he called himself BIPOC queen or something, and he owns it. So
indeed,
he's doubling down. Good for him.
All out quick response, Jay. We got a couple more 10s that came in. Octavian's in the chat. Hello, sir.
No, I'm about to affirm the Yapsburg confession.
Mr. Octavian 33 says, for
No
10J,
way.
if orthodoxy true, why did Luther publish the fiery and merciless pamphlet against the murderous, thieving hordes of peasants, urging nobility to stab, smite, choke the rebels like mad dogs?
I believe you're referring to the Anabaptists, right? And the Radical Reformation. I think I'm going from memory. I haven't read Luther in probably 15 years, but I'm assuming that, or recalling that that's about the Baptists of his time. So yeah, that's kind of the point I was getting at.
Okay. If you want to say something on this one, Trent, we just gotta be a little quicker.
Go ahead.
Okay. Right. That's all those 10s that I'm caught up. So last one was from Nick at Night. We got the iconic orator saying, I commend TBG for doing this and not quitting to put his worldview out there in front of thousands, despite the blue screen moments. Takes courage.
That was a backhanded compliment.
Thanks. I've enjoyed it, and I appreciate it. I'm glad that the opportunity came.
Appreciate you being here. Black Sheep for 5 says, the Lutheran L was unconditionally predestined.
Okay.
Do you believe in, I'm just curious, do you affirm the double predestination position of Luther, or do you have a different position?
No, we don't believe double predestination, and we also don't think that ultimately that's what Luther teaches. We are going to argue, and this is a large topic, a good one. I think a neglected one in some ways, because things get bifurcated within Protestantism between Calvinism and Arminianism. These become very vastly, broadly applied terms. But anyway, all this is to say, in the Lutheran Confession, specifically in the Formula of Concord, Article 9, Article 11, on election, on that entire topic, that entire locus, we short answer is that's what Luther teaches in the Bondage of the Will, in a different setting, in an extended format, in a very lengthy polemical setting that touches on ancillary topics. But what the Formula of Concord teaches in Article 9 is what Luther taught as well. Article 11, pardon me.
Hey, we can't do any follow-up questions on that one, unfortunately, Jay. But we are busting through these. I think you'll have time for a couple if you'd like. Kyle Rode the Dinosaur for 5 says, how do you talk to giants? Use big words. Good one, Kyle. Okay.
Fucking funny.
Samuel Miller 5517 for 5 says, Ortho Bros, scripture, tradition, and whatever Jay uploaded this week.
No, it's not true. plenty of clergy that support and agree with the theological positions that I talk about, because most of what I talk about is just repeating what's in standard Orthodox theological texts.
For some of these fives, yeah, I'm just gonna bust through to the next one, Trent, if you don't mind. And if it's referencing you,
Go right ahead.
I'll do the same thing after you respond, just so we can get through them. And then if a couple 10s or 20s come in, we could take like 2 or 3 minutes on those. But I do want to be fair to these people. Darth Grumpy Dad for 76, 12 for 5 says, please come to liturgy. So getting asked again. Now I did have to remove this guy from the chat because he was spamming really hard, but I'll read his 5 real quick. It's not crazy, but he said, Psyop Science for 5 says, there's no way you thin that Jesus actually existed if you have read any of the source material. You can't be serious, right?
So is this to both people then?
I'm very
Good argument,
serious.
man. That's a really good argument.
You want to come on the
Long
channel,
way.
bro? We need debaters like you. Okay, Adam Slosser for 5 says, Trent, you voice mocked, and that's all that matters in my eyes.
Whatever.
You could thank him. That was a compliment, bro.
Whatever. Yeah. No. Okay. Thanks.
I'm just messing with you. Dokuju for 5 says, Trent is a really nice guy. Not prepared for the Wigzantian queen, though.
I don't think he
And
is so
then
nice.
Nick at Night for 5 again
Well, the
says,
ambush.
prove Trent is alive at this point. Oh, that's me. Oh, Psyop sent another 5. Said, Christ is like a brand new Ferrari, right? Am I right? Yeah, he might have some questions about
I don't.
about some things.
These guys just getting roasted.
It's on paper has been a member for 2 months at the final word level. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And Square is best. I read yours. Okay, we're almost done here, guys. Almir Preldizik. Unique. Jay Dyer reached a new power level this day. Oh, that was sent for 9/11. Oh, he's trying to send secret messages. Thank you. $9.11. Almir.
Just Schizo's left in the chat now.
We see you. In the filth for 5, this gentleman already clipping up this debate like a wizard. $5. He says, Trenton Mahler's attempt to ambush is absolutely embarrassing. The people are snakes. I wouldn't
Yeah,
be
it was
surprised
really
if Mahler was feeding Trent answers. Confirm or deny, Trent?
He's not.
Okay. That would not be fair. Elks Jag for 2. No, we're not on the 2s yet. Sorry, Alex. Sheepherder for 5 says, bro, why won't you engage with the Fed plant who has openly called for the unaliving of you and your people? You scared? Christians.
Same reason I wouldn't interact with the Muslim dude that doxes people.
Fair. Vess 1824 for 5. How's it going, Vess? He said, Trent acting good faith, then pulling that WWE plot twist and coming back with a SIG inside the house was MDD's best mask-off moment. It's quality content, not gonna lie. Alright, J-Mar... Sorry, do you want to say something?
No.
Okay, I thought I was interrupting. Alright, J-Mar 2685 for 5. He knows this audience likes SIGs. His poll went from 11 to 12% once he pulled it out. I wasn't watching it that close, J-Mar. Refurbished.
Is this illegal if I...
Nah, I mean, I'm not getting paid for it, but be nice. I also
See what that does.
prefer that
I
brand.
want 13%.
Refurbished, yeah, it's correlative. Refurbished says for 5, I previously said the prot guy seemed chill, but after the fat heretic tried ambushing Jay, I take it back. Spelled heretic wrong. Nick at Night for 5 says, TBG doing some of the most polite filibustering I've heard. Not a fan of his wife's boyfriend, though. All those super chats. Very thankful. Don't be so mean. You know he wouldn't like that. But I mean, that was not against TOS, so I read it. Alchemist for 5 says, Jay won't debate Corey because he's an overweight federal agent psycho, and won't debate James White because his sweater is ugly. Peter Diamond 1. Rebuttal.
No, the sweater is a Cosby sweater. That's why.
I'm not going to ask what you have against those sweaters, Jay.
I never even said it was ugly. I just said it's a Cosby sweater.
Neutral. 80s. But Norm 888 for 5 says, both Luther and Melkathon made statements about the gospel being lost.
Yeah, I don't. They didn't mean in an absolute sense. I mean, they're going to be referring to it being obscured by certain traditions of men, but not certainly never absolutely absent. They wouldn't say that's impossible.
Jay, any comment on that?
No comment.
Okay. There's a couple more that just came in that are 10s. Alchemist says for 10, Jay, as a former co-host of Andy Worski Live Kino Casino, how can you tone police Mahler and run from a debate with him, James White and Peter Diamond? Piety signaler.
I'm not piety signaling. It has nothing to do with piety. It has to do with my lines in the sand of who I do and don't want to interact with. And I never hosted Kino Casino. I only hosted 5 episodes of Worski. What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. Does Kino Casino have anything to do with gambling or?
No, it's just what Worski hosts now, so I don't know.
Thank you for the 10, Alchemist. Nathaniel Lowe for 10 says, Trent, why are you lying that you didn't let Mahler take the debate seat? It's so obvious to everyone, and your countenance knows you got caught in lies and deception, lying like a Muslim. That was Nathan Lowe saying that.
No comment.
Fernando Temicule. Jay, you destroyed. And then Jacob Morin for 5. Trent, what do you make of theosis and mysticism?
I'll take a quick stab. Mysticism, broad term. Jay said earlier that Luther was influenced by a certain mystical tradition in theology. Tauler, Gerson. The Theologica Germanica was a well-beloved text for Luther and others. There are ways. Just hear what I'm making a limited statement here. There are ways in which we would affirm some of what is propounded under the Eastern formulation of theosis. We're going to depart on others, but when I mentioned earlier the category of the mystical union of Christ and Christian, we believe Christ is not a God afar off; He is a God at hand, and that where He is present with His grace, He Himself is present. Luther famously says in Galatians commentary, Christ Himself is present in faith. That's a direct quote, but in ipsa fide Christus ad est, Christ is Himself present in faith. So it is not a mere notional relationality, faith, but faith is a living thing, because we are in fact grafted into Christ, and so there. If that is a topic of interest, and you want to know what Lutherans believe regarding that, the mystical union is the heading under which that's addressed.
Thank you. I'll offer a response, Jay.
No.
Okay. Yeah, we're reaching the end here, guys. So I would say this probably Jersey Shore realtor here. Don't send any more after his. Just so I can
last 10 minutes.
let
All
these
right.
gentlemen enjoy the rest of their night. We have been killing it here. Very large activity in the chat zone. So we're gonna wrap this up. Get a couple of these out of the way. Jamari 2 for 5 says, Trent, I have a hard time following your answers. Are you a lawyer or a politician? and I have a college degree. Maybe I'm dumb.
Well, I'm new to this format, and I'm not a lawyer, and I'm not a politician. But for the circumlocution that I have engaged in, perhaps at some times it would be better simply to sit silently and think. But as I said, this is not a medium that I often engage in. It's new to me, and it's new to me.
I offer up the Teddy Roosevelt quote about the man in the arena. So respect to you, man. Okay, we got Sisyphus Ignatius for 5 says, Demiurge worshippers with their appeal to authority, indoctrinations, and no true Scotsmen.
Sorry, I blanked out. Want to read that again?
Yeah, I'm not sure who he's talking about exactly. Maybe Jay? Demiurge worshippers with their appeal to authority, indoctrinations, and no true Scotsmen.
Whatever.
Orthodox Phronesis for 5 says, why do prods talk like they're playing D&D?
I've never played D&D. I was deprived as a child. I learned to type on a MacBook with an 8-inch screen. Didn't even have color. Uphill in the snow both ways. I've never played D&D. I mean, salute. I love you guys. Seems like it had some fringe benefits.
All right. Rachel Wilson, who's been a member for 8 months and just debated at DebateCon 8, she said, looks like we are only down to people who are willing to try to cheat or pull funny business in order to win against Jay Dyer.
Yep.
Thanks for the chat, Rachel.
He's trying not to laugh.
Okay, we're just about done. Just getting these last couple ones queued up. Appreciate both of you guys hanging out. Jersey Shore Realtor for 10 says, Big Mike, set up this debate. Jay Dyer versus the real Mauler. Hashtag Truth Cartel. Hashtag bingo.
No, I'll never debate those guys. They're too dumb.
Yeah, also, James is the debate matchup wizard behind the scenes. Trying to make sure I didn't miss any of these 10s. I lose sleep at night knowing I'm taking from your family. Okay, I think we got all those. Just maybe 1 or 2 5s. Let me double check. If not, I will go ahead and wrap this up. Samuel, not for profit, for 50 pesos. I'm not saying it. Can't believe this Christian cannot disqualify Lutheran state persecution with a simple no, just like the Dawa guys.
I don't know who the Dawa guys are.
Muslims. I think a specific sect of Muslims, right, Jay? I'm not sure.
That's just their online and then in public apologetics group. So that's Muslim apologetics is oftentimes called Dawa.
Got it. So you're clearing that up. For the chat.
The Tatooine apologetics is called Jawa.
Yes, Square's best. This is the Cholo chat. Oh, they're asking when that is going to drop, Jay.
And when what is?
The Cholo cheater video.
Oh, I don't know.
That's
I think
what they
you
keep
guys
referencing.
You guys said 2 weeks. I don't know.
Okay, I wasn't
about a week.
informed on that 5v1
Okay,
specifically.
I don't know. James has that going. I don't know.
Cool. I'll ask him. Let you guys know tomorrow. I think I might host the Jim Bob one tomorrow. Should be fun.
Is he doing a 1-on-5 or something different?
He's going 1-on-1. I don't know the topic yet. I could look it up here in just a second. Let me double check. Yearning Learning did send 10 just now. I asked him not to, but thank you, Yearning. I'll read it before we go. Jay, are you getting sick of the fact that the Protestant induction is so weak and logical and depends upon delusion for it to continue? Why defend a doctrine that's born for falsehood? You're welcome to comment on this after him, Trent.
We haven't had a lot of Protestant debates actually, so no, I'm actually happy to have Trent come and debate. I enjoyed it. It was civil, but it was also heated at times, so I appreciate that. I can't even remember the last time we did a Protestant debate. I'm usually looking for, level-headed civil Protestants to debate. So, no, I'm glad we did it. I want to see more Protestant debates.
I tried hard to contain a laugh. Sovereign 9456. Free Unk. Let him sleep.
Are we
Okay.
all unks? Or am I the uncle? Who's the
I am an
uncle?
uncle. I'm 33 years old, chat.
Okay, you're an uncle.
An uncle.
Yeah, like all my brothers and sisters got kids. All right. I think we're done here, guys. I'm sorry if I missed anybody. I could send in the uncle alerts. I shouldn't even said that.
More
Takes up
come
my
in.
whole. Yes. All right. I'm not even gonna look at the chats anymore, so don't send any more. Thank you all the people who've been sending the gifts. There's too many random things on there to ever call them out, so just know that I see them. Other than the uncle alert, which is probably the funniest one. You guys, both debaters, I appreciate y'all making the time, sticking through it. Trent, you are definitely a trooper, coming out and doing your first MDD debate here with Jay. I've had the honor of hosting two people's first debates on MDD with Jay, and both of them handled it like champs, I would say. And then we got just a quick reminder for DebateCon 9 coming up in Orlando. That is going to be a ton of fun, guys. Get your tickets early. We had a lot of people get some cool perks with the early access tickets. So some of the people who paid for VIP and all that stuff, people who just bought their tickets early at one of the lower tiers got some great perks just for being early. And then DebateCon 10 is going to be announced specific location soon. It was unveiled at the DebateCon 8 conference in Dallas that it will be in Austin.
Is it
We're just
November?
kind of nailing down the venues. There's two venues fighting for the right to have us there. We got them pitted against each other. Just kidding. I don't know what the actual issues are or determination. So, guys, thank you so much. Shout out your channels. Jay, go first real quick, and then Trent, you'll follow. Tell anyone who doesn't know.
Jay Dyer on Twitter, Jay Dyer on YouTube, Jay's Analysis the website, Jay's Analysis on Instagram.
Trent, where can they find you?
I'm on X at Boniface Group, and also our website is boniface.group. I should also say that I respect the guy. I don't know him personally. The choice of thumbnail that I sent for the PFP, I think, led a number of people to believe that I was a slighter version of Andrew Isker. Andrew Isker is a great guy. I don't know him, and we're not actually affiliated. We both like St. Boniface of Mainz. I have a habit of naming things after church fathers and saints, notably my children. But in case the association wouldn't be wanted on his end, I should clarify that we're not affiliated, but Boniface.group and on X at Boniface Group.
All right. Thanks, guys. Please like the video if you haven't already. Let this fly out into the algorithms. And then we do have, just so everybody knows, we got us a Rumble now. It's amazing. We got us a Facebook. Or that's a TikTok. Sorry, I'm on the edge of boomerdom. We got a Facebook for the true boomers. That's what James likes to say. That's why he set it up, because he's a boomer. And then we also have Yonaguni. Shout out, Baba. I know you're watching. He's our coordinator. This is his restaurant. If you're in Aguadilla, Puerto Rico, check it out. It's awesome. Asian, Latin, fusion, cuisine. You know you want it. And then last but not least, big shout out to the chat. Thanks, guys, for being engaged. Everyone who's hanging out from Jay's channel, Trent's channel. Thank you, guys. Have a good night. We're going to wrap it up.
Good shit. Two hours of the most disturbing internet mysteries.
On August 14, 2012, a user named
What the heck? That guy's drumming is so crazily crazy. Like, it's good. shit's good. Who's live right now? We got Blame is live. That I don't even watch that guy. Oh, that's right, because he was on Poseidon's last. That's why he's on my. Oh, that's recommended. I'm not following him. Awesome. Okay. Okay. The fuck. All right then.
Persistent trip. On August 14, 2012, a user named Amos No More uploaded a video titled Persistent Trip, Datura. The video, just over 2 minutes long, shows a young man in disarray, alone in his room talking directly into the camera. He opens by giving the recording date, March 5th, 2008, and immediately begins recounting a disturbing experience with a hallucinogenic drug. According to him, he's been stuck in an unending trip for over 2 months by the time this footage was recorded, and he claims his symptoms haven't shown any signs of improvement.
It's March 5th, 2008. Don't seem to be coming down. It's been about 2 months. I can't really go out. I've been spending a lot of time in the basement. I think it's wearing off. I don't really know.
He explains he followed instructions from a book precisely, yet has no idea how to escape this nightmare. But it's not just the contents of this video that are unsettling, it's how the video came to be uploaded that makes it all the more eerie. The video's description reads, "This video was uploaded to YouTube several years ago and I haven't been able to find it recently. As I recall, the uploader claimed it was found footage. He said he found a tape on a park bench or something and was concerned about the person depicted therein." And just a few months later, another user by the name of Dizzy Duck uploaded the same video in December of 2012 with the title Endless Trip Video. The description of this second upload more or less aligns with what was mentioned in the first description, with the added information that the original footage was supposedly found somewhere in Philadelphia. Dizzy Duck also points out something disturbing, what looks like a revolver or some kind of gun on a shelf behind the man's left shoulder. Unfortunately, the resolution of both of these uploads is too low for me to identify it as a gun with certainty. But if it is, this would give this already cryptic video a very dark undertone. What really gets me though is the mystery surrounding it. Despite supposedly being over 14 years old and having over 400,000 views on one of its re-uploads, there's almost no credible information out there. The only other reference I found is this Reddit thread on r/videos from 11 years ago. However, even the original poster of this thread has since deleted their account. So, what's the deal with this video? Is it real or just an elaborate hoax? First, let's assume that all the known details surrounding the video are real, from what the person in the video is saying to what's mentioned in the description. The person in the video is clearly very stressed out, and while he's not going crazy in the traditional sense, his body language, refusal to make eye contact with the camera, and overall demeanor shows that he clearly wasn't 100% there when recording.
I think I boiled the roots right. I did what it said in the book.
Oh boy.
I don't feel like I'm ever gonna come down. And it's not cool.
Amos, in his re-upload, suggests the substance causing this bad trip might be datura, a highly toxic plant that can act as a hallucinogen in small doses. However, this is likely not the case for two major reasons. For starters, datura is a deliriant with the disturbing nickname of Devil's Trumpets. This is because the trips caused by datura are extremely painful and often lead to bizarre and violent behavior. The person who recorded this video is far too composed to be under the influence of such a strong substance. Secondly, he also talks about boiling some roots to prepare whatever drug he took. Datura, on the other hand, is usually consumed through its leaves or seeds, not the roots. I think a more likely substance he could have used is ayahuasca, which is traditionally made by boiling roots and has effects mild enough that someone could record a video while under its influence. However, regardless of whichever drug he used, tripping for 2 straight months is simply not possible, and here's why. Almost all drugs wear off as soon as they're metabolized or leave the body. Then there's also the question that if he's been down in the basement for 2 months, how is he getting food or making money? Considering these signs, it's likely that he was tripping, but not for 2 months, just a few hours. Many people in the comments of the original video have pointed to the phenomenon where a trip feels like it lasted for way longer than it actually did. Though, another likely explanation could be mental illness as well. There is a high likelihood that whichever substance he used caused brain damage and led to schizophrenia, making him unable to tell reality from hallucination. There's also the possibility of hallucinogen persisting perception disorder, which causes a person to experience visual effects that last long after the drug is worn off. However, those effects are usually more like static or blurriness, not full-blown trips. Even so, all of this depends on the assumption that available information surrounding this mystery is true. For all we know, this could be nothing more than a hoax, especially since the mention of this being found footage sounds rather fishy. This whole thing could have been created by the uploader Amos No More for Internet Cloud. Dizzy Duck's re-upload could be just another move by Amos to build on the found footage storyline. But it's been over 12 years since this upload, and he hasn't done any follow-ups to capitalize on the few 100,000 views it's received. Of course, there's also a middle ground theory. Maybe the original video was real, and the guy in it genuinely thought he was tripping for 2 months. Amos might have stumbled across the initial post before he disappeared, and then decided to create a hoax based on it. Unfortunately, given the sparse amount of information I found, it's impossible to nail down the truth. In the off chance everything was real, I hope the person in the video found the help he needed and is doing much better today.
Well,
Poorly Planned Comics. Poorly Planned Comics was a series of webcomics by a person named Jack Masters. And while the original website has long been taken down from the internet, there are still archives capturing how it looked back then. As I went through these archives, the first thing that hit me was the surreal art style and the constant fourth wall breaking humor. Even in the very first comic on the website, the characters joke about the camera being zoomed in too close. And this was only the beginning. Over the course of their run, Jack published hundreds of comics featuring countless unique characters and mind-bending, maze-like storylines. The contents of these comics also range from bizarre to downright disturbing. Like this one comic titled, "The Entire Universe Falls Apart." In it, the characters slowly realize that their universe isn't real, causing everything around them to collapse. Panels break down, dialogue turns into nonsense, and nothing makes sense anymore. The comic ends with one of the characters stating, "Alright, I give up. It was all a dream, it was all a dream." However, sandwiched between all this mysterious and chaotic artwork, there's a moment of pause where Jack includes something extremely introspective and philosophical. It reads, "The sad and obvious truth of the matter is that art, once formalized or mechanized, is no longer art, and the few arts that have not been formalized are now being mechanized. There is no mystery or talent required to create artistic beauty. And if a talentless person can do it, why should we give any regard to those who require talent to produce the same result? John may spend a week painting a tree, but Jane will take a photograph and then use a workshop program to make the picture appear painted. There is no visual art creation before the last century that modern technology would not have allowed a less talented person to make better and faster. Let us be realistic and assume this trend will continue. There is nothing we can do to avoid the solemn fact that Michelangelos are no longer needed." These kinds of intellectual reflections were sprinkled throughout his comics. However, the creation of these comics was abruptly cut short when Jack posted a strip simply titled "The End." This was a final note from Jack before he ended his life, starting with the statement, "If you are reading this, I am dead." The rest of the comic listed his will for his various possessions, both physical and digital. Below the comic, there was also a personal reminder Jack had left for himself listing things he needed to do. However, the most mysterious part of the comic was this: a link that explained why Jack did this. Clicking on this link led to an archive of thousands of emails between Jack and various people, including friends and what seemed like an online therapist. These emails are in no particular order and have absolutely zero organization. So, as you might imagine, going through them is a long and arduous task. Unlike other internet mysteries where there's barely any information, here there's almost too much, more than any one person could easily go through. I went through as much as I could, and one thing became extremely clear. Jack was struggling with severe mental illness. That much was already clear from his comics, but going through these emails gave me a good idea of the exact illness Jack was dealing with. For starters, Jack had extreme schizophrenia, which led him to having extremely violent and disturbing thoughts. In one of his emails, he stated, "I'm full of seething, boiling hatred, pain, and the only reason I'm not going out killing people right now is that I'm lucid enough not to want..."
What did he say? I was on 3 to 6 times as much Adderall as I am now, and in the interim I developed schizophrenia. Oh, God.
Disturbing thoughts. In one of his emails, he stated, "I'm full of seething, boiling hatred, pain, and the only reason I'm not going out killing people right now is that I'm lucid enough not to want to deal with the consequences of such behavior." In addition to this, Jack also had dissociative identity disorder, or DID for short.
Oh, great.
This is evident from his constant mentions of a person named Susie, which he referred to as his best friend and better companion than no one. But I'm certain Susie is not a real person because in one email, Jack mentions how he feels something is slipping away and Susie taking control. In another email, he also linked to a clip of the character Ben Chang from the TV show Community, where Ben Chang talks to his alternate personality. Jack also used the name Simon Sane in these emails. Looking up this name online, I found a YouTube channel with a 4+ hour stream of him talking to himself in 2 different voices while tripping on LSD.
Don't do it. That's my advice to everyone. Don't be polite.
I think there may be an overgeneralization.
Well, whatever. Okay, so...
This theory of Jack's complex mental state was pretty much confirmed by the comment that first brought this mystery to light in the first place. In December 2016, someone on r/AskReddit asked about the creepiest things on the internet. In response to this, a user named Jess248 posted a link to the original Poorly Planned Comics website and also shared a personal anecdote about Jack, stating, "Might not be the creepiest, but I can handle a lot of disturbing things. This one got to me. A childhood friend of my husband's. The guy was insanely brilliant, literally. Husband lost touch over the years. These were his comics. The very last one was his self-assassination note. They had the memorial at his condo. He had blocked out all the windows and wrote in Sharpie all over the walls. It was his breakdown, trying to find meaning before he took his life. One of the most heartbreaking things I've ever seen. And while everything that I've covered so far might seem like a lot, it's only the tip of the iceberg when it comes to the amount of comics, emails, and videos Jack left behind. Not to mention things that aren't explicitly stated in his work, like his obsession with the 1985 book called Maze. Maybe one day, people on the internet will finally comb through everything and complete Jack's story.
Apparently you couldn't be
Jack
bothered.
froze emails. In November of 2011, Tim Hart was sitting on his couch surfing the web on his laptop when out of nowhere he received a mysterious email that left him in complete disbelief. The email read, "I'm watching. Did you hear me? I'm at your house. Clean your attic." Now, receiving an email like this would make most people think that they were either the target of a prank or had a stalker lurking nearby. But for Tim, both of these possibilities were completely out of the question because the email came from his friend Jack Froese, who had died about 5 months earlier. What made this particularly convincing was the bit about cleaning the attic. Just weeks before Jack's death, he visited Tim's attic and they joked about what a mess it was. And while Tim was still trying to figure things out, Jack's cousin, Jimmy McGraw, also received an email from Jack a few days later. However, this one was even more mysterious than the last one, reading, "Hey Jim, how you doing? I knew you were gonna break your ankle, tried to warn you. Gotta be careful. Tell Rock for me. Great song, huh? You're welcome." Couldn't get through to him, his email didn't work. Now, the simplest explanation for these emails is that Jack had scheduled them to be sent before he passed away. However, this theory has two major flaws. You see, Jack died of heart arrhythmia, a condition where electrical signals that tell the heart to beat don't work properly. This happens mostly out of nowhere, and there's no reliable way to predict this ahead of time. In other words, Jack had no way of knowing that he was going to die, which would have prompted him to schedule these emails. Secondly, while it can't explain the email Tim received since the two talked about his dirty attic before Jack's death, there's no way to rationalize the email Jimmy received. He sprained his ankle about 2 weeks before receiving the email, which was nearly 5 months after Jack's death. So, unless Jack had the superpower of future sight, he couldn't have possibly predicted such an unlikely event for his scheduled email. This leads us to the second theory, one that the recipients themselves preferred to believe, that this was Jack's reaching out to them one last time from beyond the grave.
Why would they want to believe that? That's absurd.
Would like to say Jack sent it, just because I look at it as he's gone, but he's still trying to connect with me and still trying to tell me things to
now we know it's a hoax.
move along and feel better.
However, while it's comforting to imagine that those who have left this world can still watch over their loved ones, this is by far the least likely explanation for these emails. Especially compared to the possibility that someone close to both Tim and Jimmy had access to Jack's email account. This also explains the inclusion of recent events like Jimmy's ankle injury in the emails. Another thing I noticed while looking into this incident is that Jack's name is spelled incorrectly in the signature of both emails. It should be F-R-O-E-S-E, not F-O-R-S-E. If Jack was the one who wrote these emails, either before or after his death somehow, then why would he spell his own name incorrectly, twice? Ultimately, Tim and Jimmy had a real shot at finding the real sender if they really wanted to. But now, 13 years later, there's little hope we'll ever learn the truth. Grateful Doe Hitchhiker. On June 26, 1995, at around 1:30 p.m., Virginia State Police responded to the report of a car crash near the small town of Emporia, Virginia. The Volkswagen Vanagon involved in the incident was completely wrecked from the front due to a collision with roadside trees.
Yikes.
And since neither of the two passengers were wearing a seatbelt, both of them were partially ejected from the front windshield and were deceased by the time police arrived. One of the victims of this crash was quickly identified as 21-year-old Michael Hager, a student at the University of South Carolina. However, every effort to identify the second guy proved entirely fruitless. His face was heavily disfigured during the crash, and he didn't have an ID on him either. Police were also unable to find any matching fingerprints in their database. Michael's family also had no idea who the second person was. Curiously, both Michael and this unknown person were wearing the same tie-dye t-shirt with the logo of the Grateful Dead rock band. After searching the bodies, police found 2 disheveled tickets for the Grateful Dead concert that took place a day prior in DC. They also found a handwritten note which stated, "Jason, sorry we had to go. See you around. Call me. Caroline T and Caroline O. Bye." Further investigation led to the conclusion that this unknown writer was simply hitchhiking. The two likely met at the concert and became friends. As for the crash, the police determined that it was simply caused by the driver falling asleep at the wheel. But that wasn't all. The only 2 things police knew about the unidentifiable man were that he was a fan of the Grateful Dead and that his name was likely Jason, as was written on the note. Jason was declared as John Doe, which is a name given to a person whose real name is unknown. And due to the Grateful Dead shirt he was wearing, Jason became known as the Grateful Doe. However, they were unable to find any more information on him, and the case was closed after some time. That is until 2012, when the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children published a digital recreation of Jason's face. This attracted the attention of internet detectives who became interested in identifying this person some 17 years after the original incident. A notable person who got involved in the case was the Reddit user Zombie Gray. Zombie began scouring the internet for any useful information they could find, and also founded a subreddit solely dedicated to finding the real identity of Jason. Zombie also created this missing person poster of sorts for Jason, which included all of the available information as well as a link to contact Zombie. The poster had a catchy title which read, "Can you help give him back his name?" Surprisingly, this poster went super viral across all social media sites and finally led to a breakthrough. A while after the poster was published, a man named Steve contacted Zombie and claimed that he knew who Jason was. According to Steve, his full name was Jason Callahan. Now the only thing left to find was any living family members of Jason. Fortunately, that didn't take long. In January of 2015, the following was posted after seeing the missing person poster on Facebook. "OMG, this is my son Jason Callahan from Myrtle Beach, South Carolina. I've been looking for him all this time with no luck. Today, my other son saw this Facebook page, and after all the years of praying for him to just call me or come home." Apparently, Jason had left his home when he turned 18 and was traveling around the country on his own. All this time, his mother thought that Jason was dodging her calls and simply didn't want to return home. With that, after 2 decades, one of the most mysterious John Doe cases was solved. Though it is sad to think about his mother, who thought that her son was alive, only to learn about his death through the internet 20 years later.
Yeah, very unfortunate. That's
Indianapolis wrecking ball theft. In the 1970s, newspapers in the Indianapolis region reported the most bizarre theft. Someone had apparently stolen an entire wrecking ball without getting caught. This became a big mystery at the time, and it's still a mystery today, nearly 50 years later. So, what happened? How could something as massive and heavy as a wrecking ball vanish overnight? Before we get to that, it's important to mention that the facts surrounding this mysterious theft are very inconsistent. Some sources claim that the ball was 5 tons and 200 feet in the air. Other sources say that the ball was only half that weight at 2.5 tons. There's also a mystery surrounding the date of when this event happened. A newspaper report I found on the incident was from July of 1973. However, a Redditor found the mention of this mystery in a book which listed the date as 1974 instead. This book also listed the weight as 2.5 tons instead of the 5 tons mentioned in the newspaper, adding further confusion. This might not sound like a big deal, but a difference of 2.5 tons can make a wrecking ball much easier to steal with a truck and a well thought out plan. The bigger question, however, is why? As the 1973 newspaper states, "I can't figure out what someone would do with a 5-ton metal ball." Well, there are a few prevalent theories online. One of these theories speculates that this was the work of a rival company, which is just cartoonishly evil enough to be true.
That's fucking hilarious.
But the thing is, melting the wrecking ball to sell the steel would have been too expensive, and it's highly unlikely that they had a crane lying around to use with the stolen wrecking ball. So, if this theory is true, the only plausible explanation is that they stole the ball to slow down their rival's work and cause financial trouble. This also checks out since, according to the 1973 newspaper article, the ball was stolen during a demolition job. That said, there's also another theory that is also a bit out there, but can make perfect sense if we had more information regarding the finances of the company the ball was stolen from. According to this theory, the company stole its own wrecking ball and hid it somewhere as a form of insurance fraud. Also, while researching this topic, I came across a similar incident that happened in Dallas, Texas in 1978. If the wrecking ball theft in Indianapolis was truly for insurance fraud, maybe a demolition business owner in Dallas saw its success and decided to do the same. Overall, because this happened so long ago and there's very inconsistent information on it, we'll likely never know what happened to this disappearing wrecking ball.
Yeah, unfortunate. We'll never know about that wrecking ball.
On the morning of January 2nd, 1978, a woman in California received a call asking for someone named Ray. She didn't know anyone by that name, so she simply told the caller they had the wrong number and hung up. Back then, callers had to manually enter each digit of the number they wanted to call in a rotary phone, and accidentally entering the wrong number was a common mistake. So she didn't think much of this and moved on with her day.
What did this say?
Number was entered, so she on the morning of January, likely never know that no, I had wrong. However, things took a horrifying turn that evening when and accidentally entering the wrong number was a common mistake. So she didn't think much of this and moved on with her day. However, things took a horrifying turn that evening when she received another call from the same person. And what she heard on the other end of this audio call was extremely disturbing.
So this is just, I've already played. It's so annoying the way this guy will edit together his videos, but then I'm 20 minutes in and we're back to basically another. I've seen this video before. I've seen it before. Give me something new. He made a synthesizer in Gmod. That was really funny. I actually watched that and was laughing really hard.
With a smile and saying, I didn't do it, with a smile.
If you smile at this point... What? Do you think I'm joking with you? Buddy, there's a dismembered body found near your apartment. Do you even effing realize what's going to happen to you? Let's just keep smiling. You smiled. In a good mood, are we?
48.
If we start a new game, we load in with the wheel still in our inventory. We diverge into the forest ending branch by simply having... We're gonna do V, so that the shut his...
Okay.
over has of his body compared to Lila. The nature of this sort of battle that these two entities are having over this avatar. And he gets distracted by stupid allegories of forking paths. So, actually, this is very ironic. We'll get into the nature of Detective You, but there's something actually very ironic about that. The concept of being easily distracted by things. This isn't the last time we get robbed of information because of Lila's distracting tactics. However, every time she tries distracting, she always reveals something else that's somewhat pertinent. She explains all endings are important and ephemeral, canon and non-canon. All of these endings contain canon information, and this ties in very well with the concept of forking paths, all being canon and pertinent. I'll explain with an example of a choose-your-own-adventure story. What the mother? You wake up one night to a suspicious noise outside your house. You have two choices, hide in the basement or go outside and check on what made that noise. Let's say you choose to hide in the basement. So you hide in the basement, you call the cops, and the cops arrive and they say nothing was amiss. However, if we rewind and you chose to go outside and inspect the noise, a robber knocks you out and steals all of your exotic butters. Which ending is canon? Even if we arbitrarily decide that the first ending is canon, the second ending taught us that there was a robber there, he wanted to steal your exotic butters, and perhaps the reason why the cops didn't find anything was because he fled the moment he saw that the cops arrived. So both endings are canonically relevant. So what is the symbolic significance between the strength ending and the strength tarot card? Obviously, it took a great deal of inner strength for Will's empathy to emerge from within him and overcome Lila's plans. Will chose the most honest route possible when it mattered the most, in a way defying all stereotypes that people would assign to his neurological predicament. What I do find beautiful about the Upright Strength Tarot card is that it depicts a sort of archetype that isn't conventionally strong, holding open the jaws of a lion, signifying the importance of both compassion and inner strength. There's something grand about the idea of a seemingly meek human using compassion and inner strength to hold open the jaws of a lion, to thwart the diabolical plans of...
Let me see this one.
It seems you were talking about something. It's warm.
And look, even William has his name in the dialogue window.
William. But aren't you Lila?
Talk. She's not entirely.
Not for you really are nothing.
I figured it out!
Seem to keep your eyes open away. We aren't going to talk here, Lila. Meet me at a familiar place, a place you use for saving. I'll be waiting.
Detective Yu, the fellow who Martha mentioned, is aware of Lila's presence, and he asks us to meet him where we save our game. This has turned meta to a level I wasn't expecting. Before we meet Detective Yu, it's about time I gave you the rundown on how the interrogation ending works. So in the murder of Martha, there are two factors that determine which ending you get in the interrogation branch. If you scare off the tenant or respond to Martha with a sad face, allowing her to scream, the authorities get notified that night and discover her body that night during your interrogation. If you fool the tenant and Martha remains quiet, you don't get caught during the investigation. I'm sure eventually Will does get caught, though. So the justice ending is obtained by messing this entire sequence up. But the strength ending is achieved by responding empathetically in the mirror and in the interrogation with Fisher breaking under the pressure, not maintaining confidence. And the judgment ending and all of its different micro variations just account for everything else. Here's what's interesting is that strength overrides all of the endings. Even if you kill Martha, you're sus all the way through, so long as you are empathetic in the mirror tutorial and break under confidence, you will get the strength ending. That overrides everything. But if you don't break, or you happen to be sussy in the mirror, if you messed up in the murder of Martha, you get the justice ending. And then, of course, if you don't qualify for either of these, it's sort of like a pachinko thing. It all goes down into judgment. Lila mentions you keeping his eyes open. This symbology will be apparent very soon enough, and she mentions a feast. Keep this in mind. Notice how the eye on the save game for Yu's office is open, unlike the closed eyes in the other saves.
You found me. Good job. Hello again, Detective. Now, Lila, let me tell you what I've gathered so far. So as far as I'm aware, you are the one responsible for the deaths of 2 girls. Now, Tanya Kennedy was the girl that looked just like you, so why is that? I guess we may never know, Detective. Well, if that's the game you want to, let's do it. I'm a sucker for mysteries like yours. Is that so? The way your story goes doesn't seem to make sense, though. There seems to be no continuity. Half of the time, I'm not even sure whether it's today, tomorrow, or a month ago. It is delightful to see your optimism, Detective. Oh, well, enough chit-chat. Please, pick a card. So, a place where we first met. You might not know it, but I have been watching you intently, Lila, from the point William woke up in his apartment right until the end. So, did it help you? Not yet. I'm still not quite sure. If I'm being frank, I have almost no damn idea about what happened before, or after this day. I appreciate your bluntness, Detective. Does it feel right that William is most likely going to be prosecuted? I'm not sure. You see, at that point, I didn't know William that well. To be quite honest with you, I feel a bit cheated. I'm not sure if the way it ended was the victory of good or a terrible mistake. Too bad, Detective. Not unlike me, you don't seem to be easily satiable. Maybe we could talk over some more cards. Sure. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like, but we don't have to.
Detective Yu reflects our feelings. We're happy that the perpetrator of Martha and Tanya's deaths is put to justice, but there's something off about it. Some sort of lack of closure. Like evil got away with doing something evil and just left its leftovers as a patsy for the consequences. And again, Lila mentions something about being sated easily. What her sustenance truly is will be a key component of her nature and unraveling the mystery of not only Lila, but the game Who's Lila. Right now, though, it seems that she enjoys attention and suffering. With the completion of the justice ending, we get some pretty hefty reveals. First of all, we're not really playing as Will. I guess we're playing as Lila. Or at least Lila possessing Will's body. This would make it totally possible for that mysterious caller on the cell phone to be Will asking Lila to let him back in, perhaps let him back into his body. This would also explain why certain details aren't known to Lila, like the state of Will's friendships, how long Tanya has been missing, the address of the apartment building that was burnt down. These are bits of information Will knows about, but Lila doesn't. We will have a better understanding of this gap in Lila's knowledge when we fully go into the timeline exploring flashbacks and whatnot. Another big reveal is the meta nature of this game. Detective Yu asks us to meet him in the place we saved. As enigmatic as Detective Yu is, characters like Martha, Lila, and Detective Fisher already have a pre-existing knowledge of Detective Yu, and yet Officer Hutchins doesn't. Also, while we're here, what are the significant links between the Justice ending and the Justice tarot card? Obviously, Will is caught and held accountable for his crimes. Justice is served. And this is because of Martha's shouts and the tenant's shrewdness. And this is interesting because the upright justice card signifies a need for an attention to detail and not letting any minute thing be overlooked. This can actually apply to both us, the player, if we want to achieve an ending other than justice. Look at every detail. Why did you get caught this time? Or, of course, the attention to detail that the tenant had to show in scrutinizing Will's intentions. If the Justice card is reversed in Tarot Arcana, it can signify one being in denial. So, naturally, an upright Justice card could also be signifying an honesty with oneself. We don't hide the crimes we committed against Martha. Unlike what we'll end up doing in the Judgment ending, we don't try to shift blame or frame other characters in this story. So as we go into the next two interrogation branch endings, well, and for the rest of the game, to be honest with you, keep this concept in mind of Will and Lila battling it out over control of his body. And given the meta nature of this game, are we, the player, also a potential battler in this battle? Probably a better way I could have worded that. Detective, Flaw Peacock. Nice to meet you. I'm Detective Viewer. Please, have a seat. Viewer, is that Icelandic? Russian. I need your help in answering a single question. Who's Lila? Okay, first of all, get that question out of your head. We're going to learn the answers to that question very naturally. We should be priming our minds for the real questions, like what happened to Tanya? Why did what happened to Tanya happen? Where's William? Who's controlling our character? Are we, the player, a character in this story? Who is the prince? Who is the stranger? The empress? The emperor? To all these questions, there is a simple answer, but attached to each answer is a fungal outcropping of what-ifs and maybes. But first, I'm going to need to get myself a peanut butter shaker. Yeah, I've never heard of a diner with patio seating. And the dossier tells me that you don't even like milkshakes, so why are we even here? Oh, you'll see, just wait. Good morning, gentlemen. Welcome to Shakers. Can I get you something to start with a drink? Maybe one of our world-class milkshakers? I'm going to take the peanut butter mocha shaker, please. Great choice. And you, Detective? Give me the rum shaker. We actually discontinued that shaker. Okay, fine. The thug shaker. Give me the thug shaker. I'll be right back with your drinks. What? Really? Is that why we're eating here? Okay, I go out on a limb to make you laugh. I throw some dumb things a little here and there. Normally, you like that stuff. It's a dead meme. I ought to arrest you for that alone. Is it, though? See? I'm laughing at your dumb hat. What are you even wearing? It's an Armenian taraz. Old carpet is taken and made into these lovely hats. To prove to you that it wasn't my hat that made you laugh, I'm going to place it right over here on the floor, and I guarantee you're still going to enjoy this evening. Don't put it on the floor. That's not necessary. Come on. It's made from carpet. It's used to being on the floor. Now, since we've chosen the empathetic options in the mirror tutorial regarding the dog and the dead enemy, all we need to do is reload our save and focus on lowering our confidence. This is done by consistently choosing sadness as our emotion.
Do you know why you're here? We're going to now try to focus on lowering our confidence. So we're going to be choosing sad options. No, I don't. You make a sad face. You didn't look very confident. Your confidence level decreased. The detective may have noticed that. All right. Now, you are William Clark, correct? Yes, this is correct. You made a sad face. You've been read your rights before, right? No, never. You've probably seen it in the movies. He reads you your rights. Oh, forgot to ask. Do you want any water or anything? No, thank you, sir. You make a sad face. What's with your face expressions, William? I'm sorry. I'm just not very good with showing emotions. It's fine. Pardon if I'm being insensitive, but have you ever been diagnosed as a neurodivergent? No. Have you been evaluated by a neurologist? No, never. Gotcha.
Huh. A police officer that's knowledgeable about neurodiversity. Somebody cooking turkey? Because, it's pretty based. You know, back in my day, we used to call things fire and dope based. Based on what?
All right. Now,
Reality.
Will, I have a photograph here. Do you know who this is in the photograph? Yes, that's Tanya Kennedy. You made a sad face. The officer had noticed that. Something wrong, kid? You look frightened. I don't know. I'm just afraid that I'll say something wrong. What do you mean by that? I don't know. I'm afraid that I'll say something that will make you think I did something wrong. What was your relationship with her? We didn't know each other very well. You made a sad face. This looked weird. Officer Hutchins acts as though he didn't notice. I see. Could you elaborate? Did you just say hello to each other, or did you talk sometimes? We talked, yeah. What did you talk about?
This feels genuine. It doesn't seem like an act that Lila is putting on. Remember how I said that sad responses are more Will-like? Perhaps when we choose the sad choices, this allows for this avatar to channel through Will. Keep watching.
Entering this second phase of the first interrogation with low confidence gives us a pretty interesting bit of information regarding William's mother. Did you talk after the party? No, we stopped. That's why I didn't know she was missing until now. And why did you stop talking? I don't know, it just kind of happened. Did you two have a fight? No. Why do you think you stopped talking? Well, I guess she just thought I was boring. I might not be the best person to hang around. And why is that? I don't know, I guess I was just born that way. It's kind of always been like that. Always, huh? Have you been a lonely kid at school? Yeah, I didn't have friends. Never really. Didn't you have friends when you were young? It's usually easier to make friends when you're a kid. Not really, just my mom. Are you on good terms with your mom now? She passed away, sir. I understand. Did it happen a long time ago? It's been 3 years now, sir. Must have been tough. Yes, sir, I felt impossible to bear after a while. Can you tell me more about her? She was great, honestly. She cared a lot about me. A bit too much at times. How's that? Well, she'd meet me from school until I was about 12. She always knew what was up with me and was very strict about my grades. But that's because she loved me. You made a sad face. She did do some strange things sometimes, but I guess that's just because she felt lonely. What things would that be, Will? Well, my mom had a thing that I was not allowed to date until 16. I was friends with a girl that you liked her, right? Yeah, her name was Annie. Did your mom know? Yeah, she did. She didn't like that, obviously. She started talking to me a lot about her, trying to convince me that I shouldn't be interested in girls yet, or something. That could have been true. I mean, how old were you? 15. So what happened? At some point, she stopped with her lectures. I thought she was finally cool with my choices until I brought Annie to our house. And what did your mother do? She asked if she could talk to us. We said yes, so she sat us across the table and she started saying nasty things, disturbing, shameful things about me and about her. Some of them were true, some made up. I remember I started crying, begging her to stop, and she just sat there talking monotonously, her eyes fixed at Annie. She kept repeating, "Annie, you are such a naughty, naughty girl." And Annie wouldn't talk to me after that. I thought I'd never forgive Mom, you know? But I guess when you live with somebody, you always forgive them at some point. That sounds terrible, Will. Life must have been hard with a parent like this. No, she protected me, you know? I guess she just wanted to be the only one I cared about. I think that's normal for a human, isn't it? Can I ask you how she died? I can't remember too much for some reason. I just know one day there was a problem with the piping. She went down to fix it and... You can't speak further. It's all right, Will. Sorry, I just really miss her, sir. Let's change the topic for now.
Will's mom is at the very least overbearing and emotionally abusive, but it's much likely that the abuse is a lot worse. And there's that bold text again. Keep this in mind. With the exception of the Tanya quote, these sort of reek of an overbearing, twisted parent. You are in big trouble already. You've been a naughty girl. All these strange, grotesque. The bold text means something, and I think we hit something with the parental or the paternal motif. While we're at it, let's also keep the mother and her effect on William in mind as well. We'll get a lot more of a clearer picture once we get the reversed Empress ending.
Let's change the topic for now. Now, I'm not going to grill you about this, but I know you've been part of a certain gathering. The Lawrence fraternity? Ring any bells? Yes, sir. Is this something you are comfortable talking about? Yes, sir. Even if I wasn't, you'd be interrogating me anyways, wouldn't you? So please, ask away. Right now, I'll just need a couple of details. First, when was it exactly you enrolled? June 11th, sir. But I've been helping out Father Lawrence for a while before I was actually initiated. All right. Then what was the mission of the group? Did you try to convert as many people as possible? Not really, sir. Actually, it seemed that only Father's closest circles were allowed in. As for the end goal, I was never told what it was or if there was one. It seems I was too low of a tier. No chance to get higher in the hierarchies now, since the fire? Tell me more about that, please. You weren't present when it happened, right? Yes, sir. Why? It must have been a group meeting. I was at home, ill, a migraine. Is there anyone there to confirm that? Yes, actually. Miss Hutchins, our concierge, was kind enough to come and check on me. Oh, so Dorothy's. All right, we'll check on that. Now, William, I'll leave the room and another officer will come and talk to you.
Oh, I forgot about this dialogue. We circumvented it when we pinned our bruises on Michael. So, June 11th is the day that William is inducted into the cult, the Fraternity of Lawrence. Will reveals to the detective that he stayed in during the fire. So, just simply based on this information alone, we know that William was a part of the cult while the fire was taking place. Remember when we showed our bruises to the detective? If you let Michael beat you up on the roof, you'll show the detectives the bruises from the fight. But if you beat Michael up or just skip the fight altogether, which that's something that you can do, you'll show the detectives the bruises or scars from the calamity. I assumed that this calamity was the fire on November 12th, but William reveals to the detectives that he wasn't there for the fire, so how would he get injured from a fire he wasn't present for? The calamity must be something entirely different. We'll skip to the part where our confidence levels, or lack thereof, matter.
Please, Will, it's no use now. I'll tell you something an old friend of mine used to say. Of all the people in the world, the best and the worst are drawn to the dog. Most turn away. Only those with the purest of heart can feel its pain. I know you aren't a bad guy, William. I know you can feel the pain of others. Can't you?
No. Oh, please don't make me. No. No. It's just not. She wasn't even scared when I killed her.
I killed her, sir. I killed Tanya Kennedy. Thank you, Will. You did a good job just now.
Oh God. So, we confess our crimes. The only way we can achieve this ending is by reacting to the dog and enemy with a sad expression. And the premier way to maintain low confidence is to make sad faces in this interrogation. The obvious interpretation is that by choosing the empathetic choices in the mirror, Will finds the strength for his true self to break through and wrest control from Lila, confessing the crimes that he committed. So one could argue that these empathetic choices and sympathetic emotions, like sadness and fear, are the sort of true will choices and loosens the grip of the more cynical and dastardly Lila. If you interpreted this story as a simple battle between two forces over a single vessel, a single body, then that would be perfect. It would actually be beautifully simple. But part of me doesn't think it's that simple. And also another part of me doesn't want to go too easy on Will just yet. At this point, the information we have tells us that Will did kill Tanya and Lila simply covered it up. I'm confident by the end of this we'll have a better picture as to whether or not William is truly innocent and how much Lila had to do in his crimes. Let's scrutinize and keep all of this in mind. And of course, since we finished the strength ending, what better next stop to make than Detective Yu's office?
What? How did this happen? Did Will turn himself in? Was it your plan all along, Lila? But I thought it ended a different way. I don't get it. Have you heard of the Garden of Forking Paths, Detective? Bohr's short story? Yes. I mean, I get it. The story could have unraveled in many different ways and so on. You don't have to be a genius to understand that there are multiple possible routes, but which of them actually happened? You don't get it. They all happened. But in alternative universes or something? No, in this universe, silly. But which one is canonical? Oh my gosh, all of them are, and none of them are. You seem to think that some of the dreams you see are more important than others, Detective. I suggest you reconsider. All of them are equally ephemeral. All of them are nothing but dreams.
Detective, you can be an oblivious dickhead sometimes. And yes, for those of you who've already played this game, I see the irony in that statement. We could have gotten some solid information about how much control Will over has of his body compared to Lila, the nature of this sort of battle that these two entities are having over this avatar. And he gets distracted by stupid allegories of forking paths. So, actually, this is very ironic. We will get into the nature of Detective You, but there's something actually very ironic about that. The concept of being easily distracted by things. This isn't the last time we get robbed of information because of Lila's distracting tactics. However, every time she tries distracting, she always reveals something else that's somewhat pertinent. She explains all endings are important and ephemeral, canon and non-canon. All of these endings contain canon information, and this ties in very well with the concept of forking paths, all being canon and pertinent. I'll explain with an example of a choose-your-own-adventure story. What the mother? You wake up one night to a suspicious noise outside your house. You have two choices,
Yes,
hide in the
unwound
basement
it, so
or
you're
go
hearing this
outside
again.
and check on what made that noise. Let's say you choose to hide in the basement. So you hide in the basement, you call the cops, and the cops arrive and they say nothing was amiss. However, if we rewind and you chose to go outside and inspect the noise, a robber knocks you out and steals all of your exotic butters.
Not
Which
my
ending is
butter
canon?
collection.
Even if we arbitrarily decide that the first ending is canon, the second ending taught us that there was a robber there, he wanted to steal your exotic butters, and perhaps the reason why the cops didn't find anything was because he fled the moment he saw that the cops arrived. So both endings are canonically relevant. So what is the symbolic significance between the strength ending and the strength tarot card? Obviously, it took a great deal of inner strength for Will's empathy to emerge from within him and overcome Lila's plans. Will chose the most honest route possible when it mattered the most, in a way defying all stereotypes that people would assign to his neurological predicament. What I do find beautiful about the Upright Strength Tarot card is that it depicts a sort of archetype that isn't conventionally strong, holding open the jaws of a lion, signifying the importance of both compassion and inner strength. There's something grand about the idea of a seemingly meek human using compassion and inner strength to hold open the jaws of a lion, to thwart the diabolical plans of Lila. And perhaps, based on Lila's air of defeat when discussing the Strength Tarot or Strength ending with Detective You, I think it's safe to say that this would be an instance where Will did overcome, holding open the jaws of Lila with his empathy. To get the most diabolically successful judgment ending, we need to let Michael beat us up. When we get to the apartment, we respond to the tenant as such.
Good evening. Young man, excuse my asking, do you live here? Yes, I do. You look disgusted. I mean, no, sir. Not really. The lady from 97 has called for me. I'm a rat exterminator. The tenant still doesn't look convinced. So, apartment 97, you say? Well, how about we call Miss and ask her about it? You smiled. You shrug your shoulders. Sure, do that. You have her phone number? He seems to be taken aback by your eagerness. No, I don't. That's all right, I believe you. But I'll be sure to come check on you in a half an hour, you hear me? We are a very close community in this condominium. Martha doesn't live in apartment 97. It should be all right.
That's grotesque, spelling out in a coy manner how she wants to exterminate Martha, and rat is in bold lettering. I guess the bold lettering serves both the purpose of emphasis and symbolically framing the overbearing parental figure. Two things can be true at once. When confronting Martha, make sure to smile. I'm sure there are other emotions you can use, but if I recall, sadness will allow her the chance to scream, causing the nearby tenants to call the police and discover her body. During the interrogation, maintain a high confidence with strategically paced smiles and neutral faces. I experimented a bit and stumbled upon some cool dialogue by responding to the female torso reveal with a smile and saying, "I didn't do it," with a smile.
If you smile at this point... What? Do you think I'm joking with you? Buddy, there's a dismembered body found near your apartment. Do you even effing realize what's going to happen to you? Let's just keep smiling. You smiled. In a good mood, are we? Wake up, kiddo, you're in a police station. People don't come here for nothing. You think we don't know what you did? Prepare to live through all those horror stories you've heard about police, buddy. Now that we're on the same page, tell me, bud, what's up with all the nonsense about tulpas? I beg your pardon? Ooh, I forgot about this. So yeah, if you smile, he talks about tulpas. Let me go ahead and let me smile here. You smile. You must be thinking, how does he know? Well, there's a paragraph in your diary which mentions that word. Just thought I'd ask you, what is this all about? You've been in my apartment? Of course we have, buddy. This is why you're here. What, are you surprised? Angry? Got something to hide, kid? Anyway, back to what I was asking you. What the hell's a tulpa? Some imaginary friend, right? It's not exactly, what, you're so boring you don't have any real friends? It's not like that. And what's it like? It's a mystical practice that has a lot of value if you know how to work it correctly. And how do you work it? You try to act as though Will actually cared about tulpas. This is telling us that Will didn't care about the concept of tulpas and tulpamancy. So, a tulpa is basically a being or object created through spiritual or mental powers. It's sentient and independent, but it's imaginary nonetheless, right? I mean, considering your own ego is also imaginary, there's basically no difference between it and a tulpa. My ego is imaginary, huh? It only exists momentarily when you get offended or upset, for example. What? If only you knew how unstable your self-image actually is. Even other people's images in your head are more concrete than your own. I don't have time for this mumbo-jumbo. Save those things for you. And that's interesting. Keep this part in mind. Just keep it in mind, because we're going to re-explore that, this person mentioning you in a moment. Did Father Lawrence teach you all this crap? Come on, I told you, we've read your diary. Spill it out, kid. What do you want to know? Who was Lawrence? How were you two connected? Lawrence was a leader of a group called the Lawrence Fraternity. And what were they doing? Some kind of cult? You could call it that. Sex cult? No. Were you guys using substances there? Your face remained neutral. No. Liar. What about the mushrooms you found in your apartment? You feel a cold sweat. They're for personal use. I'm not even sure I've seen stuff like that before. The hell are these? I don't know, I swear. You can't know about the Teth mushrooms. We'll come back to that later. Don't think I'll forget about it. So again, about the fraternity. I don't believe that, though. Do you, Ted? So, Will, the bruises you showed us earlier, that's Michael Graves who gave it to you? Scratches? How the hell does a guy give another guy nail scratches? I told you, he's wearing rings. He's a rock fan or something. I've noticed an Ozzy Osbourne poster on his locker. Yeah, I remember. You told me that. This seems to correspond with what the others said. Unfortunately, Mr. Graves seems to be a very short-tempered boy. So, William, will you actually be able to testify against Michael in the court of law? Absolutely, sir. Come on, Ted. Don't tell me you... we'll talk later. The interrogation is over for now, William. We'll tell you when you're free to go. There's just a bit of paperwork left.
Regardless, so long as you don't qualify for the strength or justice ending, you will get the judgment ending. Maintaining confidence allows you to pin the crime on Michael. If you lack confidence, then they will mention smelling detergent on you. What's interesting is that in the unsuccessful variant of the judgment ending, the DNA tests come back at that moment. So even if you pin the crimes on Michael, the DNA test will still likely point to the direction of William committing the crime. Now that I think about it, that's probably why Lila and you discuss the endings all being ephemeral and important, all having small micro variations but ultimately leading to the same outcome. Judging from the data we gather from all the interrogation endings, no matter what, Will is going to be punished for what he did to Tanya and Martha. And that's something to note. There is no variation of the interrogation ending where Martha doesn't get killed.
What a strange outcome that was. I do feel bad about Michael's fate. Oh, do you feel bad about what's going to happen to Graves? I wish I could do something about it. You do have the power to divert the way some events go. You won't lull me into the false sense of safety, Lila. Even if I did that now, I know for sure, in the Garden of Forking Paths, there'll always be one that leads to Mr. Graves being falsely. This card is objective evidence of that. Not bad, Detective. Many others will try to deceive themselves, thinking that only one of the many paths is real, yet they all exist simultaneously, intersecting. In a weird way, they seem to dictate each other's logic, too. I'm not sure if I can grasp the picture in this entirety just yet, though. Do you feel that you need to? Oh, yes. Yes, I have to. I don't think I'll ever be able to find satisfaction until I understand each little thing. I feel it's what I need to do in order to find out who you are, Lila. We'll see about that.
So everything we went over in this Detective You dialogue, we more or less went over in the strength discussion. But there is this talk of desperation to figure out every little detail and facet of this mystery out. Maybe in a way, Detective You is a lot like us. Keep this in mind. At first, I didn't really see the significance symbolically between the judgment ending and the tarot, but I think I figured out a little bit of a link. You see, there are many different ways the judgment ending can kind of pan out, from varying basically from Will successfully framing Michael or to basically delaying his inevitable scrutiny. But here's an interesting thing. The tarot has more to do with, like, end days. Like, the judgment is more like the times of judgment in a way. But archetypically, in the way human beings understand judgment days and whatnot, is there's sort of this second chance, a resurrection that follows, the wiping of the slate clean, a redemption of all sins and whatnot. So, perhaps judgment, the ending, and judgment, the tarot, the link is basically Will gaining a second chance by fooling the detectives into blaming Michael. But here's the thing, and I want to point this out. Every single one of these endings inevitably lead to the same thing. Because one of the judgment variants finishes off with one of the detectives coming back with DNA evidence. There's this implication that you sort of failed. You got the worst of the judgment endings. So no matter what, even if we have all these scratches and, you know, Michael beat the heck out of us, I think no matter what, all of these end in Will's punishment. All endings are ephemeral. They're all canon. And in a way, they're all kind of the same. Oh, what happened to the thing? Well, that concludes the interrogation branch, the beefiest of the branches. Don't worry, it's going to be a lot more smoother coming in from here on out. Let's take a pit stop to a flashback ending, the moon ending.
All right.
Detective, I'm sorry I'm late. Thank you for ordering from you, by the way. The traffic.
What did you just say?
Floppy, what the hell are you wearing? Oh, this? Traffic. Detective.
Oh, it's...
Detective, I'm sorry I'm late. Thank you for ordering from you, by the way. The traffic. Floppy, what the hell are you wearing? Oh, this? This is my new worn art piece. I call it Tabula Rasa. Alrighty, I got a order of a chicken curry. It's a 2-share, 1 pot. I'll get you guys some plates. Careful, this is scalding hot. And I'll be right back with your plates. Enjoy. I ordered us curry. I'm worried that it might stain your garb. You wouldn't want your tabula rasa to just become a tabula. Good call, aren't you thoughtful today? So, what's the question? So, do you think Lila is a tulpa? I think tulpas are a good launching point for how to explain Lila, but we shouldn't be too comfortable with that label. You seem to have an affinity based on some of the secrets you've kept. A puzzle solver, eh? Listen, I don't actually believe in the mystical applications of tulpas, but I do find them to be fascinating narrative devices. What do you think about our waiter, by the way? The waiter, I think he's trying too hard. I think his shtick comes off as insincere. Sincerity is hard to prove when it comes to temperaments, but if you notice, he's already on his smoke break. Huh. His demeanor seems so different. In order to cope with the day-to-day duties of running his tables, he's adopted this persona and allows it to sort of take the wheel. A more hustle-oriented, although gracious worker bee with all of the interpersonal skills that he probably doesn't use on his day-to-day basis outside of his workplace. Do you think our waiter is a tulpa? No. But what's different about creating this alternate persona of yourself and allowing it to steer for you, and the whole Coomer and Oguiji story? This arbitrary mystical assignment we've assigned to this concept of tulpas allows it to delude us and delude others into thinking that we're being possessed by some sort of sentient being, like there's something spooky afoot, when in reality, this person's just adopting a new persona. They could give it a new name, give it a different ethnicity, a different gender, even change the species, but that's only to insulate them from that persona. Okay, yeah, so what's the difference? You take issue with tulpas being seen as separate sentient entities. You are sentient, you have a persona, so any new persona you create will naturally be sentient. But unlike this idea of a tulpa, it will still be me. It won't be something totally separate. The tulpa is a total transformation, almost a completely different software. This persona that I'm describing is patched over software or updated software. Whether or not you like it, your brain is the same brain. This waiter might change his persona drastically, but his persona is just simply a retooled, molded version of who he is, his previous persona. If you want to see it as him being temporarily possessed by a tulpa, then fine, but it's still him. It's not a different sentient being. I don't know, Floppy. I'm not sure if I disagree with you. I'm just not satisfied with this. We should get back onto the topic of who's Lila, but I'm glad we had this conversation. We should be keeping this in mind. And now onto the moon ending. Remember how we unlocked a new location from Ellie? It was the venue for one of Matt's parties. To unlock the moon ending tarot, let's explore that location. Through the bus stop, we select the party as our destination.
William, November 20th. My name is William Clark, and I was invited to a party by Matt Hurley. It's my first party in the new class. It smells nice out here.
So this is a flashback. There is this pumpkin we can interact with to unlock the ripe pumpkin palette. I lost the footage for my fresh start gameplay, so I don't have what Will said when interacting with the pumpkin, but if I recall correctly, Will mentions a familiar smell coming from the fields, or a familiar sight. Also, we have another date on our timeline, November 20th, the night of Matt's party. A little more than a week after the fire at Lawrence's fraternity, the one that Will conveniently stayed home from.
That's Matt Hurley, the host of the party. Hey, dude. William, right? Oh, hi, Matt. I'm sorry I'm late. Hey, don't worry, man. Night's just getting started. Come on in. Want some beer? Sorry, I'll pass. Thanks for inviting me, though. No prob, you're a newbie, but you seem cool. Man, the guys here are so awesome. I wish I wasn't that shy and could actually tell him that.
Now, hold on. This is far less antagonistic than our interaction in the school. Matt actually seems like a pretty chill dude in this case. We see Jay and Mandy embracing under the moonlit sky.
A couple enjoying an evening smoke. Well, at least one of them is enjoying it. Mandy, so are you happy you got out finally? Yeah, thanks for pulling me out, I guess. Scary to think how it would feel to be home right now. Hey man, you wanted something? No. You smiled. It felt a bit awkward. Sorry, can I have a cigarette? Oh, sure man, help yourself. You found a cigarette. Just a regular cigarette.
Mandy helped pull Jay out from his home. Not help him sneak out, not snuck him out, she pulled him out. Does this decisively prove my J. Mandy Tulpa theory? No. But it's interesting to think about nonetheless. And to be honest with you, I think this is the last time in this entire video we're even going to mention Jay and Mandy. But it was fun to keep this thing in mind. Let's close that and move on
played,
with the
I
rest
didn't
of
even
this
realize
mess.
this was the same character.
We'll be using the Siggy later. We go inside and the party looks fun. People chilling, chatting, and one guy dancing.
They're having fun, I think. I love this song. I wrote it, you know. You like it, right? Sure. Wait, hold on. Ilya. Wait, hold on. Ilya. If we have William.
I got into a bit of a tangent, thinking that the name Ilya was significant. Removing the letters from William gives us WLM. Nothing there as far as I know. There has to be some significance to the fact that Ilya phonetically just sounds like William without a W and without an M.
And also
without a W and without an... Wait, that, hold on. Keep that in mind. W and M. I already filmed this part, so just keep the concept of a W and an M in mind. You'll know when we get to the point when I mention things like sigils. Anyways, another thing I noticed that the name is kind of similar to Lila. Under certain fonts, the capital I looks like a lowercase L.
I didn't realize that.
I'm spitballing here.
I love this song. I wrote it, you know. You like it, right? Sure.
We go upstairs to talk to some fellow partygoers.
Don't get me wrong, I really like this song, but we've been listening to it for the last 2 hours. The dancing guy just won't let us change it. I think he wrote it or something. Oh, I could try to change it. You'd do that? Gee, man, thanks so much. You're our savior.
Normally, analyzing the table will allow us to change the music by simply clicking on the stereo. If I recall correctly, the brand of alcohol they're drinking is Le Booze, too. But because I purchased the original soundtrack for Who's Lila on Steam, the table view is replaced by a music playing interface. What's interesting is the song that's playing here is called Girl to Bits. Now, that's an effed up double meaning. Loving a girl to bits and also chopping said girl to bits. We changed the music to We Are Your Neighbors. And what's funny is that you can hear the partygoers thanking us baked into the song. Because I bought the soundtrack, Ilya's reaction to the music can be glitchy sometimes. So when you change the music from Girl to Bits to We Are Your Neighbors, typically Ilya says something around the lines of, "Oh, the song changed. But it's okay because I made this song too."
The song changed. Finally. Oh my god, thanks, man.
We see that somebody has straight up stolen our outfit. We go to confront him, and this happens.
"70 years later, I grinded."
Well, that was weird. Keep this character in mind. We mosey on into the hallway. We hear people getting busy behind one door, and behind door number 2 is a drunken Martha under a halo of love.
A girl lying on the bed. She has to be really drunk. Hey, are you all right? You make a sad face. Oh, I'm fine. I just had a bit too much to drink. Do you need anything? Water? No, I just need to lie down for a little bit. Should I leave you alone then? No, wait. What's your name? I'm Will. I think we met at school, remember? Oh, you are. You're the new guy, right? Too bad you have to see me this way. I don't usually drink, you know. Geez, figures. I must look really pathetic to you right now. Hey, come on now. Everybody's like that sometimes. Any reason you drank so much tonight? It's, a freaking guy, you know, the one she tells you a very confusing yet relatable story. In conclusion, the guy she's talking about sucks ass.
She's talking about Jimmy, the hothead from the group of classmates that chewed us out at the school, and Prick, who apparently toys with Martha's emotions.
This guy sucks ass. You made an angry face. You feel oddly moved by this half-discernible story. Maybe it's because you've been in the same situation. Or maybe you are just a bit high from so much social interaction in one evening.
I love this flashback because it gives us such a refreshing view of William. William isn't a psycho. He's not like a Dexter Morgan or Norman Bates kind of figure. He's just an awkward teen who simply has neurological struggles showing empathy. Lila having no empathy towards human beings is not the same thing as William having trouble showing empathy. I just realized something. Normally, under certain interactions, Will's face will change on its own while you, the player, are trying to make your own face. So the added challenge is that not only during this limited time you have to make the face that you want to make, you have to reverse the automatic involuntary reactions. However, for the sake of painless exploration, the footage you've been watching is of me playing this game on easy mode, which disables this mechanic. Just so we're not missing any information, when William first meets Tanya, he has this really goofy smile. When he's questioned by Strupnev as to whether or not Lila still speaks to him, he has a scared face. I think these involuntary facial movements are coming from whatever remnant of William still resides in the William we're playing as. On the flip side, when the fellow classmates tell you that Tanya has been missing for a week, the face naturally contorts to a creepy grimace. Lila is pleased with this news, finds it entertaining or funny, I guess, maintaining that cynicism that I associate with Lila. There's a part where everything kind of simmers down in the argument with Michael on the rooftop where William says, I don't think I can trust you guys. Lila wants to smile, saying this phrase in a mocking way. I don't think we're missing out on any vital information by playing this game on easy mode. But that being said, keep this in mind. Keep the fact that there is an aspect to the facial game mechanic that is outside of the player's control in mind. That actually is kind of interesting. I mentioned it already, but perhaps there are remnants of Lila and William that are sort of contending with the player as we play the game. But we ultimately have the power to simply press a button and we silence them, playing the game on easy mode.
Yeah, you get me, Will. I wish she would too. Hey, you wanna, she makes sounds that usually precede vomiting. You took the poor girl to the bathroom. You probably need to tell Matt she's here.
We make our way downstairs and finally meet Tanya.
Tanya Kennedy. Hi there. You feel dizzy.
I do my best to replicate Will's canonical nervous facial expressions. I just realized the stranger is no longer here.
Hey! You smiled. This looked awkward. I don't think we've met before, right? Hey, have you seen Martha? Hold on, Ellie. He probably doesn't know who that is. You're the new guy, right? Yeah. You smiled. Another great face right there, Will. Anyways, I'll go look for Martha. I'm Ellie, by the way. I'm Will. She left. And there she goes. Oh, right. My name's Tanya Kennedy. She jokingly stretches her hand forward and you give her a handshake. Is Martha the blonde girl? She's kind of plump, too. That's probably her. What, have you seen her? She didn't feel too good, so I helped her to the bathroom. That's probably Danny's fault. That asshole. Yeah. I think I'll go help her out. Want to come with? Sure. She left.
We make our way back upstairs. Oh, wow. The gang's all together. It's fitting that she was under this halo of love. The way they're all together to help Martha. And you juxtapose that with Tanya having been murdered. And Martha. Michael having lost two people he loved in his life. It makes this all the more tragic. This friend group, with its flaws, mind you, but being torn apart with this cascading effect of suffering.
There you go. Better? Yeah. Thanks, you guys. And what we talked about earlier. Look, Danny's my friend, but I'm not gonna lie, he can be kind of an asshole sometimes. Don't even think of blaming yourself, alright? It's not because there's something wrong with you. Danny's just been through a pretty effed up relationship himself.
That's a pet peeve of mine. Here's a pro tip. If you have a friend who's been trespassed against in some way by somebody else who may have their own demons they're fighting, resist the urge to be the bodhisattva. Chances are they're in no mood to hear how bad you feel for the perpetrator.
That doesn't excuse him, does it, though? I'm just telling you why he did it, alright? I think I already said that he acted like an asshole. Oh, hey, Will. Guys, that's my new friend, Will.
We'll shortly see Michael exhibit his toxicities, but nonetheless, it's so sad how things went upside down so quickly for these kids.
Hey, guys. You smiled. This sounded natural. Sup, man? We haven't met before, have we? Yeah, I haven't been to school much since the start of the year. Oh, gotcha. Well, nice to meet you, Will. Thanks for taking care of Martha just now. Yeah, thanks, Will. I really needed that. They seem to have been talking about something else before you came. There's an awkward silence. Well, if everything's fine with Martha, I'll go get some air. Hey, what? We just came here. Come on. I'll see you all later. Tanya, are you ignoring me? Come on, we barely hang out anymore. It's Graves.
I still like Michael. He's one of my favorite characters in this game, but it is ironic how bad he is at reading a situation. Perhaps if he identified the struggle, he wouldn't be so eager to call Will weird or a freak, because from where I'm standing, this freak has a better interpersonal handle on things. We follow Tanya to the hallway.
She's looking at a painting on the wall. There's a sun-drenched cafe with huge, seemingly glassless windows.
Keep this cafe in mind for a later ARG path we'll be taking.
Hey, Tanya, what about... Oh, sorry, am I interrupting something? Michael... Today. I don't think I've done anything to deserve that, have I? I see how it is. So you'd rather hang out with some weird dude you just met, instead of at least talking to your boyfriend. I'm just worried about you, alright? He leaves. Don't be mad at him. He actually cares about me, you know? That's the worst part. I'm not mad, I get it, I guess. Tanya seems very tired. It's a nice picture there, isn't it? It's Hopper, right? The cafe or something? Do you like it? Yeah, it has a certain feeling to it. Like incredible loneliness, but cozy at the same time. Almost like you've been there before. Yes, that's what I was getting. Listen, well, I think I'll go downstairs and get myself a drink now. Then how about we go for a walk? I really need to cool down right now. Sounds good to me.
Like I said, Michael's got some work to do, but nothing of what just happened even remotely resembles the story we recount in the judgment variation of the interrogation.
I think I drank a bit more than usual there. Finally, some fresh air. This party was getting a bit intense, wasn't it? Yeah. To be honest, I never expect you to be here. Oh yeah? Why not? Because I look like a tight-ass straight-A student? Yeah, kinda. Well, there's a lot about me that people don't see. Ooh, mysterious. What about you? You don't seem to be very talkative when you come to school. And you don't even come often. I don't believe in education. Huh? Really? No, I mean, I just have to tackle a lot of shit on my own. Like, you know, I live alone, I gotta do stuff like working, doing chores, all that stuff. Sounds rough. Where are your parents? Dad ran away when I was little, Mom died 3 years ago. I'm sorry to hear that. It's okay. No use getting all emotional about it now. I had a pretty nice childhood. Just me and her, you know. I think I'm finally getting something good in my life now. But yeah, it's gotten tough sometimes. Sorry I started talking about all this. It's okay. What about you? You mean my upbringing? Well, nothing special, I guess. I've had a nice childhood, 2 sisters, private school, and so on. Were you a talented kid even back then? Yeah. It's funny, my parents used to call me a prodigy. It kind of sucked, though. How's that? It's hard to explain. Everyone around seems to expect great things from you, like all the time. And when you fail, it's like the end of the world because it's as if you betrayed their faith in you. I know it sounds dumb, but it feels real terrible, honestly. That makes a lot of sense. I don't know, I still kind of feel like a failure. Why? You're literally one of the best students at the school. I don't know, it's like, even when I do something right, win an award or something, I just get anxious that the next thing will fail, and this never seems to end. Phew. Sorry for all that. Honestly, I'd kill for a cig right now. A smoker, huh? You smiled. Uh-huh. Makes dealing with stress a lot easier. Well, I was quitting anyways. Mike hates smokers. That's kind of manipulative, no? You made a surprised face. Her expression suddenly turns bitter. Don't think I'm not noticing what you're trying to do. Mike's an awesome guy, and I love him, alright? You have no right to stick your nose into other people's lives. You don't know anything, alright? And you know, how about you fix your own shit first, like your stupid facial expressions and how you act like a complete dunce when there's people around? I'm sorry? No. No, I'm sorry. I'm a monster, aren't I, Will? Come on, tell me you think I'm a disgusting human being. I don't think you're disgusting. I just don't understand you. Makes sense. I can't understand myself either sometimes. It's hard. Yeah. Well, your friends are there to help you. Well, they don't really know me. Even Martha doesn't. What about Mike? Are you joking, Will? Oh, geez, of course not. I think I'd like to get to know you. You smiled. She laughs again. Trust me, you don't. You really don't. I don't deserve all that anyways. You're just wasting your time trying to be my friend, Will. I really don't deserve all that. My friends are just too sweet. I thought Graves was perfect for someone like me. It's a shame he turned out to be such a wonderful guy. Oh my, there's so many layers to this. So she thought that she deserves a guy like Michael, implying she thought he was toxic and she deserves a toxic boyfriend. But when discovering that he's actually a good boyfriend, which he's not, she feels bad because she doesn't feel like she deserves a good boyfriend. There are so many layers here. Can I say something? I hope you won't be offended, but really the world is not revolving around you, Tanya. The way you beat yourself up is not going to help anybody. Your friends may not be able to understand what you feel. I know I don't understand. But we're all ready to be at your side, no matter what's happening behind the mask you seem to wear. Her voice cracked. We're back, Will. William's struggles with social cues and whatnot actually becomes a strength when he gives her well-needed and honest advice. I mean, he puts it in such a way that in my nearly 30 years of life, I've never been able to put it. I've seen so many people become tyrannical to their friends merely because they don't feel understood. I mean, think how impossible it is to truly know yourself. And yet, that's the bare minimum you hold for other people for you? It's okay if somebody doesn't understand your experience or even knows the specifics of what you struggle with. That takes a lifetime to understand in many cases. If presence and love is not sufficient for you, then something as honestly banal as knowledge won't be either. That's the theme we're working on regarding who's Lila. Oh my gosh. Wait. Tanya wants people to understand her for the sake of understanding. And on the flip side, Lila, we haven't gotten there yet. Keep that in mind. She sits on a bench. Something feels different about her now that you've talked. It's a nice feeling. Still want to smoke? Here. You gave her the cigarette. Thanks. Mike would be pissed if he saw me now. If he saw us. Yeah. You know, it might sound strange, but I feel like I've seen you too. Like, in a dream or something. Have you ever been to the Sunshine Cafe, Will? Is that the one down the avenue? Yeah, it's a cozy place. Huge windows and a lot of sun. Just like that picture we saw. For a moment, there's a funny feeling inside you. No, I've never been there. Oh, well. Something's not right. You both stay silent for a moment. So Will is familiar to Tanya, similar to how we will see Tanya is familiar to Will. Now that's interesting. We get why Tanya is familiar to Will, because Tanya looks like Lila. Why is Will familiar to Tanya? There's slow dance music playing inside. Want to dance? In this cutscene, we see a close-up shot of Will's face. These shots are very similar to the close-ups of his face we see when Lila kills Martha, or Lila through Will kills Martha. We see an owl and hear it hoot. This is the second owl motif we've seen so far. Tanya and Will share a kiss. Then this scene cuts to footage of two people dancing. The music and mood of this footage coming on right after this kiss seems like this is supposed to somehow represent like this euphoria Will is feeling, perhaps his first ever kiss. However, a shot zooms in on a bystander, an older woman. And then what looks to be a shot of a forest with a river and boat is shown faded onto the footage. This is the forest.
So I'm going to leave it on that video.
Threatening to end her life. What's worse is that this audio call wasn't a baseless threat or a troll. The person calling was later found out to be the Golden State Killer, one of the most infamous serial killers in U.S. history. He terrorized California for over a decade, from 1974 to 1986, and operated across multiple counties, including Sacramento, Ventura, Santa Barbara, and Orange County. What made him more terrifying than most other serial killers was just how precise and thorough he was. Instead of committing the crime whenever he got the chance, he would often plan months in advance. He would stalk his victims, learning everything about their daily lives and routines to find the right opportunity. This also included surveying the area around their home to plan escape routes. Sometimes he would break into his victims' homes beforehand to unlock windows, unload guns, and plant the gear he was later going to use for the crime. He would also call his future victims many times leading up to the crime and threaten them, similar to the call you heard earlier. This was all a part of his act, with these calls serving as a way for him to mentally torment his victims ahead of time. When he eventually broke into their home for the last time, he would often tie them up and make himself at home, even cooking in their kitchen on occasion. Put simply, he was extremely confident in his planning, and unfortunately it worked. By the end of 1986, he had broken into different homes over 120 times, and in more than 64 victims, 3 of which were children. However, despite the authorities having tons of evidence against him, like fingerprints, footprints, masks, multiple rings, and many different sketches from witnesses, nothing led to a name. He would even call and taunt the police and families of his victims, daring them to catch him. But despite all this, the case remained cold for over 40 years. That is, until the late 2010s, when a new kind of detective work changed everything. You see, investigators already had plenty of DNA evidence from the killer. However, his DNA didn't match the limited samples they had in their database. But in 2016, a very distant relative of the Golden State Killer took a DNA ancestry test through one of the companies like 23andMe. The DNA data from this company was aggregated by a company called GED Match. And the FBI then used this extensive database to see if any of the samples matched with the DNA evidence they had. While they didn't find the killer, they did find a match with one of his very distant relatives. This allowed them to go through the whole family tree with over 1,000 members and eventually find the person they were looking for. After 40 long years, the identity of the man behind this creepy call was finally made public. On April 24, 2018, authorities arrested then 73-year-old Joseph James D'Angelo, the Golden State Killer. He was a Vietnam War veteran and an ex-police officer from the Santa Barbara County Sheriff's Office. Investigation of his past also revealed a chilling instance from July 1979 when he was arrested for shoplifting a hammer and dog repellent. In hindsight, it's obvious that he was going to use both of these items for one of his crimes. And the reason he tried to steal them instead of paying was because he didn't want the sale tied back to his name in any way. In July of 2020, Joseph pled guilty to 13 counts of murder and 13 counts of kidnapping in a plea bargain to avoid the death penalty. He was given 13 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole and is now serving his time at a California state prison. The recorded audio calls he made to his soon-to-be victims have gone down as some of the most disturbing pieces of audio ever recorded. On the 1st of December 2017, Reddit user Drudagon17 made a Reddit post hoping to find an explanation for the terrifying screams he heard while on vacation. What's causing these screams? So, I'm not really sure what this is. I've had a lot of people tell me different things, but no one really knows for sure.
So is it going to be those cougar screams again? Okay, who cares? Who cares? Who the hell is Debunk File? What's his most popular video?
About 4 months ago, a post was made on the r/creepy subreddit. Found a bunch of these in the woods. What am I looking at? The OP said after finding one of these, he kept searching and found around 6 of these little pieces of paper with random ramblings on them just tied up in the middle of the woods. The OP
Interesting.
did have a picture of the note, and it's exactly what they said. Very cryptic or nonsensical ramblings on little pieces of paper. The note is filled with cryptic messaging about all sorts of political issues. Pretty much every modern socio-political conspiracy theory gets a strange mention here. The problem is none of it makes any sense whatsoever. A lot of commenters on this post were quick to note how the most likely conclusion was someone's untreated intense schizophrenia. There is no code, it's only nonsense from someone who's gone too far down a rabbit hole who needs mental health assistance. Thankfully, our investigation won't end by taking some random Reddit's comments word. Someone posted a link to a Wikipedia page about this entire thing, and apparently it's some kind of small-time phenomena. The first instance of these papers showing up on the internet was in 2019, and the news reported it for the first time only a year later in 2020. The notes have been found all over northeastern and central Pennsylvania. Others have found them in the woods and on nature trails like the OP said. The strangest thing is these papers have been found in sealed products from grocery stores. Things like cereal boxes, candy wrappers, and makeup products have contained one of these little notes. The majority of these were found in products in grocery stores in Schuylkill, Pennsylvania, so many have come to dub these Schuylkill notes. I'd never heard of this phenomenon before finding this Reddit post, but it's been an ongoing concern for the citizens of Pennsylvania. Local, state, and federal investigations have been going on since December of 2023. The FDA has gotten involved as well, since these things have been appearing in products that are seemingly completely sealed. There is an entire subreddit dedicated to this phenomena, and as of writing, the most recent find was 2 days ago in a chocolate bar wrapper. I'm really at a loss for words on this one. I don't really have my own theory other than it's just some guy who makes these and carefully inserts them wherever he can, spooking the hell out of the residents of Schuylkill, Pennsylvania. Does he work at a packaging facility where he's somehow able to place these notes inside sealed packages without getting caught? Is there more than one person helping him out with this? There's no possible current theory that seems to explain this without there being blatant questions. This is definitely something I'm going to keep my eye on. Any further developments, this is definitely something I'd love to revisit if any new
This video is only 3 weeks old. I wonder how long ago this part of the video was made. Like, is it
information happens to come to light.
Help messages. Okay. So I think I'll give debunk alright.
This next post comes from r/interesting as fuck. The post shows a Google Maps view of Los Angeles, California, and the strange help messages constructed on the ground. There's tons of these help messages strewn around made out of what looks like wood. These messages showed up on Google Maps pretty recently within the last month. Google Maps is not live, so it's unclear as to how long these have been here. Help isn't the only thing spelled out in this area either. If you look closely, you can see the words Tráfico, Terrorismo, FBI, Federal, and LAPD. Tráfico and Terrorismo translate into traffic and terrorism, and these next to massive help signs have led people across the internet to panic and start theorizing on what all of this could mean. The first theory people sprang to was human trafficking. The area is pretty barren, and it looks like there's massive containers, which is not uncommon in human trafficking practices. A lot of people have also pointed out this massive hole in the ground that could allude to some sinister subterranean goings-on. With the help signs and the word traffic being accompanied with it as well, pleas for authorities to help have been taken, and the internet as a whole has been extremely concerned for the well-being of the person or people creating these messages. Luckily, I was able to find an article about this strange scenario. A guy named LA Guy on X interviewed some of the homeless population around the area, and a few of the folks mentioned a man named Jose who has been writing these messages for years.
So I was filming because everybody wants to know why there's the help sign. You see all those helps?
It's this one guy, he puts that.
Is that guy's name Jose?
Yes.
Okay, that's what they told me too.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah, he puts it. That's supposedly human trafficking.
Yeah, human trafficking. That's what everybody's saying online is that they're worried about it. Is it that, or is it like a prank? I guess
we don't know. I mean, he just always, for some reason, it's been years that he's been doing it.
Yeah, it's been on the Google Maps shows it.
Yeah, but you know, really, I don't know. Yeah. He just always writes that down. Yeah. For what reason? Yeah. I do not know.
No.
As of writing this, Jose has not been questioned or found from what I could find. Another article I found was able to get into contact with local authorities. The property is private property owned by the Union Pacific Police Department. They said that these messages have been here for a year and that nothing of note was actually happening. It was just a man who trespassed and left these messages here. FaZe Clan of all people actually went to the site and live streamed the entire thing.
Gay?
bullshit. Yo, look, there's a giant one with pipes.
Oh.
Look.
Wait.
Wait.
No, it says
Oh my
fucking
God.
pipes. The big
Oh
black
my
pipes.
God, bro.
Yeah, look at the small one. The small one stayed right in. What's going on right now?
Wait,
FaZe was approached by a truck that told them to get out, and they were chased away by guard dogs.
You say come here? Me?
Yo.
I ain't gonna lie, you got that game. Get out? Say get out. Say get out. Alright. Get out. Boy, look at him back up. Yo, this is shut. Drew, you record him? Come in.
Oh, we're gonna do a Grand Cherokee.
I don't know.
This is a fucking
Your dog. Your dog.
What did you say?
Oh, we're gonna do a Grand Cherokee.
I don't know.
This is a fucking
Your dog. Your dog. Hey, let out the dog. One right.
I couldn't even begin to assume what's going on here. The evidence seems pretty easy to follow. A man by the name of Jose has been making these for a long time. As for what his reasoning is, I guess we might never know. It absolutely is possible that something a lot more nefarious is going on, but that gets into major conspiracy waters with the police being involved in something horrific like this. I saw a lot of theories on that original Reddit post that are worth mentioning, but are probably not our answer.
Crazy.
One theory being it's a filming location for a movie or TV show, but with everything I've learned, I don't think that's the case. Another theory is basically the homeless population has been putting them in as some sort of statement of how one of the richest cities in the richest country in the world is letting their people rot and die in the streets like this. I think this is fairly likely what's going on here, but who knows? There could be something that goes even deeper than we think.
Who knows? Does Daniel Owen know? He was testing beasts of reincarnation or whatever the hell that
For
means.
our next post, we have somebody that wants to figure out the story behind this image. My name is Nancy Thomas. I'm 96 years old and I'm looking for my son. Name, Donald Lee Thomas.
Okay, I gotta
Birth date,
pause this because this is great.
In the forest ending branch that I mentioned earlier in the video. I don't have this written down, but it is kind of interesting. We have this symbol of euphoria.
All right, I'm gonna go take my dogs out, and then I will be back to end the stream with the bong rip.
William and Tanya having their first kiss and this dance, but all of a sudden the camera zooms into this older woman's face. Even though William's mother is dead, I wonder if somewhere in the back of his mind there's this creeping fear of what his mother would think as he kisses Tanya. Keep that in mind.
What? Where am I? Who are you? No, it couldn't have been her. I've never even...
There's that strange noise again. The stranger speaks in that bold text as well.
What did that say?
What did I just say in that? There's that strange
in her. No,
Oh, it was electronic.
No,
I walked out and I heard that. I was like, what the fuck?
I've never even...
There's that strange noise again. The stranger speaks in that bold text as well. What did I just say right now? The mother, bold text, she had her face. It's just like, it's like I'm playing the game over again. And it's just like, oh boy.
The title of the track that plays during this scene is called End of the Night. There is this high-pitched trill instrument that plays. This sound is a perfect match to another track we'll be hearing in the upcoming Death, Wheel of Fortune, and Empress Reversed Ending. This somehow links the stranger with the lady in the boiler. So I want you to keep that in mind as we explore who or what the lady in the boiler represents. How could it link to the stranger?
Oh man, this is a lot of this is gonna make a lot of sense by the end of this video. Let me tell you something. Tanya, 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 My mind is racing. When I first came across this scene, I already knew that the stranger was going to be a very enigmatic character. So much can be extrapolated by the androgynous nature of the stranger. There's clearly an essence of William in the stranger. I wouldn't be surprised if many players assume that the stranger was some sort of midway point between William and Lila. It would make sense there's some sort of transformation going on, and with this concept of Talpas and the Kumar and Oguiji story front-loaded in the player's mind, it wouldn't be a far-fetched assumption. My mind started to race even further. There are strange connections that we will see between the stranger and motifs of William's mother. What if, in some sort of Norman Bates kind of way, the stranger is sort of the mother emerging through William? Keep that in mind. That's not going to be entirely true, at least on its face. But if we take that idea even further and apply some other themes that we will find later in this investigation, this enigmatic character that's been confusing a lot of the players of Who's Lila all this time will be understood by the end of this video. That's if I do my job correctly, if I do a good job. That being said, though, I'm a big proponent of the Lynchian approach. I believe we are all investigators, and every interpretation is valid and edifying. Anyways, let's keep this question in mind. Why do Tanya and Lila share the same face? With the moon ending complete, we head on over to talk over the moon card with Detective Yu.
So that's how they met. It's nice to see William making friends. They aren't his friends. You saw the way they looked at him and the way they... Are we getting jealous? What? I don't possess such feelings for anyone, all right. By the way, what was that figure in the corner? Are you talking about the stranger? Yes, he looked a bit like William, didn't he? It's not his usual look.
So Lila establishes that this stranger is just not one of Will's regular looks. It's not his usual look. This tells me that this stranger is not some separate enigmatic character, but something that is a part of Will. And I'm so excited, honestly. It's not when we discover what the stranger really is, it's not going to be super groundbreaking, but I'm just very excited because it's going to put everything into context. It's going to be very, very sad, to be honest with you. I want to point out she doesn't take any credit or ownership of this form of Will. And I can't help but feel it's almost a touchy subject for her. I really want to jump the gun here, but I'm not gonna. Just keep in mind that the stranger and Lila are very separate. That the stranger is something that's a part of Will, perhaps something that existed in Will even before Lila was a thing. I'm jumping the gun here. Anyways, on to the moon. Will meets Tanya for the first time, encounters the stranger, and Lila is evoked. Something about Tanya reminds Will of Lila, obviously, because they look very similar to one another. Now, one surface level link between this ending and the Moon Tarot is that this party is happening at night, so underneath the moon. But, oh boy, this is actually very, very rich. The moon in the Tarot Arcana signifies a complicated or uncertain romantic endeavor, but more aptly, a call to wariness regarding triggers of fear and anxiety, a warning against illusions. Big link between this and the moon and all the implications to come. Obviously, there's going to be a complicated romantic experience with Will and Tanya, this sort of love triangle that's going to emerge. But oh my gosh, I mean, it's just so brilliant how this whole thing, Garage Heathen, just linked this concept together, and it's gonna even tie together even more perfectly when we get into the psychological aspect of all this. Now I'm really jumping the gun. So the symbolic link between the tarot and the ending is very apt. Now let's go ahead and move on to the boiler branch of endings. Very apt. Things are starting to really heat up in this mystery. Also, keep in mind the lady in the boilers that's mentioned in the mirror tutorial. This entity is going to become very relevant in the Death and Wheel of Fortune endings. And now the Death ending. This one's very simple. Simply walk past the cohort of suspicious friends, and we enter the maintenance section of the school.
The boiler room's off limits, bud. I'm only joking. Hello, Lila. Did you get his call again? What's it to you, old man? No reason to be so hostile, Lila. After all, you're the one who came here. It's tricky not to get lost in these boilers, but with years you start to hear a divine melody, flutes and trombones and saxes from beyond. It always comes from the place you seek. Listen for it. Just stand beside each door and listen. By the way, what are you planning to do about the lady that hides in the boilers? Don't talk about what you know nothing about, you old fool.
Now you know why I redacted this part when exploring the Justice ending. We can get the reveal that we are actually Lila very early in this game. This Mr. Frank asks if he's calling again. This character, as far as I know, doesn't come up again. But I wonder why they're aware of Lila and aware of this mysterious second caller, which is William. We press on, listening for the majestic melody and following it. This boiler area is sprawling. I can't help but wonder if this is some sort of representation, perhaps of deep hidden memories of William. You'll see why I say this in a moment. There is this jump scare coming up, but don't worry, I will dull it. Before that, though, we see this very distinctive boiler vat or cistern. We will have another encounter with it in the Reversed Empress ending. I will slowly fade in the jump scare in 3, 2, 1. Oh gosh, what is that? I see sharp, long teeth, something skull-shaped, and it seems wisps of steam are coming out of its snout. The prompt says to close our eyes, but for exploratory reasons, I make a scared face instead. Once the timer reaches 0, the playthrough ends, and we unlock the Death Tarot. This could mean that we died, but there are plenty of other instances where we die in this game, or I guess get defeated, and we don't get the Death Tarot. And besides, death in tarot doesn't exactly mean like death, like you die. Before exploring the tarot symbolism, let's talk to Detective Yu.
Are you afraid of death? I think death means different things to us, Yu. I won't die if you shoot a gun at me, but a full understanding of my story, a loss of interest that closure brings, that's... well, never mind, forget it. What about you? I'm not sure. I've died many times, but all I was met with was a different dream. Along your path, have you ever stumbled upon a man with 6 arms and snake eyes? I have, but just once. When you leave me in this dream, try to recall what he said. You are in a very special position right now. You have the opportunity to either jump into the wheel again or be free of dreams forever. Don't waste it. This time, try to make death be the end of you. We have to get back to the dream. It's such a shame we have. I wish we could talk more like this, Yu.
Lila telling us that shooting her won't kill her is heavy foreshadowing. We should keep this in mind if we don't want to get tricked in the finale of this game. She does hint that fully understanding her story and perhaps the closure that comes with it, and of course the loss of interest that follows said closure, is some danger to her. She stops herself before giving too much away. We humans, much like Tanya, want to be understood, just for the sake of being understood. And so when we see a mystery like that of who's Lila, we want to understand every small bit of facet of the mystery, simply for the sake of understanding it. And this essentially feeds Lila. But what happens when we finally do understand the mystery? Well, we achieve that closure. We move on with our lives. We sort of hardly pay this mystery any mind from here on out. It's as if that constant attention is what's keeping Lila alive, keeping her fed. Perhaps that's what she meant when first meeting Detective Yu, that, oh, we're going to have a big feast from here on out, or something of those lines. Detective Yu, his prime directive is to investigate this mystery, constantly feeding Lila's hunger for attention, hunger for that mind power, I guess. Yu says he's died many times and is woken up from a dream each time, or something around those lines. I can't help but wonder if these playthroughs, these endings, the fact that we wake up to play each game. Remember, when we go into the main menu, it doesn't say play, it says wake up. I wonder if all these various endings and playthroughs are like dreams, or somewhat similar to the dreams that Detective Yu has. Lila asks if he's ever encountered a man with 6 arms and snake eyes in his dreams. Detective Yu says, yes, only once. Now, we are going to encounter a man with 6 arms, and we're going to encounter a being with snake eyes, but we're not going to encounter anybody with both those qualities. Maybe she's not referring to a single man with the 6 arms and with snake eyes, but 2 different entities. A man with 6 arms and snake eyes. We are going to come across an entity that's called Snake Eyes later in this investigation. And we are going to come across a character with 6 arms later in this investigation as well, but none with both. So, when Lila says, remember what that man, referring to the man with 6 arms, told you, Detective Yu is in a position to jump back into the wheel or be free from the dreams forever. In other words, us, the player, jump back into this game and keep trying to figure out the mystery, or be free from it and move on while we still can. It's funny how she says that, knowing full well that we're going to jump back into the wheel and keep digging, trying to figure out this mystery. Also, another big reveal that's easy to overlook. Lila says, try and make death be the end of you. You, the name Detective Yu, is a pun on the word you, as in you, the player, Y-O-U, and it makes sense. We are like a detective. We're trying to figure out this story, and Detective Yu is literally an FBI detective trying to figure out this mystery. Now, the death discussion with Detective Yu is very, very rich. So, let's go over the symbolic significance between the ending death and the tarot arcana of death. There's the surface level interpretation. You fail to close your eyes when you're looking at the lady in the boilers, and then she kills you. You die. But there are other moments in this game where if you fail to run away from a hostile entity, you get killed and then brought back to a checkpoint. It doesn't bring you back to the menu and give you the death achievement like this does. And so I wonder, did we really die as a consequence of failing to close our eyes? See, the death tarot signifies a need to let go of toxic attachments. Perhaps when we close our eyes when facing the boiler room lady, we are somehow decoupling from an attachment to it. Keep this in mind. Now, let's jump back into the wheel and actually close our eyes and achieve the Wheel of Fortune ending. And now the Wheel of Fortune ending. Before having our second go at the Wheel of Fortune ending, I pick up another pallet in the boiler room. And this one's interesting.
The air is so damp. Where's Mom? You unlock the new pallet, Electrified Meat.
Well, now you know why I depicted his mom this way. William mentions in the interrogation that his mother died trying to fix some sort of piping. And when we unlock this pallet in which we mention, Mom, the pallet is called Electrified Meat. So that gives us some idea of how his mother died. Now, although she was a traumatic force for William in life, still the sight of your own parent being electrified is also very distressing. Perhaps these boilers signify some sort of deep layer to William's psyche. And the fact that he mentions his mother in the pallet, Mom, and we meet this strange boiler creature, this boiler lady, must mean that there's some link in between these two characters, the mom and the boiler lady. And we'll have a confirmation soon in this investigation. So keep this boiler lady in mind and the possible maternal link that she has in all of this. I mean, if you really dwell on this, there's a lot of this is spoiled, but for the sake of my sanity, I had to chart all this out. Hey, buddy, turn the camera off. What are you doing, man? I look like one of those public freakout videos. What's up, man? I've lost the plot. Where was I? Wait a second. We get the death ending in this boiler sort of segment. Perhaps this boiler area is sort of where, oh my gosh, yeah, like perhaps this is where the memory of his mother's death lies, and that's why we meet this boiler lady. Perhaps she's like, oh yeah, piping, killed. She's probably like been scalded. Oh man, Okay, yeah, keep all this in mind. So we close our eyes by bringing our top eyelids down and our bottom eyelids up. Doing so allows us to access the next stage. We see a spiral staircase. We will see a similar shaped staircase later in this game, so keep this in mind. There is some mirroring going on between the Wheel of Fortune ending and the Tower ending.
Hello, William. You need to stop calling me on the phone. It's useless. Will, I'll say this once. Your tricks are laughable, and even with her help, you're not getting back. Did you hear what I said?
This is William? He's trapped in this machine, or he is the machine? And he's pleasantly surprised to see Lila, as if he wasn't expecting her. He gives us this wheel, and if you look, it has 6 arms, although I don't see snake eyes. The wheel is very, very important, perhaps the Trojan horse that Will needs to achieve freedom. And of course, there's that strange noise again. As always, let's discuss this ending with Detective Yu.
Who was that? It's William. Didn't you hear us talk? I did, but... So it called you Lila, but you called it William. Well, of course. Film reels that are not needed have to go somewhere. This is where Williams went. I had to pull the same trick on him after what he did in the tower. You mean... I mean the one in the forest. The one with the pit and a small projector room where all previous film reels are lying around. So you had the reel. What's it for, really? Depends on who's steering. I tend to get rid of them. Will, on the other hand, likes to place them onto the projector again. Peculiar. We seem to have exhausted the cards to talk about. We can go over them again if you'd like to, but we don't have to.
It's interesting that Detective Yu refers to the machine as it, and doesn't seem to register that Will is the machine. Either he knows something that we don't, or is oblivious to the obvious fact, that Will has been transformed or trapped inside this machine. Lila refers to reels. Now, these could be the dreams or the playthroughs, but they could also symbolize the souls or personalities of various characters. Perhaps the wheel or reel that we are holding signifies Will's personality, Will's soul. And what we do with it depends on who's steering, perhaps. Oh my gosh, that's rich. That's really rich. Depends on who's steering. You know, a wheel kind of sounds like real. Wheel sounds kind of like will. How serendipitous. How Lynchian. It's as if it was meant to be. Now, let us move on past the boiler room ending and into the forest branch of endings. Some questions to keep in mind, and that questions we'll be answering in the coming endings, is the question of, is Lila in full control? Obviously, based on the strength ending, based on what the player does, dictates how much control Will has versus how much control Lila has. But ultimately, who is the prime steerer, prime decider between Lila, William, and us, the player? Second question is, what is the purpose of this wheel? And lastly, what does the lady in the boiler room represent? Yes, that creepy image that we saw, that we had to close our eyes to, we'll be meeting her one last time. I believe one last time. Yeah, one last time in these coming endings. And so now, let's move on to the forest endings, my favorite ones. Okay, Gandalf. What? We're going to be going into the forest. Might as well come prepared. All right, let's get going. So, you said your name was Vyor. The origin was Russian? It's kind of a long story. So, I was a baby when my family moved to the United States from Russia. My birth name is Vzor. So in the English alphabet, you'd spell it V-Z-O-R. But you go by Vyor with a Y, not Vzor with a Z. So that's the thing. The immigration office made a mistake. Instead of VZOR, Vzor, they misspelled my name to Viewer with a Y. Huh. That's too bad. Not really. In the end, they ultimately mean the same thing. And now the Hanged Man ending. If we start a new game, we load in with the wheel still in our inventory. We diverge into the forest ending branch by simply having Michael push us off the roof. Remember, we can do this by being sympathetic or by making comments about his late little brother.
I think he's all right now, Dr. Hades. A very lucky man, no? To fall from such a high roof and not even break anything. Was he on drugs? No, blood samples show he's clear. Nothing really, not even alcohol. I think he needs rest now. The sky is light gray of one tone. It's so bright it's almost white. A sterile hospital bed.
The name Dr. Hades doesn't bode well. It seems like we are either in a hospital or in the afterlife. Our room is number 33.
Ward 33.
We ascend some stairs and find William sitting on the windowsill with Lila.
So, I've been meaning to ask you, when I'm not, visually imposing you, where do you go? Well, nowhere really. I just stop, being. Oh, must be really scary. Not really. You do it all the time too, Will. When you lose consciousness or when you sleep without dreams. So not existing is like being asleep. It's not really like anything, as there isn't someone for whom it's like something. Not being doesn't really happen to anyone per se. Well, you just said it happens to me sometimes. It's very bold of you to assume that some of you actually exists. But Lila, you aren't making any sense now. I am here. I'm talking to you. I'm. Well, I am, I guess, yeah. Is that so? How would you describe that I? I don't know, like I'm young and maybe overanalyzing, and I really like lemon soda, and I broke my knee when I was in kindergarten. So you are your personality and your memories. Is that what you are trying to say? Yeah. Floor 1.
I see. Lila is having us tussle with those mind-effy, ego-deathy concepts. Don't worry, I'll do my best to translate. Let's go over this play-by-play in hopes I can give a layman's translation. Lila says that she simply ceases to exist whenever Will isn't thinking about her. This confirms that she requires to be thought about and even obsessed over to exist, much like the classical understanding of a meme in a way. She equates ceasing to exist to being asleep or losing consciousness. At first, this seems like a weak and flimsy equivalence. How is not existing like being asleep? When William presses her on this, she deflects, playing the game of obfuscation. She has to know what William means when he asks, how is being asleep like not existing? But she says, how can you compare non-existence to anything? Like, yeah, you just did that. I get what you're saying, but explain yourself. Here's the thing that frustrates me. She refers to Will, refers to herself, but when Will presses her again, pointing out, you're saying it's happening to me, this asshole is all, it's bold of you to even assume that you actually exist. She's playing Will like she plays you. It's so frustrating. You get it? She's playing Will like she's playing Detective You. It's so frustrating. Like, William, be dumb for 1 second and be like, nuh-uh, if I didn't exist, could I do this? She presses him on how to define I or him. He describes his personality, his memories, things that first come to mind since he's being put on the spot. But what he's trying to verbally sculpt is an image of his identity. An impossible feat for literally anybody. And she does that thing where she's like, oh, so you're your personality and memories? Yes, hopes and dreams too, maybe a little bit of another medium, but I digress. If this seems like half-baked sophist bullshit, don't worry, we're only a third of the way there. She'll make her case soon enough into thoroughly baked sophist bullshit. We ascend to floor 2, and Lila has this hazy look about her. She looks similarly to her short appearance to Martha.
You see, Will, there's a problem with what you just said. Oh yeah? Yes, let's pretend for a moment you're right. and you really are your personality, memories, and so on. But isn't the one listening to me right now also you? Huh? Sure. And the one seeing me is you, and the one feeling all the different things is you. Let's call this you the perceiver. Uh-huh. We like to imagine the perceiver as a pupil of an eye. The perceiver may cast his gaze upon anything, colors or sounds, touch or feelings, but how do you imagine it looking at itself directly? A mirror? Oh, I wouldn't trust the mirror, my dear William. The ghosts on the other side may only look like us. So alright, in that sense it really can't. The pupil can never see itself. So what? It means that whatever the pupil can perceive is not. You can analyze your memories and your personality, yet the real perceiver always stays in the shadows. One of his human names is the Prince, although he doesn't really have a name, of course.
Now this is pretty interesting. She acknowledges him, but she also acknowledges you. The one seeing her is you. The one feeling all the different things, or in other words, controlling the emotions, is you. She calls this you the perceiver, which makes sense. In a way, we aren't making choices, we are exploring them, perceiving them. However, in the context of this conversation, Lila is referring to Will's perception, his gaze as the perceiver. And this perceiver can cast his gaze on many things, but how could it look at itself directly? Will says a mirror, and Lila says,
the ghosts on the other side may only look like us.
Meaningless bullshit. What ghosts? See, here's what you say. Nuh-uh. If a mirror can't be trusted, why is it that when I smile, it smiles back? However, if I were on Lila's side of the debate, I would probably argue that, yes, you look in the mirror and you see the body that you steer in the mirror, but you don't see the perceiver, the actual thing that's receiving the information. How do you know that others have a perceiver in them? But see, I'm steering into something called solipsism, and I'm not entirely sure if that's what Lila is trying to use to mind F ego death William. She gives this perceiver another name, the Prince. We ascend to floor 3, and Lila has transformed into something I can only describe as biblically accurate.
In that sense, there really isn't a difference between you and other people, Will. Huh? What do you mean? For you, where do other people exist? I mean, their minds, memories, and so on. In their heads? Wrong. You have no ability to see what's inside someone's head. To you, people are a fictitious creation, a number of expectations generated from their actions, a phantom existing exclusively in your head. And the funny thing is, your own personality is too. What? I'm real, Lila. Even if other people may be imagined by me, my own character is. What's the definition of imaginary? Something that exists just in my mind? And where does your personality reside? It's all right, my sweet William. You, your memories, your mind, these are all only temporary shards of colored glass. The visioner, the perceiver, the prince may only look through them and imagine for a moment that he is these shards. He never truly becomes them, and it's surprising how quickly he may look away from one to another. Remember, Will, the moment he looks at another one of them, he might think he's someone different.
I hate it when people do this. Change the operating definition of something so that something else fits into that, or play semantics, but then shifts the operating definition back to its original position. Colloquially, we see the word imaginary as meaning false, not real, fake, fairy tale. But it could also mean something that exists only in the mind. Well, yeah, Lila, my thoughts only exist in my mind. Therefore, yes, they're imaginary. But just because we're playing semantic games doesn't suddenly mean, oh no, I don't exist anymore. I actually hate Lila for this. Most people in this neurodiverse world will be just like, I don't get it. Or, whoa, that's pretty cool, man. And move on with their lives. But she is targeting somebody with a particular neurological Achilles heel and taking advantage of it, trying to get them to spiral like that staircase. And on second look, at least the beginning part of this third segment of the discussion does actually look a little bit like solipsism. So in other words, she's peddling this idea that the only thing that can be known to exist by the perceiver is the perceiver, Will being the perceiver in this case. She then plays games and says that this mind exists only in the mind. This perceiver only exists in the mind. Therefore, it's imaginary. And imaginary also kind of means not real, colloquially speaking, effectively obliterating Will's worldview. Or does it? We'll come to find out that this conversation scares Will, but it actually causes him to take precautions and measures that we will witness in the tower ending. Instead of scaring Will away from his own body, he repels Lila from his. We'll get into it.
In my boundless rage against Lila's word games against poor William, I also failed to realize that she is completing this invocation of the prince. She's describing almost perfectly our relationship with William, with this game.
The staircase is blocked by what looks like luggage, so we climb a nearby ladder.
Joshin. As you stare at the veil before you, you are filled with emotions of strange nostalgia. The curtains flap in the wind, yet you feel no drought. A hauntingly beautiful melody can be heard from behind it. For a moment, you can't help but gaze at the shriveling fabric.
Note that the first dialogue is being spoken by a Jashin. This is the name of a figure who is represented by a pillar that signifies the entrance of Solomon's temple. The pillars are Jashin and Boaz, and we can see a respective J and B on these pillars. The High Priestess tarot card depicts the priestess flanked by these two pillars, so perhaps we're entering the realm of the High Priestess. Thusly, we see an image of Lila. Perhaps she's the High Priestess herself. We move our mouse to see we are suddenly in first-person control, breaking the third-person or maybe even second-person pattern we've been playing with. Interesting.
Yeah, he's a funny dude, man. Lots and lots of laughs from that guy over the past 2 years.
You can see particles getting sucked into the iris or gaze of this projector. Gosh, this music.
An old-looking apparatus, strange apart from projecting, it looks like it's also somehow receiving its own image. Seems like its reels are detachable.
I want to say this now. At this moment of our investigation, I believe this projector is a representation of the perceiver.
Yeah, I'm not really like a YouTuber. I just hang out with friends and family sometimes on live streams and just watch YouTube videos. But yeah, I do have fun with Country Thug. He's a good time. I wish he would unban me from his chat so I could have more fun and laughs, but it hurts his feelings, I guess. Darn. Bullets in your brain. All the way insane. 9 more lines.
Representation of us, in a way. But I don't have the information for that just yet in this investigation. I just wanted to say it now so we can keep this possible interpretation in mind.
You've placed the reel. Lila must be gone now.
We turn around to see William's face now in the projector. If Lila must be gone now, and now we see William being perceived by this projector, does this mean that we have granted William control of his body again? Perhaps this was his plan as the machine. Gosh, this music is so familiar. If we time it properly, we might catch this pole giving off a Morse code sound. I did my best to decode it, but there were a couple of words that were just too...
Oh yeah, man. I don't do YouTube as a job, obviously. I'm not monetized. I haven't been since the adpocalypse of like... There was one in 2011 where I got monetized, and there was another one in 2014. I made a few thousand off of YouTube because I have a few million views from a viral video, but that's about it. But those are like before the serious adpocalypses, like the YouTubers mentioned, like 2016, and then the 2018 one. You could make a lot more money on YouTube back in like 2011 and 10. They were just giving it away. I didn't even realize my video had gained money until like I checked my email like 4 months, 5 months later.
Track of. So I found the answer on the internet, checked the answer against the Morse code key, and it was correct. But should I say the answer? You see, if I tell you the answer, it's going to seem like a spoiler, but I assure you, it's a very broad and vague spoiler. Screw it. The answer of this Morse code, it's kind of strange that they would give away something so important through something as simple as Morse code.
They're doing the Morse code through the power line, just like in Twin Peaks Fire Walk with Me. And you hear that, and then it might have been coming through the radio during the car scene, where like Leland Palmer and what's his face or Mike are arguing about the corn.
It's not that simple, Detective. Lila, it's almost like she's this song. Floppy, you good? I've heard this song before. Before even playing this game, I've heard this song before. I once had this dream where I was in a park surrounded by my friends. And despite many of us meeting in our teen years and adulthood, we were all children in this dream. And we were playing a game of pick-up basketball of all things. I turned to one of my friends and asked him where we were. He turned to me and he said, "This is where we go." And this was the song that was playing in my dream.
Do you know where dreams come from? Sure. What kind of fantastic trees have you got growing around here? Acetylcholine neurons fire high voltage impulses into the forebrain. These impulses become pictures. The pictures become dreams. But no one knows why we choose these particular pictures. Big, majestic. Douglas firs. Douglas firs. We live inside a dream.
Captain, he's gone. I lost him.
Detective Muir, I'm looking at the CCTV footage now. He was never there.
He was never there.
You know what? It's probably best I wait before revealing this. With the strange wheel inside the projector, projecting or perhaps perceiving the image of William, we walk to a boat. This boat is familiar. In fact, the whole forest is. This is the forest and boat that faded onto the footage of the dancing people when Will danced with Lila. Oh, huh.
All right.
There's an interesting link between dancing and the prince we'll explore far later in this game, but it's just coming to me now. If this is the realm of the High Priestess, or the realm of Lila...
The Dancing Queen! All right, let's fire up this nug. You just fire up a nug, right? We can't do that. It wouldn't be fair. Gas station weed. Don't ever smoke no gas station weed. Fucking man, those memes are so funny. All right. It's been a while since I've had this birthday cake stream. Strain. Can't even fucking speak. can't believe I finally beat the base game of Room Gone. It was so epic. Epic! I fought the voice of Chthonics. It's amazing. Alright. This is going to be the end, folks. Let's see how this goes. This is going to be brutal. Fucking brutal. It always is. Oh, yeah. Oh, shit. Well, folks, I think we are there. Have a good one. I'll see you soon.